Pokemon trading card game players, welcome to the Pokemon World Championships 2026. We have 350 players in today's event. You'll play 6 rounds. Players in all age divisions. After you finish your match, the winner will take the match slip in. Bring it to the match slip drop-off table. Players, are you ready for round number 1 of Pokemon World Championships Day 1? You may have 50 minutes. Players in all age divisions, you may begin.
I have to say though, since Pokemon Sleep, I have lots of points of most in that match. And so sort of one thing that anyone else needs to get those campaign tips on those trainers cards. That's the best card you can show to anybody. I mean, at least as somebody who's involved in members get asked, what's the most expensive card you have? What's the rarest card? It's got to be one of the targets.
Even more exciting. Hanging up some score lines.
Listen, this is the call. It's here. Myself as well. I think there's a single person I felt like the rest of us.
There's lots of fun photo opportunities all over one of our technicians.
Actually, speaking of that, looks like we're doing right side. Hasn't been here for too long. It's great.
You can see the waste as well. How did you get so good at leafy?
I just had to because that would be
Practice it every day. And for the folks at home, you wanted to speak your language and answer some of those questions, so tell them how.
I'm sure it's going to be one of
Kamusta kayo dyan? Sana sinusuportahan nyo kami dito sa Pilipinas. Ay, sa Japan pala. Sana patuloy nyo kami supportahan mo namin matay.
One more question for you. You need OSU Metro to get beat by Entity 7 next to keep your hopes alive of making day 2. Send some positive vibes over to Entity 7, please.
outside of the game aspect.
It's okay, you can be
Big tournaments, right? And also big tournaments.
Too easy. There you go. We're going to take a little pause. We're going to send this thing to a break. Lance, do snacks, and we're out. Take it easy.
Especially the World Championships. You love Pokemon.
Exactamente, o sea, creo que aunque ahora se haga eso, al final lo importante de un programa de radio, entre muchas comillas, es como un podcast que es como que tienes que atraer a la voz y decir cosas interesantes para pues mantenerla dentro. Porque te estás
Y no hablar demasiado rápido. pronunciar bien la palabra, que no...
Eso los andaluces, ojo, porque los andaluces soléis hablar muy rápido.
Sí.
No todos, pero en general es un acento muy acelerado.
Y me pasa a mí mucho en los programas, que además en directo no puedo cambiar nada, si me equivoco, hay veces que me trabo muchísimo hablando porque hablo muy rápido, como mi cerebro va leyendo el guión.
A todo trapo.
Sí, o si de repente estoy más nerviosa por lo que sea y sin darme cuenta.
Exactamente, o sea, creo que aunque ahora se haga eso, al final lo importante de un programa de radio, entre muchas comillas, es como un podcast que es como que tienes que atraer a la voz, decir cosas interesantes para pues mantener la atención de quien te está
Y no
escuchando.
hablar demasiado rápido, pronunciar bien la palabra, que no...
Eso los andaluces, ojo, porque los andaluces soléis hablar muy rápido.
Sí.
No todos, pero en general es un acento muy acelerado.
Y me pasa a mí mucho en los programas, que además en directo no puedo cambiar nada, si me equivoco, hay veces que me trabo muchísimo hablando porque hablo muy rápido, como mucho mi cerebro va leyendo el guión.
A todo trapo.
Sí, o si de repente estoy más nerviosa por lo que sea y sin darme cuenta.
Lots of opportunities for these players. They get 2 more shots. They just have to win.
Is really solid. These teams are solid for this is because we know there's a lantern in the back. You can't be the fire and flying type against that Pokemon, so we're going to see the Dragon Probably fired off here. I think Shadow Charizard might be able to escape it, but we're not going to find out here.
I mean, yeah, it's a good race to the time. I'm just playing. When you're in, I like leaving it in the game. Trying to get the win. I don't know. Personally, I would be playing.
Absolutely right. Fundamental will connect FPS area here. Does deal some neutral damage. All the Dragon Breath has led to a lot of damage score. We're going to see probably a Lightning Blast any second here, just before the Thunderbolt is ready, I would predict. And the Sky Attack, actually. I don't think this is going to happen here. It's going every year.
Shield available to him if he doesn't want to risk it, and that's indeed what he uses. Thunderbolt now throwing his lantern will fix Altaria, but again, this is going to be close. This is enough for the KO. Altaria able to hold on, throwing
Yeah, and I think
attack
part of what should factor into your decision is,
Zarni is now
are you
just
okay
down to
with
that
accepting
Shadow Dragon.
More Dragon Breath. see counterspell into the Shadow Dragon. It does get the KO with the Dragon Breath, the final Pokemon comes out. It is the Charizard. There is a Dragon Claw stored.
Welcome back to the lounge. I'm joined once again by Scott and Ray. I'm going to start with the elephant in the room. I'm really sorry. Ray, how do you feel about that performance on
You know, it was a clean 2-0 at the hands of Aaron Cybertron thing. And I wish I could have put up more of a fight. But, you know, that's happened here on the last capsule. And shout out to
Yeah, I mean, I came up with some excuses for you, just to try and help you out, because I had a feeling you'd take this in on this Tuesday. I appreciate that. Number one, the stage is much bigger than the show.
That's true. That's true.
Much bigger. But secondly, the fact that you were playing really well, Aaron was still as much of a low.
Also true.
So maybe you can't really take the you really had to do a pretty shit.
Right, so the match that we have coming up
Yeah, it was kind of tough. I was going up against Aaron using a rank team, but you can't do that game, right?
Yeah, it's weird.
Let's head over to the stage for our players.
I'll get him next year. You know, in the finals next year.
We'll see how that one goes. But in history, I haven't been excited. Let's zoom out into the real world.
Trying to do some
We did, but both in terms of the things that are surprising me, and we're seeing a lot of the Pokemon we see a lot of for the most part. Where I don't think any like totally crazy, which is like new archetypes has been shown on TV. I do feel like, as we also expected, all those the teams are going to get back to I'm surprised. Right? It's not just like, oh, I'm going to use 6 Pokemon down in the top, most expected movesets, and most expected out. Everyone has their own twist on the game. Everyone's going to have their own feeling. I think we all know that the top 6 Pokemon is the way of being the most effective, right? So like, where is the high line? Where's the high line ball? Their picture is different, but I think that it's been expected in a fun way. I think this is a really fun game.
It was also a good chance to get to see Celia actually play the Pokemon. Even though it wasn't successful in this round, it did show that scary.
I did not expect this to be quite so scary at all. I mean, I've been impressed by 87, I'm impressed by 57, on the screen so all together, it's just like, I say this is going to be the right time. This might be the one that I would bring out. I got this. So it's interesting. I was intimidated, and I know you were trying to intimidate me directly, but I thought, man, it was do you think that they like broadcast that screens at the other team every single match? We've seen a lot of absolutely what I showed so much like the question is trying to get their
I think it's as strong as it's been a long time, right? It was really kind of took a game off, shorted shield, where they never really got to like the Giratina. Certainly Pokemon, near and dear to our hearts. They won a couple of world championships to Celia. I participated in the world championships to Celia. Some would say
the main stage crowd,
but not as good, perhaps. But at the end, no, I think it's been just team.
It has been so close to launch.
We saw powerful American solid talk. To me, that's going to keep it in the matches we saw, but we could go well. I think the trick of the strategy is going to take a little more. Where I think what's such a tricky use tricky is that we're seeing teams that have like 5 or so workers, one of which knows fake out, one of which knows range counter, and then the trick room set, right? I just don't think that's going to work anymore. Frankly, may never work again. Instead, you've got the team, you've got the fast Pokemon, slow Pokemon, you're going to use trick room, it's appropriate. And I think the trouble with that is we've seen a lot of teams that can sandwich that really well. Right? We've got largely a team for fast Pokemon and some slow Pokemon that make it difficult. I think kind of like that hybrid trick room thing is really strong with play positioning base, and players are kind of have to figure that out as the weekend goes along, because you're not just going to freebie where you win the game because you can have trick room and suddenly be faster than everything that's this time.
And you mentioned Adam too, that at the end of the format, those kind of hybrids out really start to rank up on success. But even though this world has the culmination of a year-long play, this is a brand new format, so it's maybe not the same as the circumstance format. This is actually the beginning of a brand new system that any experience yet. So it's pretty interesting. Scott, you mentioned if anybody is able to carry that those kind of hybrids and there's incredible power, incredible so much flexibility with how you can
It's definitely like a world. It's always something people focus on when it comes to worlds. I've seen it since a long time ago. You've taken from the World Championships with it, so you know all about it. As lost as Scott playing late for the game, so you also know a lot about it. But that's probably the team I'd argue is the newest, more exciting thing, because it feels like you have to throw a lot of stuff out the window. I think you're right, you can't do it fast. But still, you can 5 slow Pokemon, one of which could be yeah, making sure you know what we're talking about. I know it's familiar with Harry Armors, but I think being able to play both modes is actually huge. I wonder if there's things that old players to understand
that. Ironically, we're making fun of Ranger, who, by the way, is by far the youngest of the three of us. But it's, I think it's actually his 2012 Worlds team. Kind of like the exemplar for the architect, right? Where he has the trick room, can go under team, but also the guard job. It can outspeed teams too, kind of matter of brawling with high stat moves. So I think that's kind of what these teams are doing, right? It's like Iron Hank is the second most common Pokemon in the tournament, right? It's not like you're just going to underspeed everyone by using right? But having enough of that sort of thing where you can go slow when it's appropriate, just generally a strategy where you don't need speed control every single turn because no Pokemon's going to be knocked out in that turn. It usually doesn't matter. Any of the Pokemon in spin, opportunistic play style, but having high stats for I think what made this particularly exciting about Parrish's team is not having those options and still kind of keeping control anyway. Using huge universal Limo, which is the world's most flexible Pokemon, is sturdy enough. I think it'll be cool to see what players are with. If I played this tournament, I'd like to say I would have won that, but I didn't really see anyone come up with like a skeleton. It seemed like they were all like a piece or two away, and like, maybe something we've seen already is going to be the team that wins the world. I still think I want a little bit more, right? It seems like it's missing something.
Yeah, and about the stage specifically, I mentioned the flexibility. For some, it feels like one of those Pokemon that can do so much for a team, but the flexibility really comes from how you play. He's really weird. And they were saying things that you can do it so but it can also be right to be able to do something about it. That makes sense because obviously we're also as we get stories about some like in all of the main stage, I think that's really interesting. Then it's that you end up seeing that teams getting like with their trigger and because of the other one choosing is
so we kind of selling myself actually. I just like it.
No, just like the one that gets played out.
I didn't really put like reverse layers. I thought I was kind of laughing watching this game on stage where, in the old days, 100% of the time, your Landorus learning form is trained to survive the ice beam, right? Like, why would it be now? Only as Cresselia does. Cresselia used to be almost certain architecture here. I used to, I think more frequently I use ice beam with the put together stuff. So it's interesting when we see it again. I use a little bit from the outside. It's close to my heart, but finally I like I use double battle and double one of the big differences between this format and this format is fast Pokemon. This is something I was curious about. Like, do you decide to go first or second the other time? kind of the fast that he gives us the bad stuff. Bad stuff. Sorry, Tornadus is like, here we go. Different Pokemon that used to really drastically better now. He's loving it. Seemingly the reason they overuses it.
Yeah, it's also kind of wild to me at the very beginning of Scarlet and Violet when we saw the like 10 years too late, and now here we are, and Cresselia seems like a really good pick here at the moment. So it's really cool to see that Cresselia actually gets hurt. At the time, I know a lot of us were thinking, why is it getting hurt now? This should happen a decade ago.
Okay, Orangula was going to still sit there as number one pick.
Put some respect on North American Junior International Champion Oranguru's name.
Yeah, I asked. That's why I'm putting it above Cresselia as Union Brooklyn Center. Of course, you have to draft every game, but you managed to get the result that you want. Zooming out, right, we've got a number of players at 4-0. We touched on the earlier stuff. One region can usually stack the deck, and it seems like North America's that region this time around. Obviously, a lot of players on day one. Is that what you were expecting, or the complete opposite?
I think it was, but not in the way that it's happening. I think it's important standings right now where North America's doing really well, but it's not the names probably that most of us were expecting, right? But it's not really the deep is like the first page of the championship because a day two, it's largely players who are the top now. I think that really just shows anybody that's made the fans where what happened before is more these squad players are like this. Who did their homework on this format? Who figured out who makes the stick? Figure smart theory for the especially on that side. No one really wants to feel
the prize cards that now are starting
you even been without the biggest names carrying in some matchups.
Yeah, I totally agreed on that. Coming into it, I actually really messed up today. I know I'm biased as an American, but I did look at that team and the crazy vacation match. Players who did quite as much because they but like championship points.
It may not be a big deal. Maybe you're just trying to one of the things I've been doing.
You're right, it actually is surprising that the game's so fun. Not really what we were expecting. So it's going to be exciting to see, obviously, the players that we've been following might be at from some of those bigger names players in that championship. So the day is not over. They still got a number of rounds left. In those last couple of matches qualified for day two. Because nobody asked how you did it. It doesn't matter if you go undefeated or if you qualify. All you have to do is qualify.
Yeah, you make the required number of wins. That's it. You're in day two and it's a brand new tournament. You're able to be in the mix, to be in the conversation for how you take out world. So you've got some frustrating to play. You play day one in a format like this, get a little bit of practice with the team. Is that a burden or a dream to these players? Which way would you rather?
Well, you're asking somebody who's too old that we didn't even have day one and day two. One day twist and then we played top match. So, yeah, but to me, if I were still competing, it improves your odds so much. Even though I agree, it does help get those reps from day one to kind of prep you for day two. But at the same time, in this Pokemon anything can happen. There's so many really strong players here in day one. I just would rather avoid that and qualify straight for day two. If I was able to. Of course, in North America, that championship point rate is absolutely insane. So it's easier said than done. But if I were still, yeah, it's going to be exciting to installed, and there's a lot of existing caliber players here in the game making this really
That's exactly what I was going to say too. I did the QA thing,
especially when it's getting that lower floor. You have them try to pull it out, like
I kind of had the year to 2 days experience, but I really missed out on the most of the way through. That being said, on Sunday, there still is quality of players. In fact, anybody who showed up in the game time was nowadays day one, players it always feels bad because they basically play players are really good. The day one players versus the day two players. It's the sure thing that the day two players would really have to win they didn't want to clear by quite
We've seen multiple world champions on stream already. There are a lot of world champions here in day one, so it's just going to be an incredible remaining couple of rounds here to follow. Just who is actually
He's had 3 of those in this game.
This is what's going to
Now they have some backup on ground. He's just laid that bait.
part of the atmosphere. I'm proud of those so many players.
That was necessary.
Yeah, I watched that. That was incredible. Absolutely amazing.
We've all been having fun in there for the World Championship for a decade now, but this year's just a little bit different. It's like the spectacle that we're going around tripping over the road. That's literally if you're not paying attention to this. Statues, fun graffiti, various Pokemon like that. Just gets fun. Different worlds for 3 days. Just never did this, right? The world in Japan, I think
The atmosphere is incredible. The amount of things that set up the events absolutely phenomenal. It's really, I can't even hear the English play. Being here for 15 years in the video game already. This is the first year where she's actually been
Yes, and the weather's getting taken down to our own right hand. He's jumping the one in to use it. Nairo has to quickly dash on out as he had to shoot and slash to try and take them.
Event is fantastic. We've been talking about it long term. There's even more from every I think it's actually right that you can see the events so far, so I think I can see a little bit more of that. To do that, we've got to finish up the game as well. Really good break.
This is quite a good turnaround here, but perhaps Smalling can deny those 16 points. They need to take now. Intelligent is here because you have Sableye. Dora is super slow. You do not want to get caught out right now. He is left on 3 points. Uncanny will be not having a back out, I think. On our 32 right in.
I would be totally scared.
They are going to take it down quickly. Blissey tries getting that done, but the Perishable ends up stopping it. Now they are trying to make this push. They want to create that space. We have the Lexus Express being popped on out, but it didn't hesitate to use that surge.
I wish I could say I was super confident. The winning road is me. Absolutely working
That video featuring Emilio Flores is so funny because Emilio Flores is sitting at an undefeated record right now. At 22 Pokemon World Champions. Yes, Aaron Howard, the strength of his stars.
I'm so excited. We were looking through the pairings. Of course, you're getting to a point where players are very close to locking in. makes it easy to move on to winner this whole day 2, and that's so nice. We don't have to play anymore. You can subscribe. Really just call there by skills that on the volume so far here. You just go for the first shot. We've seen a lot of players that have such a level of experience with other people. So the level of competition is so high. So maybe it's something like honestly, the World Championship, I feel like every time so there's so much pressure on the line, but Emilio's been part of that. From Emilio, he has won how many rotations for the last 13 games. Which is really something like that. I know across the
what was in the bag is incredible. Who likes to have a gift to pay
yeah, he is truly just on another level. I remember I think last year he had eager to see what he's brought here, and we actually have this one in particular that really catches my eye.
I can't wait to talk about that, especially about the airport.
Incredible awareness by Arrow for the bison. It's going to be it's going to get back all the way down as Arrow shook body slam to get the knockout.
Yeah, he's actually being tornadoes. He might be a little I think one thing that's always there's this kind of joke that every world champion is either not in the top game or championship or the Japanese. Like the Japanese championship is so strong. Exactly, yeah. 2013, for example, this game was the 3-second world champion, so it's really great. The best Japanese I think I'm so excited for this matchup because they both actually have fairly similar last one. I think one of the things they for the World Championship, the way their games will slow down because a lot of them play. So I guess that's the next level. The thing is, how no matter what has an effect, I guess a brand new significant attack. I feel like every time I click people, I'm just like, wow, how am I doing so much damage with this move? Like, this is absolutely wild. Other supported moves, for example, set up the weather. Very exciting, yeah, because then
No attack drop again.
I think one of the main questions I had is will tornadoes because they're still like at a certain point she may be a weaker one because a lot of people I think what's also interesting is that so many parts back there actually up
gotta play it out.
I think that's but yeah, the main thing looking at is of course that ramble gas because what better matchup when you ramble gas than when you're up against something really interesting that you can well and if you're someone so I'm really hoping Emilio hands down but I think this is quite similar in some ways just
like that might be a Pokemon that can be good, but still has some disadvantages that kind of suffers from super high and you also just have I miss those like one of the first looks like a perfect
I'm really, it just makes me so excited. Like, just, you know, when we knock out we look through a lot of the top players and we were throughout and I think Whistler's is really using very easy. But this round, yes, I yeah, both players obviously have to be feeling great. You're 4-0, you're one win away to go. The worst feeling would be to go so obviously it's amazing to just get that win immediately, get that spot in, and not wave press. If you lose here, you know, then it starts
Shadow Ball does
it's a great spot for the players, but I think this match very similar board to me get stabilized into the other hand has
I agree with that, and I think one of these Pokemon that we're seeing in these communities is not even very sarcastic. Like, really go on to the first year is possible player. All I can kind of understand is when it is targeted on there, we're going to have to be and I wonder how we're going to navigate that because look at like Flutter Mane. I know the G went up so
I think my main question in this match is both trainers. Do you feel fortunate that right? Both of you are pretty fast. I think often you want to bring tornadoes to back. The point that was made might get processed and you could one of mine. I would love to see Rambo set up big but this is a really solid set for both teams. Love the back and forth this game here. Then the center thing is to get immediately as their MVP, for example. Yeah, I think I'm really paying attention to the dynamics of the company and it's not really this talking about around it, but you're here we go. And at 37, it's a big draw. They are killed by right one.
Talking about how Ambient 7 exactly. And kind of like itching the trigger finger a little bit and you see it, maybe you have to go on forward, but that's where the scary face option
So we don't even have to open up the worst part is you already need to distract us from the answers. I mean, it really feels like Ambient 7 went for that poker pick strategy and we swing back and grab multiple stuff. It just seems to be lining up this way. Ambient 7 did go for it.
Yeah, I think Scary Face caught our eyes immediately when we looked at one of the team sheets, and then we looked at the other, and they're like, they both have Scary Face. Honestly, that's not good by the good team. I think a lot of players just getting because it knows actual damage, and you can just change up all critical voice. But of course, it's going to be right there. So one thing I'm really looking at is give their message to help them maybe a little bit faster to make that right run. And obviously that can be really nice if you get that from a player. I can remember when I was playing Hitman actually tried to grab me with that and if you manage to Amelia, I thought it was easy to escape conversation with 1 HP. So I think that's there for the 27 to get a little bit better get out of danger. Nice out exchange. Ready to go. We're going military here.
Oh no, that's it. Brendan wins. Yeah, Brendan cameraman, he's going to join another moment in date of the world title. Congratulations. Getting to that 6th win. The crowd is strong. Save line.
I want to see more Pokemon. Has been one of those players for myself that I was so much. The thing is, like, you never have to grab a signature Pokemon. You just hear one of the different Pokemon. It's one of those things. It went really well on the bottom side of the season.
I guess that's the thing.
What I could
It's all rounds. Is it the same sound? Is it this or is it a
so what I am going to mean the vintage so I do have a piece of fantastic. So I can see a world change. Like, okay, you know what? I am this matchup. However, sorry, I'm sorry. In fact, they take so much position. Gets the chase down like Reggie able to escape. Until a solo lane comes to the house where it tells me that the main thing is I'm really too many stunts will sequence sort of the ice beam with them down in that spot. Not able to escape it. Already voice macro seems to have a
yeah, so I mean, it's a Super Bowl, right? And have one open.
In a matchup like this where you
have some basement Reggie that is about to score in 10 seconds.
One thing how about
and now the ladies as well. They are dominant. That would just want to score. No, I'm scared of it. Second, but I think I need to be scared of it.
But it's also interesting because the careful and defensive even allowing so many smaller scores happen on that kill zone. And now they're going to yeah, I think pro players now are ready to press in line battle. And to me, the first thing I'm looking at is so many targets as they're trying to collaborate with the knockout there. And the Phantom is stuck down again. I think one thing that points up now, Reggie, they have an even bigger experience lead. Voice have its way on this video.
There's definitely a way, and now they are going to run studies to possibly get that as that creation is like amazing. Wait up first, or I later I think Fox has, or I do go for it, and I thought he was and engaged trying to get something.
You could, yeah, but it's really risky, yeah, exactly, because like if you bring it in the back, you're basically saying, now, I think there's a world where you can but the question is really only 6 seasons. So I think it's a really good question because I think all my people call it say, oh, I agree with all and I know you have brand lessons. I mean, obviously, one thing to note is that so if it's hard to is that so I think, yeah, it's a really good question. And so that's one of my questions as well. So I don't potentially maybe really important is the last right now deal with that is a good question, but yeah, I'm really curious. I think it's a lot of pressure.
I agree. So let's find out the answers to our question as we get into the best of 3 matches.
Yeah, I think things look much better for us this game.
We're going to have to see the automated tornado sitting up on the power side, and it's going to be the tornado smash with a
Well, we did get one question answered, and that's were the tornadoes going to get 11? The answer is yes. So let's, while we get reconnected into the game, let's dissect things a little bit.
Let's talk about it.
Carl leads with his one. He's having his a choice spec set, and obviously he's on a lot of I like the idea of these One thing I was curious about was like, hey, out the way so in those scenarios, it's already you expect there's one that you really look at and start but then it's just
there's actually a lot of players so I think
water may be out
take the red button and really shut down by that soul blade. So I'm sure that was really good. And I think this team is starting out as well. Is very happy about seeing
I want to talk about a Pokemon family.
Totally, yeah. I think like, just even seeing the lead from a meeting, like, oh my god.
It feels like every tournament, somebody
one of the things to note is that does not have to keep up the fighting, right? But I think you have to be so careful because try to get I'm really excited to see this game ready because there's overheat on the slot, and the other main has this slot with Barry Harris, because Barry Harris is last in the shot get a knockout, right? So there's going to be so much going on just on and the question is who gets the better advantage? I think one of the things about making his spot Barry dancing in the second game competition. What do you need to do with the competitive so you could if you go well, I think one of the other things that these showcase some great talent is with lack of this matchup. Well, what can you use which out into like the only answer really is a little bit we didn't go through
been in the either way so far. I do like it's really nice to have it.
Yeah, so now they just mentioned that we get into the stage. Your brother is already there. So how does it feel to just prove to everyone your estimates might be the time of this month?
It feels really good.
Yeah, I think just seeing the way they like flying cars one of the main things that I'm still wondering about is really just how I think I'm right? Because I think if Emilio, for example, had a faster but if not, then the more many stars that he and that's a really big deal because in a matchup where you're both using KO and whoever just has what is the fastest Pokemon with the fastest speed lead set generally has that
This is a tricky one.
I'm playing through all these scenarios. It's like, oh man, if Bramble gets led, you know, it's like game one hasn't even happened. I'm already thinking about like, okay, what if we see another lead, like following game one? What's going on?
I feel like the woman that has like all the equations going through her head, like just staring off into space, trying to figure everything out. It's definitely going to be maybe some. I think there's going to be surprises, right? There's so many scenarios you can work through, but I feel like there's like an oddball strategy that will both players push up with and still figure it out.
One other thing to note is like the series phase. So I'm not sure how relevant that will be, but the main thing I'm thinking about right now is that like so if you are a player like this player, then if our European was played as very Harry Potter and then Blue Blast that's really cool. However,
Pokemon trading card game players in all age divisions. That is time in the round. You may have +3 turns. After 15 minutes, raise your hand for a judge if you need clarifications.
Kind of weird spot. I think it's safe to say, you know what,
all the space they could have ever wanted. Look at this. Anthony 7's all the way back in their bottom tier 2.
Yes, and they are just lumping together. They are possibly going to just be a wrecking ball, but it's also a dangerous position. You do not want to be caught out by one big solar blade in a picture.
Right, exactly. And dissect this chance to shine.
Okay, but what if? Maybe Emilio is expecting to goes with the type like and then goes with the scale of the tornadoes. Then you're faster, then you get the toss off.
I think what's interesting is it's just so risky to do anything else. Like Sunny Day,
able to stick together, support together, stick together, stay together. Like now it's just a matter of getting things done. And you have 1,280 notes. If you're 180, you either block down to 200 and go to 4, or you're Sumi Macro. They're going to have to turn around and get into the extra numbers.
The back is the knockout after the game. We couldn't have really made a tougher position for them.
I think one of the big questions
is and all of a sudden this team of Latin America North now has a fighting chance here.
Yeah, where would that be?
Just a big find a way to score. Right now, all they're trying to do is break that reflex shield.
But I'm just thinking about like 15 seconds left in this match.
And I think I generally think and I mean, you would expect anything less from the World Championship, but
you're not always going to get
they still are in there.
I think it's one of the facts against the wall and Norway's away in this age. Coach moving to the final and make that game their own.
Honestly, yeah, it's like the first wrestle at the end.
Leaves the ball away to Macro. Now this matchup is tied 1-1. To break that one all down.
So I really believe it. Just looking at the matchup again and revisiting the idea of whether or not this is going to play the point card, I think that's going to be because of the buzzers most stick around. And with Windrider, that's trickle down, sort of like that medicine, it's immune to all of the type moves as well as heal with whatever that gets activated. It also gets a nice play.
Of the goal zones are destroyed.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting is the basically, I was kind of theory. Okay, let's see what's in this practice, right? Well, against winning this water bracket, the focus on like I think or just like your focus on so you have to go really safe, goes in there at this last spot. Could also be so the decision then my question is, no defense ball either sets a knockdown. Right. I I think what's interesting is, you probably worried about that Ramblegast, right? So I would consider actually bringing the Dark Earth strong down for that one answers. Ramblegast are good at our way, but kind of so I would be very surprised if what one would consider being I believe both players now are locked into the games, and we are finally going to get underway with this very first game.
Okay. I'm crossing my fingers. That's all I can say.
We talked a lot about what can happen on turn one, so let's see. So many things.
There is only one way to find out. That's to see the turn one play out here as we get the run back. Please, it's going to be the Tornadus and the Fluttermane versus Emilio's Tornadus and Chiyu. And we've got ability, so let's go ahead and give it up for Chiyu's Beats Brilliant to activate and actually get it to this game one of the best areas. This is round number 5.
Alright, this is still really scary. I just think
agree that this is the best option.
Yeah, like, when you see Emilio on the design,
No, I want to. We'll see who is right.
Here it is. I think this is probably going to be that very
I would assume so. Just to be able to help Fluttermane deal with any also make sure that he's still fire attack immediately. So we're going to see a lot of big damage coming out of this Fluttermane. But that's the protect I was talking about. Big easy to protect from Chiyu, and then you also get a chance to scale what he's set up. Maybe. But it's about the response from this Tornadus, which is going to be a tailwind also.
Yeah, I'm really curious which is watching out.
I mean, either way around it, you're going to be exhausted. There is something to be said for not putting any more time. I don't care.
And it does! Okay. What a huge survival! I can't tell whether or not maybe Lou wanted his presence to go down, depending on if there's something in the back for a free switch, but you also have the ability now to
very potential possible play opposing side. So yeah, just locking that in immediately. What is Kenrich's response here? What will he switch into? Overheat. We got the Chiyu in the back. Okay, so let's see. Is it Chiyu? That would be AD Iron Hands as well. That's going to be Iron Hands.
Yep, Iron Hands is going to hit the field here, and hopefully the Assault Vest is going to be enough, because you still have special defense from Chiyu that is going to mitigate some of that special defense from the Assault Vest. The Pigment Storm first is going to be able to hit the Tornadus and Chiyu to knock out Emilio's Tornadus, but it's time to see what this Chiyu can do, and it's going to be the overheat. It connects into the Iron Hands, and is able to do that to the Earth. Not bad.
Definitely not bad, but I think are definitely doing a really good job of blocking and letting. And there is the Ramblegast in the back, but right now, really good job of not letting this one recognizing how difficult it was. As we leave it, now let me know if you'll at me on Twitter. No, it actually I feel like the camera would be really blocked it.
It's always you were about to point out. You know what you're going to get. It's getting very, very consistent.
You still have to worry about Fluttermane just back to the outside.
I know a lot of people
Especially having a nice world, which is just a bit harder.
but it's probably got to be the lowest it's ever been. The other people equally
Even the Traxion,
I've seen it.
The thing here is Ramblegast is so bitter in this position right now. He is swapping out, and if it's a Fleetwood Sword coming out from the other end, Ramblegast is going to get an attack boost from it. So Ramblegast has hit the field. Windrider is going to give it an attack boost immediately. And there's a healing phase immediately onto the Fluttermane. This Iron Hands has speed invested here. Okay, still going to be damage going on. First, and it KOs the Iron Hands. Oh, we're just trading damage for damage right now. Okay.
big knockout there onto the Iron Hands. Now all of a sudden, this Ramblegast is in a great position with the tailwind.
It is, and one thing to notice, Legends, Tornadus cannot hit it. So, if you bring out the Fluttermane, well, yeah, Fluttermane can target the Ramblegast, but you can catch your Tornadus out, and then Ramblegast can just go for that arrow, arrow blast to that slot. So,
yeah, it's going to be very scary for sure. It's going to be the fourth and final. Still potentially you should tell the side to bring out that run. Could be the Fluttermane, but you got a ton of time here. This is a big defense.
Yeah, absolutely is. And I think one play I like about it is if it is starting to do, which it is, now how do you get more of a run back? Right, so Darkness is going to have a lot right there. It is supposed to sound like you're seeing a video. And so you are able to
absurd catch like it does to players situation. It's like, but it's important together. It's like, one of energy, you throw something like the 40 squares. I guess you can take neutral damage to my
But a flutter game's in a rough position, right? The genius gets very easily shot with the as well. So you have to consider that as an option, whether or not you're going to preserve flutter main or that flutter game doesn't really feel you have enough information to hit it when you know it's down.
Definitely, and I like what Emilio's doing. You're attacking against the very turn. So with that very turn now, how well I think one of my main questions is, we can slow.
No, it actually helped because the counters do less damage. That was just focused on the last moment. That was the one key moment. It really panned out.
Okay, and Gravel gets the attack boost from that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tumbleweed, I guess that's what I'm going to say here. Flutter main now is power weapon to their so the text is going to be very, very important here. Flutter main now gets to also go for the dazzling lead as he doesn't take any extra damage. I feel like Emilio is still at a thin right now.
His Julian looks like a deck that's like really bright.
It doesn't look crazy. So I think you can try to go for the attack there, which was definitely going to knock off Gravel.
That's going to be one of those
So right now, I think there's a way. I think there's a way most of the time let's set up one more. Maybe that so now you're question of who you target. Don't roll with the Gravel Gas because one way to mess up points looks like you get one way to power with the other right here and say, I think right now
definitely he's going to start to get really high
and I think
wins this series and he's sliding this losing bracket.
Just that here.
Nice front damage attack. It just gets brought down to his focus that here as Emilio's Flutterman is going to hang on. But it doesn't get the target. Just one way to knock out that shot. We're going to end up seeing a first down. We have the absolute coming out of here.
It's going to connect those most stressful parts about using Gravel Gas power. Not supposed to act hit this right now. And it does connect. That's a one-hit knockout of Flutterman. And it's a 2-1 now.
The world gets bigger and better every time.
Oh my goodness. He doesn't get over it. He resists it. Also, the best of the
Floating above this. Yeah, and let's not forget,
yeah, I think the expectation should be that yeah, and then the other question is,
wait, stop going, okay, oh, it's gonna get that out of the way here.
What's huge about that is that if you don't have light rising,
It's gonna be 3 points.
exactly. Now, yeah, the start's supposed to be going regardless. Points on the win right now. Exactly. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Goes into the air, keeps
Oh,
going.
did it go for someone twice? Okay. What can we do? No
And we're in
finish.
close combat to finish off the Cube.
Oh my goodness. What a first game here. Travel's something mad. You got to attack with the flutter as going to that era of the early game. Needed to let you into vulnerable to that shadow speed. Once and then different games is now great. But that's not really cool. Of course, you never know what's the action. What a first game.
That is so
International Championships. In Game 1, Mazapitas
Yeah.
his glorious surface complete total of users Shadow and Relatives,
You want to make sure that you capitalize on those teams as much as
This is where your goal goes right there. Yeah, your goal is really you are not going to make this lead whatever means possible. As currently 1v3
because it has knockout this as well.
I mean, it's
Shadow Dragon is this safe because it can defend the most powerful championships in the world.
Finally, it's going down. If we have to get it back, not on the doorstep of tier 3. And now, we super efforts, they are being the wrecking ball that we saw in that last game that ended in 7 trophies.
We can intentionally get teams as meta
Pokemon! Trading card game players, welcome to round number 2. You have 50 minutes. You may now begin.
versus Team Dumbledores, Shadow Dragon. For Game 2, Team Dumbledores catches his Shadow Charizard in response to a Shadow Swamper and demands defense for Game 1. That's a defense selects the same team, while Team Dumbledores chooses the Shadow Dragon, Meta Champ, and Team Dumbledores leads Shadow Dragon, and uses a hit once again to KO his opponent's Meta Champ and control switch of one. Here, Dumbledore Team players are very well.
What if I feel like Scarecrow was able to shine with those? So what should the team found out? We had to go the both of those down to demonstrate that. There's still capability as well.
And so it still comes down to also
But the true skill is recognition of the game and focus of the other teams.
There's the Terra that will
Team Dumbledores wins both rounds. In this series, Team
But now you have to look at how the people who's going to respond to it. Right into the bramble nest, run down the bramble
Here's wild as well. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Coordinated
yeah, it's not Twitter right now, but now you want the chase on the side. Go to raise down to give Flutterby get a chance to switch in. And Flutterby's also looking pretty happy with the other Pokemon that are on the other side.
Yeah, that was
I think it's also supposed to
what's offered right now.
Yeah, right. But again, that's all so back in the day.
Still at that full Pokemon stage, with a minute left to flow into the 7th. They need to make it through. They either need to get some backup teamwork into this sub-T1 pad that you have, as you are waiting in that Togepi poured in.
It's like it's a to try and break these shields. It is just great under Burger's first round. Koizumi I think another interesting component of the voice effects, there's still that Terrasol Golden going back slowly. So you have to think about that when walking into this move, because he's the final super Katana. He has nothing else.
Absolutely, I think it has to be around. It's going to be very, very good. Expect Shadow Ball from the opposing side. From Yoshi, you both to make it flow with Sucker Punch right now. That's
Terra Enemy does that's the last line that NT7 has. We gotta wait just a few more seconds to see exactly what's gonna happen.
Sucker Dazzle probably says,
wow, that's a lot of damage. Dazzle will go first. Be able to bring their team down to its focus down. But what's the response here from this Flutterby on the Katana side? It's gonna be a Dazzle team as well. That is going to be the match. Those two for the title.
Yeah, that was really tight. I mean, I thought they could have
that was such a incredible moment. Seeing that character just take on Flutterby, and it took so long to take down.
I think like the main reason I see that is that for the knockout pictures, it felt like it was impossible to knock out what the Arlo is getting like Macro's home base, because every time Anthony entered into the tournament, it really got the world immediately shut down. That it came down amazing Macro lane,
It's hard when you put in those conditions.
They use it for nothing else. Their reputation is kind of called out like 4 different scenarios of how this crowd, they are obviously cheering for them and everything it is as live to see. But the player of this game for this match is not easy, and I think that was definitely well served on that side.
Earning themselves a couple of players in the game in this match, and the money water power was so amazing to watch. Unhandled, waiting to see what the other result can take. They earned their spot. It's going to be a big fight, even though they're jumping to a very short break, and after we come back, no one and everyone should have.
For the knockout, and that's exactly what. And when you walk in a hand like we're talking about with that pivotal.
You accept it. Yeah, accept that there are sometimes just sad circumstances that could happen with that. Like something like practice, but that's the game.
I mean, you are.
That's wrong. Really do have that chance to miss. But relating some of these moments with the game of this match, I mean, let's take a look at how much damage.
This is one that you don't know how it's going to happen. It's someone online right in the
Yeah, absolutely. And Hershey Boo in charge of the knockout stretch of the game.
That was kind of what I was about to say. But this was one of the ones, even when I know I struggled back to get I think a lot of people forget this.
I really think Amelia had a very interesting game.
This is such a cool Pokemon. I agree with that.
And if either of them actually got attention on the game, but that's the dynamic of playing the boy so fast because like there's very little for error if it's like
And both of these players are so good. Like they're so good. And even though that misfortune did happen for Gilly, you could see the gears turn.
He knew Golden Go, he's like, that's the adjustment, and it was misregistered, right? Like, got an immediate lead, there's a lot of damage.
World Championship that
Yeah, I think they really recognize it.
In fact, last year in London, there were lots of players playing solo community.
I'd be shocked if
as opposed to like,
yeah. Sometimes after seeds, I remember one of the biggest things so far is team building and picking for those days. Like, they get right off the bell.
It's a great deck for ladders online. It's very, very quick. You can get lots of games in a nice time. Yeah, losing players probably be don't get the love in TCG.
Yeah, it's like, what's the expected value, right? It's like, you're getting some hits on the history and stuff. So, that's just amazing. Like this, but I thought the whole game I could see, like I said, you have to one, but and then they recognize that
I would say
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
pronounce it a certain way was correct all the time right now.
And congratulations again to that win.
And I've just found out right now.
I take this card for
and Amelia, of course, is now 4-1. She still has silver chance. Alright, it's a big deal. The Gravity National Champion last minute match. Is doing a little below his expectations. Scott is going to
blame my corner Connor is pretty close to doing that. I'm blaming my corner.
And that makes it even more exciting as well. Like, once again,
this is what I think
I would say Stock's commander is on this team because Scary Beast is there on the team.
Yeah, I said shit came to back.
Like, Sunday, that a lot of people ended up coming out of that community, but that's a whole other team. And just to see all of the, even started, okay, I guess that one might be a little bit more unorthodox, but still, from other view expected.
It is funny because, like I said, I'm talking about Taunt, as we got it. I was like, bro, like, Taunt's going to be a really big deal. And then I'm just going to tail it. I get it. It's about how many players can go for that. For example, in that second game, yeah, maybe you get the front up, and then it first comes out and has fake out pressure, right? And it's just not you tail there. So I thought it was one against the world, and I thought it was out like this guy something isn't
I don't lose this one.
I do think it's been maybe already back up if you would like. But overall, yeah, like these teams switch advantage again to an umbrella. Like, no, this time choosing to switch advantage. And that's very different. This earthquake should knock out these teams. Can switch. The Iron Hand is really critical actually. Quite a bit, but you're not going to hear this.
Oh, you got it.
Yes, definitely. I mean, this is why this archetype, especially from Emilio, was
We should have stopped it when I said we
going
could
into
stop it.
regulation.
Because until then, I
Tailwind
was
with a lot of
100%.
offense. And this is kind of one of the...
My other question, I was thinking about
this one I don't.
I saw instead of like a back blow on Ramble Gasslot or sucker punch, we ended up seeing best hit.
I'm very confident about
I was wondering if saving it, catching it. I'm gonna guess like she would have hung on with the
I think that's a good assessment of that situation for sure. But never trying to get squashed out. One thing is for sure, we do have an interview with clear of the throughout the 5 matches. Very sure
maybe you have to go for a bait and then a shadow ball, but that is a launching fashion. Flying out in a tough spot right now. Into our bronze bracket. In the same receivership, so we're just down here. Wait a second. I think he got a little bit too confident, and I think this is a knockout. And that's coming.
I mean, you have good luck in I have good luck and I've never actually.
You are, because these 3 lanes of play are very much The one thing I'd like to ask you about
Single striker she plays was easiest for the test, and that's why I decided to choose her.
Thank you so much for
Let's all enjoy ourselves.
Thank you so much, Kintaro. Good luck in your next round. Congratulations on your win. And we'll go back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Lee. It's always great to hear from players. And just the fact that you got a chance to speak to already, like it's weight's off your shoulders now. Go relax.
Got a few hours, you know, a couple extra hours of waiting. I think one of the, it was even a taxi in the middle of the venue. Probably can't really really hit the guy on it, but it is they want us to count that there's the text right there. So either way though, just take it a day 2 is great. I think so many players like making from the wow, he just really just gets the grass
Yeah, I think we all need a little bit of a break from that one too, because that was a super intense battle. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we've got Swiss round number 4.
I think he's going to survive through the next half. So it's going to be here for a long
Well, tough they compete against them forward in the brackets. Congress setting up for this matchup against Holiday. Well, Secret is down 0-1 right now in their group.
Let's say basically trying to like their overall demeanor. They hold everything to coming visit and experience the Japanese summer. I think Japan's really going to put it on the heat. But yeah, not to surprise me. We do have that home coming up. It is going to be on stage right now. And actually, when also actually, to my knowledge, by the way, as a historian for the day, Owen in their Belgian being one so prominent at this start, really having a couple of huge monthly finals matches and they've had a especially now that he's saying anything else. But now after overrun time, everything else is going in a very different manner. That's one thing I love. Choose to play the right race. Take the same strategy regardless of if I'm not mistaken, this is Steven Daggett. Steven has run out 2 rounds and very agitated down, so I think also landing the back quite a little bit. That's an interesting matchup. And there we got the advanced leadership in the audience of Carl. Specific player feature as well. This case for Pokemon as well. It is now turning 2 with our 2nd anniversary event on the channel. That's going to be the game's second anniversary. Rune down by 13
no reason you wouldn't ID. So all of those players are very much looking for start your path because all the time to what happens. Don't check in the week night dog. This is down comes the make sure to use that get up here before expires and celebrate the 2nd anniversary with all these free gifts. Don't get the time right now. Like how it goes up the game, but the thing that is for everyone team is the women's champions in that underway. Group A is going to be no one seems to play at this point.
I mean, okay, to be fair, anything is I swear to you, this I think is one of the group that has the widest ranges of not only just like a bunch of really high skill level teams, but the widest ranges of different regions and regional play styles that are matching up against each other. That really you have to I'm very excited about with this at the end of the drive from definitely known for having some interesting plan strategy. Nothing surprising as far as
Last year, but now they get to kind of showcase their talent with that group of seems like the final selection from Secret Team are going to be Obion on the team, Mario and Rikabari on the Revenant.
Very interesting. Especially, I mean, the part is certainly interesting one here. It's actually a lot of really interesting picks as well for the final pick.
We've already got a number of players.
This is a lot of different role plays, make something cool.
We've got a few more rounds, a few more players trying to do exactly the same. I can understand the day so far, and I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, the rest of the day will not disappoint. Speaking of not disappointing, he wasn't satisfied by joining us in the round. He wasn't satisfied by getting his opportunity on a series to play against Aaron. Raymond and it's great. It's been 5 years coming out together, and we're essentially busy to have you back.
That's going to go down a lot of the best. There's actually a lot of someone in both of these teams that you're very familiar with. So I'm excited to see how they do with all the changes. You know, I'm getting more of this.
I'll just start looking down every single round. He's going to be
We're going to put the skill in the cake, which is something that's right with the Revenant, and still favored by the East, coming back into this one. And then,
we're at that point where
H/Slash making their way here to the championship stage. You know, I'm just not a sword to the air right now, but I'm happy to be proven wrong right here. This is a big game. Secret Chip's in a must-win situation right now. But any team can do it. #1 team out of Japan. Secret Chip, your purple team. Let's start this thing out always with your orange team.
One thing about Secret Chip that we can say is when back against Rick against the wall, that's when they really come play swinging and are able to deflate big punches, rally back and push deep in these tournaments. We saw last year, you're seeing at the tail end of the WCS Season 2, and Secret Chip is trying to rebuild that right now.
Right now, this is where it looks like it's you don't really but this is right here. Very interesting strategy coming out from them as they have listened to this top matchup here. And here comes a very early on 9-Tails.
Although the 9-Tails is early because it's split half left. You don't have to overcommit too much. Let them have an impact in the path. That H/Slash is going to need help right now just to on edge, and it's got some Lucario. UCS Season 1 top half match.
I mean, a lot of our Pokemon have been but it is back. It did receive some buzz recently. So the question is, did actually hit final shape? We've not seen a lot of teams pick it up here to the
This is the first time we've seen you and I got the best here. We're able to turn out to make it stand out.
Jag ser att det är så
It's going to bully gets free value here. They can take anywhere. That's a win, but mainly they're wasting time with the biggest level Pokemon on the side of Pokemon. They're going back after existence, come right back here and just call it a stack.
Yeah, here we go. We're sitting there in the second. It's actually getting extremely low right here. Having to back up and being chased down right now. But no, actually able to make it out of that situation really, really close. This is something that Hoopa can do that we do see somewhat often. It's just this grasp of the center area.
Really want to get very well when you back and forth. The guy was going to tick over now. 5 really have 5 that you have a 8. Let's tick over a 7. Now, nothing's really aligned.
Secret Chip trying to push this match here. People are probably set of this matchup. Interesting, we have Secret Chips right now. So later in the match, if they have similar goals, if they both rank top and bottom, you know that you are behind. However, they're giving themselves a great positional advantage as this first player down here in game first last player you're under nice big wide guard coming out to boost it into the same side as they fight and pick up a huge KO here. Picking up a KO against the half-page KO, and that's Secret Chip for break that knocked out. I would it's going to be a similar to the red chip. Typically, you know, taking far seconds on the it's like you face Secret Chip. And here we go, going down. Nice secure here. Just jumps on it, and Reggie does make it into the school zone. Not a huge overtake on the side of the moment, so it's actually a little closer. Wow, and you actually see she walks at this point. That's just so much better. The blood red is start beating forward. It's so on that speedy neck. And here we go. Melissa getting very, very low, taken down by this Extraction Matter. You've seen this fight continue. We have our special attackers moving in from the side. Oh, no, getting taken down here. Nice big snipe shot. And they're continuing this fight. The Italian misses right there. Let's take this one here too. Once again, getting vision for Italian right now. We may have a snipe shot. No, barely misses. Nice shot. So it does really moving target. And that tends to be true.
I was only casted. I thought that he was trying to find a hero. That was better. The moves that has but now we know for the side of Secret Chip. Puts them up now 106-154. We have 1 minute until right hits this map. And Secret Chip, as we said before, they must win situation. They need these games to stay alive in their first stage. Right now, they are in. But this really
We've seen it here he has the Iron Hand fake out. And other than that, there's not really a full moments where that really got out. It feels where really take Giovanni's dragon. Normally, you might see a certain normal. Just now ticked up to the Giovanni's dragon. Also, is where someone is trying to fight on that break point. However, if you're looking at the other side of the map, that is a little not as essential. You do have
just get knocked out by it was pretty less an idea. So being able to avoid that by and large, which honestly not being super present compared to previous years, it just definitely seems like maybe it's time to shine. And obviously the changes to snow as well, like moving away from that tail concept, that just seems to be something that really got picked up on. I know Joe Brown was working in America is preposterously large fan of he has been a big fan as well, so exciting to see how this one is going to shake out. I mean, it's going to be nice, and things are going to be getting exciting here in Video Game Championships. There's the Abominus Snow with its snow warning ability. It's partnered up with Trigger Out, but it's going up against Iron Hand and Air Shaboo from Giovanni.
However, it is quite serious risk here to do the opposing version. That's a lot of damage. You're either forced to switch to grabbing out or go for a trap to make it early, which is usually the high ground line to be if you do go for that and then target it as well,
that's a really nasty pin actually onto the Trigger Out, unable to keep yourself super safe. Obviously can't do the classic, can't just protect unseen physical, it's rules that one out, so forces the hand a little bit from the side of Patrick, which is exactly what it does. He is scared of this situation. Let's switch that Trigger Out in exchange to an Iron Hand off his toe. I really think the same Iron Hand toe is interesting as it takes the Wicked Blow really nicely. Critical hit, not really mattering how much punch damage. Abominus Snow will fire back with the Blizzard though. Well over half onto the Air Shaboo, and then a good chunk onto the Iron Hand. Giovanni's Iron Hand will make up that difference pretty promptly with the Drain Punch. Abominus Snow getting his energy drain and dropping below half.
Yeah, it's a really good switch in because that was a pretty nasty thing you had there for the very beginning. That Trigger Out and Iron Hand covering that rapidly. Potentially didn't really went for the Trigger Out instead on top of that. I think it was a really smart call because we saw how much damage that Blizzard did that over and it doesn't lead to a KO or having Slay
and he needs to protect himself this turn and avoid another Blizzard to cause that problem. But the Air Shaboo not going to do anything this turn as it's caught by the fake out. Giovanni is making sure that it's going to stick around because the lead storm coming out onto the Iron Hand, maybe it's eventually the Abominus Snow was switched out by the guest pack to bring give it another chance to keep moving around. And here it is, Ray. He wants to see it. It's going to be Articuno. How much can this Pokemon do? How much wiggle room will Paseo get out of it? The Drain Punch Giovanni's side once again heads into the Iron Hand and he brings it below half. But honestly, one thing interesting there,
Great turn. This is the thing that Gardevoir players are afraid of. Being able to pull this off just like take a turn.
I like what you're doing. You're leaving the first two out.
This is detect actually from the Air Shaboo, making sure that it's not getting caught too short. Articuno will be firing back with the Blizzard. It's not going to catch the Air Shaboo because of the detect, and it will do once again a decent chunk of the Iron Hand. Iron Hand from Giovanni's side, firing the Drain Punch towards the opposing Iron Hand, seeing how much it can recover. And then of course, the Iron Hand on Patrick's side, Drain Punching it right on back. So it's going to be a slow exchange between the two Iron Hands to see what they can do. So Giovanni knows all about that right balance. He knows about the slow play. Maybe they can play a game without the slow in play. They'll be able to target it down. That is probably what it is.
Yeah, I think so, and I think that's why Patrick preemptively should keep on out for that. He could reset that though, because when you're playing these kind of hardcore joint teams, it does tend to be a long drawn-out battle. But there we see Wicked Blow, and it connects.
Yeah, Wicked Blow landing a critical hit on Articuno, but not even bringing it below half, as Urshifu will be knocked out by the Blizzard in retaliation, and then the Iron Hands brought nice and low. The Iron Hands though will wild charge. That is the Articuno caught so low. 2 hits through the Snow Cloak and the Bright Powder, but it's not enough as Iron Hands on Giovanni's side will fall to the opposing Drain Punch.
And Adam, this Articuno has roots, so potentially it could heal itself back up if given the chance, especially with Snow active and the Bright Powder item. That's a very viable opportunity, and there's only 2 Pokemon remaining. This is a great turn for Patrick.
Patrick putting himself in a great position there, getting a lot of damage down with the Blizzard. Even though the Articuno wasn't able to dodge moves, it was still able to stick around, getting the, of course, the boost to its defense from the snow, which was just enough in the face of the two physical attack as well. Mainly, of course, the Iron Hands wild charge just fell short. Let's see if Articuno can buy itself that wiggle room that it needs.
Yeah, the thing is, though, I mean, we saw the speed boost come out from the Flutter Mane. That's just going to be lacking a little damage. The Dragon, on the other hand, with Choice Band does exert a lot of pressure. So, Giovanni is threatening some big KOs here. The thing is, Snow's up. Like, those moves could miss Articuno, and that could be over. So we already know Dragonite, I mean, it's super vulnerable.
But if there's somebody who can make Dragonite work, it's Giovanni. Yeah, it's Giovanni Costa being able to put that one to the catch of the bench. Rigor will come in though, making sure that it is protecting itself against that extreme speed, right? It needs to be careful about this one. There is going to be the immediate personalization as soon as that Dragonite hits the field. It comes the flying type. So being able to drop the typing will help back a little bit against Articuno, but it's still going to be a lot of damage. Let's make Moonblast. Misses.
That's huge.
That's the first one, but Teleblast will follow up from this Dragonite, not falling for the extreme speed bait. He's going after the Farigiraf. It's not enough for the knockout, and Articuno is free to Blizzard back. Super effective on the Dragonite. Gets a freeze as well. Dragonite is frozen solid. The snow is stopped though. This is a big turn. This is the turn where you need to potentially get that snow right back. You want Snow Cloak going as well as the Bright Powder. But this Dragonite is in a really sticky situation if it's not able to thaw itself. If it can thaw, maybe Captain Robinson on switch in. If the Flutter Mane catches Articuno, this could be a big swing. This Articuno has been putting in work.
Yeah, but this Flutter Mane is free to fire off the gleams into a lot, but the Icy Wind comes out. That misses too!
Icy Wind, not even accurate enough to begin with. Doesn't even get the knockout on Farigiraf. Does drop its speed, it doesn't care about that. Dragonite is still frozen solid. And here goes Articuno getting itself well out of danger with a huge bruise on that turn. Back up over half. And Farigiraf sets up the trick room. Wasn't able to get knocked out there. This Articuno is about to cause so many problems.
It already has. I mean, the freeze on Dragonite, the double avoid keeping itself alive, getting the roost off to heal back up. The Flutter Mane again speed boosting, so it doesn't have the kind of damage it needs to take out this Articuno in time.
Well, let's keep the Articuno safe. It's the whole strategy basically on this team from Patrick Donegan. Gets the snow back with snow warning. Does have everything going for it now as Dragonite is easily felled by this Blizzard. The critical hit just really rubbing in to Giovanni's token Pokemon on his team, being able to cause those problems. And it's just up to the Flutter Mane. It will Moonblast and it will miss again. That's the third miss. There's nothing Gio can do at this point. It's got to go to game 2.
Yeah, we see right there. That's the thing, right? This is the best of 3. I know being in this kind of situation where you're going to get unlucky throughout the game. So at this point, you just have to, if you're Gio, stay calm. That was only game 1. We've seen already throughout history, I mean, Gio's Dragonite, the living legend, has been doing the like that where Gio can't let this process or be able to come back in game 2 and potentially 3 and go back to his strategy. I mean, he did get a little unlucky there. We saw multiple misses on Articuno and the freeze. You just have to go into that game 2 again and just hope that that situation does work for the Pokemon just don't get unlucky.
Well, Gio got those hit successfully onto that machine, they weren't enough to knock out. Then there was 3 misses to follow as well. A real tough break there for Leo. Just not able to find a way around that. Who knows? That's what he's got to go back to in this moment. What can I do?
Especially with this aggressive part on the strongest early game goal characters. It's all that knows it did win out. He wasn't to react to I know Iron Man is here. You have to go that much different. To really buy spacing for Pokemon, get up in the lead right away.
Really interesting because there is a potential Minecraft switching where the Flutter main is super likely to but this is exactly the situation where Iron Man needs to make up for that that guarantees him being bad. But you have that Minecraft stack that active version of something that's legally in my
yeah, he doesn't even look at the other cards.
See the other 3 cards battlefield where you are trying to also basically the change of look at immediate translating onto this ring around. Picking up getting game 1, it does go over to the water type, but then you know the Pokemon over on Giovanni's side against Lady with a little bit more out of the try to get the job done. There's the move blast into the Iron Hand. He doesn't quite get it below half. They never got the attack. That's the move Wicked Blade. Now it's a water type, but it's not going to be a knockout. Ring around is pretty good here. There is the wild charge into the knockout. Considering those up, good start really quickly.
Yeah, that's really good. He's able to get a lot of steps. He's going to have to withstand and five versus so big to figure out his steps, but in the end, not like to see on every other has pressure. Yeah, when it gets on stage, you don't really switch it. And this is champion actually has how it is. You don't just look for an opportunity to land it. It's so unlikely to be able to fight against it. So I don't know if it's really going to have a expectation that you might have to sacrifice
People target that, not the people are talking about it certainly cause problems. But Rough Stick's job is trying to get out of that, get the opponent's get that snow warning set up. Pressure Food trying to buy some of those slows. Will be they follow suit, protecting as well. So we'll be taking 3 consecutive turns, but it is giving Captain time to put the ball to exactly what it's done.
Yeah, it's really nice. This guy's a rapid fire pace and now it's not as big of a deal as having they've also taken the top we saw him at depth and stride rates here. 60% showing out, but they also hire him like you say, nice. I mean, the position even is without still threshold trying to pay for Giovanni. Just check the last takeout. Let's see what he's looking on the to continue to edge it around. But this one's going to have to decimate this gun front. And here comes TCG. We see Joe nodding, last little bit of good read there. Maybe I'm getting a little bit of the gun part, but take part of it. Potentially
taking a little bit better with the use of that assault. Really going to appreciate the damage showing up there. So here is that with the great help to the opposing corner. Also, Blizzard gets the button in just the way hard. So really, it's not stopping out. Put it down and start racking up. Great punch from Smash. But yeah, Hamilton is just critically already lost one of your players.
Yeah, Iron Man is now, and here we get in grab already, strong is done for she, they saw that as well. But we just saw him to double up there, Dragon coming in, and that is obviously a risk to Blizzard here. Blizzard was really strong with the shields that they have last year, but I mean, if Articuno still waiting in the wings with this year, you're just trying to chip everything down low, and now he got rid of Butterbean, which is a big problem.
Right now, the match ended, even though the goal's the same.
Once again, and blocks the extreme speed. Armatail says no danger to that one. The Bomber Snow will get brought down. Nice and low by the Drain Punch, but no extreme speed. That's not enough for the ground to knock out. Yeah, stretch your judge. It is multi-scale, so we'll be able to take this one, but it's definitely not taking another one.
No, but Iron Man's still able to fire off the gate there, get him up too low. I mean, this is Giovanni's doing his best, so I'm down. Trigger brings it again, expecting Patrick to team and mostly expecting up. Iron Man's still sticking around after the
It's a game changer.
I'm sure you can. I think it's going to be a couple of times where every
I really doubt the whole thing is that we made Iron Man there for a little bit. It's really awkward down there.
Well, he goes to the trigger off, not given that opportunity, immediately taken out by the wicked blow. It's a nice move to take off the lane save, really to let people going for backwards. Closing out, aka Geo's rain punch, coming out down to just a 3v2 situation, but this is probably the perfect team for Patrick. I believe this is the turn where this goes fire. So we're going straight up to Bombasnow Articuno versus a combination of Aerosmith, Iron Hands, and Dragon
So like I mentioned, all this shit comes down to Articuno, and one thing about this Articuno,
Pokemon trading card game players in all age divisions. That is time in the round. You may have +3 turns. After 15 minutes, raise your hand for a judge if you need clarifications.
We'll take out the extra food, we'll bring the Iron Hands pretty low as well, back under half, so a straight up 2v1 charge here as Ironhand's wild charge will connect into the Articuno, bringing it just below half. Ironhand's, of course, takes the recoil damage. Feeling pretty good. Dragonite comes to the field. Giovanni's mascot Pokemon. Is this going to be the Pokemon that sends us to win number 3 here? Because it cannot afford to take another Blizzard. It can't take a Blizzard. It can't take a freeze dry. It's got one turn to try and hit a vital move. Honestly, the Ironhands can take a Blizzard. Dragonite can't. It really comes down to Blade Powder, Snowflow. What is Articuno getting up to this turn?
Yeah, the defensive one coming out from Iron Hands can take a Blizzard a little bit better, but again, it's going to come down to can Articuno survive this turn thanks to Bright Powder, thanks to Snowblow. If it can, it's potential sheer fail on Iron Hands next turn. Outrage misses!
No, Outrage isn't going to connect. This is all on the Iron Hands right now as Blizzard will tidy up on that Dragonite. The Iron Hands, of course, with that 5-round Blizzardization, takes it fantastically. Will the follow-up Wild Charge connect? That is the question. As it does! Articuno is felled. No dodges this time. It's game number 3 to decide who's going to get day number 2.
Yeah, that was a great game. Moving on, I think we did see Articuno's signature on the back play this game. I think that's right. But also, Iron Hands, that's the massive advantage of this package setup. Giovanni, who was looking like that, where Patrick had a lot of pressure. They're just so on Waterman, but Iron Hands being in the back, having to come and save me. Big key there was it underfed. Patrick Myron was great punches. Heal back up. Heal back up. Iron Hands on the back. Heal all that trigger ass. Senior type of ways visually laying on Iron Hands great punch. And Gerald's almost Blizzard's away with this. Getting the show. The Drake action really I can't take advantage of it with your spin.
That's one of the things that's being Pokemon. Being able to sit in the field with your turns, your Assault Blast helping out, again, Articuno, Trigger Out, and then of course just being able to go to the Fire type of stage because it's really reliant on these Ice types to be able to put the pressure down. Right? In previous formats, just Blizzard every time would be enough, but now we've got more defensive tools to do a little bit more. Maybe thinking of how good that Ironman was in game last 3, I want to see something a little bit different. So much side of Patrick, is he going to put it to something like the team that both of which have been trying to shoot those sides of set?
Oh yeah, of course. Polygraph does have a slight shock already. And seems like a great number to just kind of be in the entire setup between watching these balancing it out after that trick room and something one the best it's just not a great spot if you're program, and I don't know if it's really just big enough to yeah, I want to see something to know for the grad. I don't know so now I'm heading game wrong I'm pretty on board with stopping out this case for something that's going to fail a little bit.
Yes, the trigger helps, but at the end of the day, if you're not getting hit, just a matter of Geo reverting back to the combination of LGC and Fluttermane. Patrick's going all in with the pair that is the focal point of this team that is connected a bunch and Articuno trying to cause those problems. It's really a case of how long can Articuno sit on the field and would a double Blizzard with a small don't just get readily knocked out, which is a concern for these Abomasnow right now. What are you able to do about that?
So usually the strategy is to focus on Articuno's target, especially when you have both kind of info punches that counters against it. The thing is though, Blizzard can always freeze, and Patrick has your choice wants to go for that. I fully expect to see a Blizzard here, and I mean, if they're going to do a decent chunk of Ursus move, perhaps put it about half HP, Fluttermane can kind of bounce off it, but still, that's a lot of damage.
Well, the Abomasnow is scared and is switching out for this Ironhand. Fluttermane will move us into that slot, and Ironhand bought just below half, right off the bat, and the special attack drops in. Assertion move doubles up on it. Ironhand switching, immediately punished by Giovanni. The defenses are dropping jumping, that's going to make life a little bit easier for the side of this Articuno. But getting a Pokemon advantage here is huge. Articuno's Blizzard will go in retaliation. Urshifu is brought very low. Ultimate takes it pretty well though.
Yeah, no freeze, which I think is key, but we saw what that turn one was kind of a bit, like I mentioned, you want to ignore the Articuno, pin that target to that ally Pokemon, you have Urshifu the bypass protects it, so whether Patrick edges, whether he stays in, there's no good option there. He decides to sacrifice Pokemon, but he has the ability to get the big Articuno, but again, don't look like he's still let me see a Terastallization come in.
We had to see this poison Terastallization immediately from the Tinglu to keep it safe from both of the Pokemon on the Giovanni side of the field, so you can't just get doubled into once again, because then that would put us in a tough situation. We're going to explore this as we go through the game. Vladimir will keep himself safe with a protect, doesn't want to get caught short in this turn, as that's moving the 10 as well. So Giovanni getting great information here from the side of Patrick. Again, we're going to see the Blizzard shot there, then it's going to be the follow-up from the Tinglu, just to see exactly what it's going for. In this case, I believe it was the Earthquake, which is free.
Yeah, this is great. Not only is Tinglu protected, Water Maid while the snow is using for physical, but also works out for 1 for 150. I mean, was that Iron Hand for reason? Now Iron Hand is used for Wild Charge, which is going to do a ton, but it's also going to be Iron Hand can't do it off with Drain Punch, and it's actually taking rebate out that Wild Charge, which is like a great adaptation to deal with Iron Hand, but we can see right here how it's feeling with like perfect. Flutter Maid being speed boosting with Tinglu on the field is just not running full damage here. Urshifu also, now that Tinglu has which also not getting a ton of damage, Articuno just removes it back off once later down the line. Saw how much damage this does. Game 1 it does, you know, it's a little bit under that. Right now, there's like, we need to see what Giovanni has in the back.
Yeah, well, there's the Shadow Ball into this Terraform from Tinglu. He doesn't care about that. Urshifu will follow up with the Wicked Blow, bringing it below the half. Articuno goes ahead, fires off the Blizzard, and will be freedom to do so. Thanks to that flying type. I'm used to seeing this move next to something like Zapdos, but it's actually going to be next to Articuno in this game. Not affected by the Earthquake, but there's the Flutter Maid taken out, so Giovanni is down to his last of their new Pokemon here, trying to make his way to stage 2. This isn't the all and end all. There would be a nice way to do it. Give yourself a bit of rest. You start to heal up with the leftovers. I think we're going to see a very close end to game 3 here, right?
Yeah, the leftovers could start the battery, but then you protect, get a little bit of extra healing. If this Dragonite's coming out, especially if you get that Rigor out.
Oh, so it's more defensive pairing here with Giovanni. Not bringing the Dragonite to support him so much success in the
yeah, but the Berserk is a good adaptation, surprisingly, to deal with this Tinglu that's now Terra Poison, because Psychic is going to be threatening a lot of damage with it now. So Giovanni has damage to kind of deal with the Tinglu. It's just going to be a question of is he going to have enough to deal with this Articuno.
Giovanni's game plan is kind of see where it's going, right? You want to force the Obstacle to come back in, but before the snow is up, then as soon as that snow is dropped, that Articuno is busy picking up with no Snowflake, and just relying on the Blight Powder, and of course, the defenses has gone away. So Giovanni just has to make sure he doesn't cause too many problems as to keep himself safe and keep this Iron Hands around even longer. We're going to see that Terra Fire. So this Articuno just isn't threatening it right now. There's going to be a lot of work to do. Tinglu does just decide to protect himself, so trying to keep himself as safe as possible. Articuno will Blizzard, but it's not going to be threatening knockouts right now. We've got Hyper Voice, so probably trying to protect on the side of Tinglu is seeing how much he can get done of the Articuno. Nothing. It's going to dodge this one. Iron Hands does not connect with that Wild Charge. It's going after the Tinglu into that protect. So it's a good turn for a little bit of recovery for the Tinglu on the free side.
Could end up wearing Tinglu could now possibly take a while there. Tinglu getting Articuno's damage with Blizzard, with Iron Hand, really extra fire type. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we see it go for a tier 4 on Iron Hand, because that's really going to be the only way he has to take it down. It looks like he might actually go for that. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for him to press the funny button and see if he's able to get a knockout on Iron Hands. Otherwise, he's going to take whatever way, Sting is about 16 turns to knock out the blizzard.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you have to go for this matchup. I feel like you should be targeting the Iron Hound matchup first. Iron Hound is the threat here. Trigger out hard to get to stall out your route. If they do hard and you don't care about it, you gotta go for it instead of the Iron Hound. If you're going to it,
let's see. No, not able to connect it on that turn. Okay, you might have more chances. There's the side shot we were talking about. As Tinglu is not able to really take that well. Figure out will lose some help, but the wild charge will follow up. So Tinglu is down. It is going to be that lead back in the field at the end of this turn for Patrick Donegan. This is his last hope to try and get through into day number 2 in this one. Of course, there's another opportunity, but perfect timing. That will take before him enough time. Winning another 5 turns of snow. That means we're getting another 5 turns of snow clone, and we're getting another 5 turns of boosted defense as well.
And possibly another 5 turns of seeing a circle connect, because that's what it's going to come down to. That's really the only way that Patrick is going to have to because we know that he's pretty much deal off the bomb, although he's got a solid turn higher. But it goes to the Blizzard, let's see.
Yeah, he's trying to wear down this trigger wrap. That's going to cause some problems. The Hyper Voice will not hit the Articuno. The Abomasnow will not take that kindly either. The Iron Hand is now given the opportunity after that's going to be the Blizzard. So taking down the trigger wrap, Iron Hand is the last hope here for Giovanni Costa. Let's see. He does connect the wild charge onto the Articuno, bringing it down pretty low, but it's going to need to keep on doing that. This Iron Hand, though, has plenty of time to do it. The Earth Power here could definitely help out. I honestly think the Bombsnow Articuno might just have it, assuming it's just not able to cause problems. Bombsnow protects. Yeah, let's see. Articuno will bruise. The Drain Punch, though, will go into the protect of the Abomasnow, so not able to get anything done that turn. This game is dangerously close. Abomasnow feeling pretty good. He's going to try and land that Earth Power. Another Blizzard being covered here by Patrick. Needs to do it a little bit quicker because this snow is ticking down. There's a Blizzard. Not very effective. Does get it below half. But Abomasnow follows up with the Earth Power. That's still not enough. The Assault Vest has been huge. And there's the Drain Punch. Abomasnow tanking that one up. That is the boost from the snow coming in clutch. That said, we're on our last turn, I think, last couple of turns of snow, and there is a lot of work to be done. Articuno will just Blizzard. Iron Hand is able to take that, and here comes the Earth Power.
Should be enough.
That's it. Patrick Donegan punching a ticket to day 2 with this Articuno Abomasnow. It's been able to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge all the way to day number 2 here at Worlds.
Yeah, we saw in game 1 it was able to avoid so many attacks, but even in game 2, or game 3, I mean, it was able to avoid multiple Hyper Voices there, and Abomasnow hanging on as if it had an invisible focus dash. I mean, that was huge because that Earth Power was then able to finish it off. So, incredible set of matches there. Super excited we got to get that.
Yeah, not being able to get that knockout on Abomasnow was huge for Patrick. Being able to keep that around, that is how good Snow can go right now.
Yeah, so we saw the defense boost come into play. They're not only boosting up Articuno, they can take those hits, but we saw Wild Chase pretty much sizable chunk, keep up with their life, but more importantly, on that final turn, that Abomasnow hanging on.
Yeah, I thought the Abomasnow was going to go down. I thought Articuno just wasn't able to get the knockout. I thought one Earth Power was enough. At the end, yeah, he was going to work to go because he had Earth Power to do it.
Yeah, but I think they have to take that on, so Patrick's adjusted there. I think the ultimate thing was a big deal, because even though it didn't look like all that much, the frustrating part of Smyre can't production you have to wait until you
Pokemon trading card game players, welcome to round number 3. You have 50 minutes. You may now begin.
We almost have level 13 on this new card.
that was bad so much. If anything, it was more of a negative in game 2. If we are getting the game that we should give on this, it is going to be really strong against Shield, and it shines as depth of not around and it's used to but there are players who may experiment based on the snow archetype in regulation games previously. We used to see a lot of Blizzard setting up these really fast games. This is the difference here in regulation games. It's not very reminiscent of what the lost when I used to be the beat large chunk of sandball right now next to it's extremely frustrating to match up against. I imagine the part of the line is exactly right now. Even if they see I break the shield, I'm never sure what's the reason or because it's really it's not a bad one. I think once the shield goes down,
but I think they are winning this game. The ones that will give up secret ship on the way out. Now that it's secret ship blocking the sunset, right? The secret ship is such an amazing team. Taking it was number 3.
And actually catching a flash on the ground. I mean, it's still neutral, but you know, I don't think that damage will be a lighter damage. However, I just play because the knockout is the most useful Pokemon. So it had more opportunities for at this point in time. You shield or just expect, oh, you are the shield that but that's where she is.
Day 2, secret ship
No, they're not keeping their dreams alive, trying to keep it going. They said, oh, stay here, baby. We win games. That means that secret ship cannot be having power that particular game.
If we do, Patrick has you secret ship
really hit their stride here in game number 3. As you can see, took an amazing fight right away to push their advantage to the side.
I think it is. Oh, can you get the ring attack down, or is the sky attack going to reach? I think the target is going to reach it, though, putting it pretty close to
Welcome back, everybody. I am joined with Patrick, who now has advanced to Day 2 of the 2023 Pokemon World Championship. First of all, Patrick, that set was crazy. How are you feeling, man?
I don't know if he makes that jump or not, too, because the Shield might be expecting that to win.
Let's talk a little bit about those games. I think game 3 specifically, you made the adjustment to bring that King Lou. We went for the Poison Terra. That end game was so close. The bomb was supposed to ride with 2 HP. You missed your goal, of course, as well earlier in the game. And so, what was your mind thinking in that end of game 2, especially when you saw a bomb, or game 3 when you saw a bomb was going to survive?
And then the drag, that was maybe one of the few shines that Secret Ship had here. A self-goal zone siege to try and bring some balance, but really helped.
Definitely. You mentioned that your team has kind of RNG components. I want to ask you how you really came together and built this team, because I think it's easily one of the most unique teams that we've seen on the stream today. So many cool picks. Even Team Blue itself is really falling off. He's obviously a boss as well as your third round. So how did it come together, and why did you choose this for this event?
Probably knows how to play the
It's just amazing that Joe just has answers for everything that Rob Robinson was back. If you run ABB to try to make something out, but Jodo ran ABB
And this matchup is going to get a lot of
exactly like I
this energy from Lexo on in the background Pokemon. How do you balance with Rob Jodo?
Definitely got the job done. Patrick, I want to ask you something. You mentioned that this might be your last event ever. You and I played against each other at a regional championship over a decade ago. You've been playing this game for a long time, and just made day 2 in what might be your final tournament ever. What does that mean to you, man?
I don't know, but this is getting from bad to worse. Rob Jodo, you can tell he's a little unsure about this matchup. What is going on? And no debuff though. It's going to be pretty nice. Rob Jodo keeps trying to catch up. I can't walk on the back shot. But I think Rob Jodo is riding on the wall.
You actually knocked me out of it. So yeah, you see, it's good to feel the way back. Congratulations once again. Great to see you do very well.
Absolutely. One final question for you. Obviously, you'll be competing tomorrow, but had tremendous success today. Any final thank you, shout out to you about
Entre muchas comillas, es como un
It's really just a high-risk, high-reward situation. Unfortunately, Rob Jodo is a very high-risk situation.
Thank you once again. Congratulations. We're going to be taking a short break.
Amazing. Well, Patrick, congratulations. What a way to make it a day 2 tomorrow. So excited to see how you perform. And thank you to everyone for joining us for this interview. We'll be back shortly.
That's something I think about. Yeah, exactly. Especially Melanie just naturally finding a way into the deck, and also I know he's way strike, so the champions are really Oh, he's on the bench. Oh, sorry. Regulations just how it is.
Like Patrick mentioned with Articuno, there's a way, right? If the RNG goes in your favor, and anything can happen. But it was a very solidly built team. We saw their team just swap playing from I think is really smart because Pokemon that you mentioned, like always give this to your child
kind of way
so Torque has a fire type armor, not only can make massive special damage, but has a fire type on his armor. Golden Doe as well, being a steel type, resisting Blizzard, but also fire type damage there. I think King of the Basto's doing with that range adaptation. I realized just a few days before the event, was very low. See two Bastos saved by St.
I really enjoyed it.
Didn't go great. Didn't go great. That's one last game. We'll see how it goes.
Pokemon trading card game is strong. Can you tell you as an experience? Whoever loses here is here we see multiple there's like two different rounds sound it's a ground type, but there's now another ground that is making us more adaptation. The justification.
The World Championships. She's got an Irina. Irina is going to go for a switch.
Here we see the switch. That's it.
With Palkia. Cyrus is in day 2 of the World Championships.
Cyrus there is so just deserved, right? Like you win the NAIC, the biggest tournament I think ever outside of Japan. I'm not 100% sure. It might even be the biggest one in general. But you still kind of with enough points very close to get that immediate day 2 setting. Yeah, if anyone deserves to win this game, to win here as they wanted was.
No, I absolutely agree with you about that. I mean, clearly, there's a lot of small players that they want the World Championship, the World Championship. But I agree with you, winning the biggest tournament ever outside of Japan, and then not getting a day 2 invite, having to play through day 1, does seem a little bit like, you know, there are going to be people watching going, wait, how does she not have a day 2 invite? Well, now she does. And I don't know, I've always thought there is something about going through day 1, winning 6 out of 8 games, getting that confidence. Finally, we've got the question on does she stick with Jet Power and then choose does she pick Jet? But yeah, I think there's going to be an awful lot of people watching at home who are
any pressure they might have felt throughout the year. Chaos
Gabby Snyder here to help you get prepared for your next Pokemon Go Championship Series round. Whether it's your 10th time entering or your first time, here are some tips you can use to maximize the resources available when building Pokemon to use in your battle.
Then the pressure is able to higher, but up to this point,
you need in order to build your player pool. Stardust,
maybe there's a just switch to a complete different deck and also win with that deck. I think it
with a couple of small changes you can burn too much off with that. Stardust is used to both level up Pokemon and unlock secondary moves to use in battle. You typically earn 100 Stardust for each. Bonuses given out for weather boosted Pokemon and the first 6 days. You also can earn Stardust for most tasks in games, such as opening gifts or fighting in the Go Battle League. Pay special attention to the end of season bonuses for the Go Battle League in particular. You're able to hit rank 20 or higher, guaranteed at least 90,000 Stardust and an Elite TM for your effort. By using a star-based item, you get a 50% boost in any Stardust that you earn in the next 30 days. That's possible with your first extra deck, egg hatching, or the end of season Go Battle League. You can multiply how much dust you earn very quickly. TMs are used within Pokemon Go to teach you
where I expected a different metagame for day 1 and then it was not. Well, I have other decks that I want to switch for like the metagame time. But just and charge time, which changes one to 2 possible charge times. And then maybe you could, I think, I'm very, it's you get to hear about this, you probably freshly at least 2 rounds. There are also elite variants of each team that let you choose an attack to teach a Pokemon, including those only available during Community Day. You should save elite TMs until you have the perfect Pokemon to use them, such as teaching a Shadow Swapper Tiger Cannon. You share some unique together in Pokemon Go, and like Stardust, is the best of teams
hopefully we can get some answers to some of these questions. How do you decide whether to stick with this or day 2? We can actually Cyrus go into day 2 World Championships. Now we need to hit
This is their last matchup. They have actually won
double
both
teams
these matches.
matches.
Just made it.
You also get bonus candy when touching a Pokemon that shares a type with any Pokemon you currently have Mega Evolved or is currently undergone final reversion. After you reach Trainer Level 31, and you offer your buddy Pokemon
I'm very happy to be back this year. It's a pleasure to be back. I mean, I watched more games earlier out in
Find yourself up against it here in this context.
Rare candy and rare candy itself are special variants of candy that can be transformed into candy of any
And get you ready we will. With what, you may ask? With our insane art skills. Are you all ready to play a little game where you choose a Pokemon to draw, and your hope is that the rest of us can guess what that Pokemon is quickly? How confident are you all in your Pokemon drawing skills?
You know, I was watching everyone play this at NAIC, and Joe Brown was on your list, and he was like, Iron Hands and Gaster. I just think of myself as the team sheet era of drawing, where it's not going to be good.
Okay, alright, good to know.
I think we're maybe a bit close to the mispronunciation that's related to European championships.
Okay. Good. I
450%
boost.
See, I'm the word nerd. I would much rather do pronunciation than drawing, so I have very little confidence myself either. But who wants to go first?
Yes,
We all went that direction.
I'll
So,
go first.
okay. We pass the board.
I'm gonna put this down.
I am absolutely loving all of these canine games today. Definitely a popular attack amongst these teams.
Looking for inspiration on what Pokemon.
Okay. All right. Let's see if we can get it before and we can copy it. Where does someone start with the Pokemon?
To make sure to stay up to date on upcoming events,
Okay.
on your social media of choice.
It's a lot. It's Rick Ways out there.
Tatsugiri. Oh no, there's four memes.
No, I love it.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers.
Which Tatsugiri is that?
Oh, I never learned the four memes.
Yeah. Very well done. I think that works. There you go. Perfect. All right. Here's the narration. It's a shame for race. Very well. Yeah. We can't hear you guys unless you have the mic. But we're saying following this up is going to be tough. All right.
You're on the big stage. You had a match that just didn't quite go where you wanted, so you get a good chance to leave this big mistake, and that's exactly what they want to do.
Is it some sort of marine mammal?
With the little shadow that's like Oswald. Yes, Oswald! I saw his little shell.
Very well done, actually.
Yeah, very They're just doing it for fun. You're up now, you couldn't get away with it.
I apologize.
Here, I can hold the other side of the board here. Alright, ready?
We had two one times. One is got a great
I know. I believe.
then they're just adjusting point. You're not really in a rush right now. And they certainly don't want to just jab something
The gulping, was that it?
Yeah, that's a skill they picked up.
Dolphin's close.
Close.
I appreciated the hit.
Yes, that was very good.
But it's not a your win.
Alright, we need the eraser. Who was I going to draw?
Sorry, Swallow. Most of the nothing.
Let's throw it back over to the caster.
Great power stance hold there to make sure that DLR can engage and get out of there. But I'm curious, DLR picked this rapid strike in the face of LeFay, which you can easily just take rapid, obviously, they're out there to absolutely fold like laundry. But keep in mind further on, and DLR is going to have to engage with that.
Of course, I wondered what kind of glacier are we going to see both military
After the second year, you already saw it. Thank you. Thank you. The straight on face is an easy thing to draw.
I already had adjusting well to
back over to that side, huh?
Oh god, impressive moves that reveals it's like water gun lands, and the second time we've seen it today, the first was
This is the strategy.
very classic Pokemon team as well.
Will we have another water type on this side? It's got your Eevee. Oh, it's Flareon.
But the Galarian stuff is able to land an Earthquake. That's a powerful attack. You can have little damage and
something on. Oh, cute. Smiley face. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. We keep going until they say it's over. Give us a hard one. Excellent drawing. You're really putting us in danger.
Trainers out the field. Only you can rescue us by battling faster. I'm blinking into the camera. I'm supposed to be rescued.
Apologies if that's coming through on the broadcast.
Alright. Do you have something in mind? What? Hey! Wow. Okay.
I also feel good.
Can I have the blue? Try one that I think will be very hard to draw. I figured if I did the teeth first.
Yeah, the teeth are pretty good. And the blue, like,
I don't think I have the... I got a track. we still going? We've got more Pokemon. Think of another one. Keep going. Right, let me think.
Fantastic lantern
Passing it over.
earlier on, eating up all that energy from that Umbreon. We also saw him use that rock slide to bring that Deoxys so low. Spanners
It's really hard not to do this first pass. You accidentally assault another pass.
I know, those two months are.
Right, I'm gonna make this very simple.
Up to that foul play, so there is some damage available to the Umbreon once that Medicham comes back out. But just milliseconds apart there. Going into game number 4.
Hey!
That Cyrus was so close to that victory.
Yeah.
Just made a
I
couple
figured we
of
started
misses there on top of Pokemon. Face off against each other on the field.
Using their fatal
But
force
make
to
some
actually dip
adjustments here.
behind, get a little bit of
Maybe
space on tempo, and let TLR step up and say, tempo, if we get back into this match. I'll take it topside though, I think we get the KO streak of 2, and Shane Orr came right back as a matter of fact, and across the left side.
Our sloppy little fire boy reigns supreme.
I'm outnumbered, right?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Really?
It's interesting.
Yeah,
Sorry, all the
fire.
quacks.
Sorry.
Having to live is practice.
I'm gonna do a quack now.
45 seconds now until Rayquaza hits the mountain. It's secret way ahead.
Whoa. That's amazing. We should just make you do all the drawing. Yeah, you should just keep drawing.
And the rest of the team line up behind them and engage in the way they want.
I haven't felt this out class since the last time I played in the Go Battle League.
Those again,
Look at the nice range purple as well. A bunch of different types, different generations. Yeah.
the Shadow Lord and Ninetales did not quite find its spot on the field.
I'm trying to think of a really obscure Pokemon that we never even tested on
Like
game.
to does make me wonder if that's something that Saber could try and pull back into maybe sending it out along with Ninetales a little bit earlier to draw out those dump hits so his counters are still available.
Looking for the buzzwole. Tempo's trying to hold their own.
Oh, nice.
Trying to keep wheels going. They can get a pick on TLR.
Just a big round belly.
Unite move is used. One player down
Pokemon
now
only
for 15
consists
seconds.
of
What's the
small circles, which would exhaust the list.
Okay, I'm gonna do one.
That score, they are still behind in this moment. Maybe they feel like they don't have a way to engage on this fight exactly
I'm proud of us though, because we're on a
It
roll.
feels to me like this is a missed opportunity. You just isolated and KO'd such an important member of Secret Ship, but then you don't take this fight.
I mean, everybody's thrown in the blender right now as the Snowball comes out, the Try Unite comes out, brings run bound. The stuns are there. Still, just one player down. The alone Ninetales is so low. Can't keep finally getting KO'd by Ophion. And now Nemo is just
That's the one.
Thank you. Alright, that is all. I'm so sorry. I know you want to draw more, but you can't. They won't let us. Let's put this on the floor. Before we go, though, we're going to look at a few tweets. People have been chatting about the World Championship League that they have today. Oh, look at that. Dear Don saying slug infestations on the desk at hashtag Pokemon World. Where's the king of gas?
Love to see that. Thank you, Derek, sending in
They're coming back. They're down by 15. This is an easy guess to close, Bragel. The first 100 burner bang. That's it. Good.
There you have it. That's the answer. From Defo at Pokemon World, Steph Anime, I got the Snorlax at hashtag Pokemon World. Thank you, Pokemon, for the hashtag free access. Look at that. Look at that Snorlax.
That Snorlax looks a lot better than
Really only like the shape of the ears, like barely.
Charming personality.
I love the headline. That's really actually.
From at Pokemon, you made a friend on the flight to
I'm glad someone could get wrapped up. I certainly could help.
Well, I guess that's all the tweets for us. We, pretty much, keep it too. We're having a good time here at the Pokemon World Championship. We will go to a break and we will see you in just a little bit for more action in Yokohama.
The Siphon and the Hats on to Spencer Diak, just incredible awareness there. LDS Stainer just absorbing that wasted damage.
That was a fantastic catch, and I think really pushed on you on the back foot. Sensing the Lickitung does have a type advantage with these fast attacks, doing super effective damage in both directions here. But this defense from Beyonce's does have a bit of an energy advantage and also a damage advantage with turnaround, as we just witnessed reveal relative trainers.
Well, here's the thing, right? It's defense from Beyonce, it's not HP from Beyonce, so these players are just eating away at its HP pool. It's like an experience.
I am joined here by two incredible trainers. There's no options here. And the trainer Cyrus, as they dedicate their opportunity to win as many picks to get to this Pokemon Center as possible. Trainers coming in 60 seconds get as highlights Pokemon Center down to the next matchup that Sandship would do it here to try and take down that team. Should be able to get one a little bit creative. Decides to throw it, but and indeed he does. It looks like Sanders no shield crash yet on the field for him. Will take the second bite.
Might have a hard time.
But he has used this time out of time before to see it. Starting to attack, but in quick spot. Looks like the lantern now. Out on the field against the Galarian Stumpet.
One of them can make a big one. Looks like easier because you need to put this move, set this down in the surf grade. You also need to go to the earth. This projectile towards the next one matters the most at a clean game against the Tri Series. This is the call right here. LDS Stainer needs to make the right decision. Does he assume he does? On the wrong side base.
Unfortunately, with that shield now Death Lantern has to walk outright. And he needs to that attack. Does have the opportunity to throw a surf bringing that
you're able to get really much of those free dollars. You can just see him trying to take it, trying to send it, and it's
Rockfell's going to be enough here to get the KO against the Lantern. He wants to carry a little bit of energy into this final matchup. He's still in Rockfell in the back. Here it comes. I don't know what's left up. The Sky Attack is still there.
The Sky Attack just connected the players going on this even though it's going to be disadvantage based on how the energy working right just now the knockout just has the ring attack left. The Lickitung gets to the Sky Attack and will connect as time is ticking. There is 30 seconds left.
Incredible play there. LDS Stainer piloting his team to perfection. Gets the sweep here in the end and ties the series 1-1. Heading to a decisive game for the entire crowd. Coming alive here in Yokohama's potential.
Yeah, everybody is so incredibly excited to see such a single task to stream, but it was like we had game after game trying to figure out who is alive in this tournament. This so interesting. That is such a fine. Please take the items up to the front. Let's take a quick look back. We have the link to stand you that psychic catch. All that energy from the Medicham wasted. That was such a huge move in style. There we go.
Oh, and a cheers ball too. That's very special.
In comes the clearance of this here. They're super effective one shots. Actually, put this in front of the face. I think this is a great selection, but it does leave that opportunity on the side.
Oh, I see that.
I was honestly surprised to see how many
wow, even with that voice activity, was very comfortable to come out there, but he really wanted to have they got that hand on each and has hit every 3 and trying to get more seconds knocked out or not. You want to be clear as you drive to really but the upside is there's a lot of to switch out and you see who gets that generator already able to do that. So got to dig out of the ability to play and help those right now I think the options are laying it on out. The reason being is here. Like
the knockout as well. There are so many tools to disable and heavy anything sticking at the what?
I think that's really not really worried committing. Yes, I definitely think regarding
Welcome, trainers. My name is Aaron Zhang, and today we're going to talk about the treasures of
you know what?
World Champ, how to move these 4 Pokemon were introduced to competitors during the regulation season. They had a huge impact on the game's mustaches. The treasures of Moon stand out for a couple reasons. First of all, they all have gears that some use on offense, so we can from defense. In addition, they each have a unique signature ability that stops the specific stab of all Pokemon These abilities are unlike any Pokemon As a result, you should expect most Pokemon to Let's now dive into each one's ability. Genpao is the fastest Pokemon. Has a breathtaking ability, and is relatively slow. As a result, trainers often maximize the passive speed stats and get a focus point. Gets access to a wide variety of offensive passive, ice cold fast, ice spin, Genpao's abilities show that you increases the defense all Pokemon in the field of the game. As a result, it often pairs with strong physical attack like Dragonite and Power. The next treasures of Moon is Chi-Yu, Dark and Fire. Chi-Yu is quite fast and has an incredible base special He gets access to a wide variety of moves such as Two-Blade, Overheat, Dark Turf, Psychic, Snarl, Common items for Chi-Yu include Focus Sash, Dark, Slice Sword, and Sage Block. Chi-Yu's ability to use its moves increases the special defense stats of all Pokemon in the field of the game. As a result, it's often paired with strong cycle counters such as Lightning, The combination of Chi-Yu and Flutter is super control, utilizing its strongest special attackers like Realm Within, before you get a chance to respond. Following Chi-Yu, we've got King Lu, the Dark and King Lu is one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the entire regulation for real estate, and is difficult to knock out due to its incredible base King Lu gets access to strong moves such as Heavy Slam, Frostbite, Snarl, and King Lu does not get access to any moves that will control itself, trainers often use recovery items.
Might just be a double knockout, it is! Wolf suddenly brings all the momentum back when he saves
Kinyu's ability, Vessel of Doom, increases the special attack of all Pokemon of the field other than Torn. As a result, it can be used to protect Pokemon that have smaller base defense. It's also valuable in helping versus Pokemon like Iron Hands and Gyro's Cannon to survive the first attack. Finally, we've got Low-Chi, Dark and Flash. Similar to King Lu, Low-Chi is also difficult to knock out as it has great AC incredible base special. Low-Chi generally focuses less on offense, which is reflected by its most common moves, such as Soft Play, Bone Pelt, Sneak, Roar, Drain, Response, and Attack. It's also reflected by its most common items, Low-Chi's ability, Tablets of Mirror, increases the attack stat of all Pokemon on the field other than Light. As a result, common partners here include naturally evolving Pokemon and Pokemon that also increase all 4 new Pokemon have unique abilities that make them valuable to their team. However, it's also important to remember that these abilities are also a drawback. They also lower your own Pokemon. Trainers have to be cautious when looking still good spots on their abilities when they use Overall, all 4 of the new Pokemon have great competitive potential. Keep watching to see how they'll impact this game and which ones are all time.
And even though the fact you're going to be able to see a rock like here to Gyarados and Chi-Yu, and the Gyarados is able to hang on to that. That attack drop is coming in big. So maybe he just didn't want to deal with the shield at this point. No knockdown has the energy for a more attack. He's definitely on support of that. Yeah, welcome back everybody to our coverage of the video game here at the 2023 Pokemon World Championship. Aaron and I are back to Nestle yet again to the Gyarados was not a day where the best players last week be able to win that one game to secure a detail prize.
Players, and at the end, we are now down to the final round. Of course, many players have already multiplied after going solo, but we are down to the final round. It doesn't get any more intense than that. This is really keeping it on the line. Having a world champion.
It really is. I mean, we talked about the pressure all day, and this is really the question. Can you make it through when your back's against the wall to be able to find that final in order to move forward? Because you need the 5 minutes, yeah, to make it to the other three. So I don't think that Shalai was going to have to respond to heading into the next game, but just as an insurance policy, you do need to go for the pressure and keep it safe from any type of perspective. What else is that? Real finish round 2 of
So it's just so difficult even to make it. But of course, so many players are fighting for that goal. And this last match is going to be a banger.
Yes, it is. I can't wait to be able to see this one. Because honestly, when it comes down to some, we don't know, but I'm really excited about seeing how far accept the challenge. Honestly, across the board, it's tough to pick these ones because everybody knows the game.
This matchup is only getting
exactly like
Definitely got the job done. Patrick, I want to ask you something. You mentioned that this might be your last event ever. You and I played against each other in a regional championship over a decade ago. You're playing this game for a long time. You just made day 2 of what might be your final ever. What does that mean to you?
Unsure about this matchup. What is going on? And don't keep up though. It's going to be pretty nice. I can't imagine a lot of matchup. But I think you actually knocking me out.
Absolutely. One final question for you. Obviously, you'll be competing tomorrow, but had tremendous success today. Any final things you say? Shout out to one of your hours.
Yeah, that is not a great matchup. Like I said, it's really just a high-risk, high-reward situation. Unfortunately, very high-risk situation. Once again, congratulations. We're going to be taking a short break as we
Amazing. Well, Patrick, congratulations. What a way to make it a day 2 tomorrow. So excited to see how you perform. And thank you to everyone for joining us in this interview. We'll be back shortly right now.
You looked like you had a very strong handle of things in that game number 1. Talk to me a little bit more about the Hikuian Arcanine choice that you just mentioned. Why that one versus the Kanto one?
Because what's vibrant person. Also because I think Arcanine is always a weird mind because it's worse than regular Arcanine.
Are they going to be able to take it full in? The Zords coming in. The Zord going down to the elite. But look at how many they are trading in return. That could be good enough to show them how
It's the first time for this specified, that was those means to
definitely is. We've seen great rock slides all across the competition this season. But what about hand power? Yours is very unique, and you had to scrap. So what was behind that choice?
The choice was basically one time I tried it on the I wanted to try this track because it's on the environment. By the time I was trying it felt really good because before you first a lot of there are water swims. Given that with the fancy Pokemon like the best Terra Blast from Chompa Punish. Also Terra Blast for one of the lowest Pokemon that normally is Ambient itself to so I think that's good. It didn't come much in Ambient this match. I honestly used it as just like sprinkle sword knockoff because I didn't want to click as it was actually. It felt unnecessary because I think it was
We've definitely seen some ice cream crash misses throughout the tournament already, so glad you didn't fall for that one. But what about the Urshifu? Just kind of last question here. You were playing against the dark type Urshifu with your own water type Urshifu. Were you nervous about having to play against that?
I'm not, yeah, because dark type Urshifu can snowball my opponent had the ice cream second game. Urshifu plus that is a very bad because one drawback of that Urshifu is somewhat speed, and if I shouldn't be so yeah, I was a bit nervous. I was pulling my Urshifu only because I wanted to outside into something with the block. My Urshifu not having this and made things pretty easy. Likely it didn't come into play because when his Urshifu came into the field, there was so much
Oh, it definitely was. Pokemon wanted to give you an opportunity to talk to not only the people here supporting you, but also the people watching you at home. Is there anything you can say to them?
Yeah, thank you for the support throughout my organization because I play for the people
Well, congratulations once again. Hope you're able to get that point in the next round. And best of luck with the rest of the tournament. We have more exciting BGCs actually ahead of us.
Here we go, World Championships, and we're back.
I always got 30
takes place 9 out through our first day. Welcome in. TCG side level. Haven't already been following all this 9 out I wouldn't want to be a second. My name is Ethan Heggie. Alongside Styles, so far also Vincent. Surprises, some things we expected, but most importantly, lots of teams and Pokemon.
They've already now hit in round 4. Also halfway point. There's already 3 more rounds of board loss for today's day 1.
Yeah, not long to go now. For a lot of players, it'll be a relief when they hit that final red roll or that
This has to be the win. Xander Farms not making it easier. You know,
everybody else is still in it. You're still fighting on the
next round, actually, that last final round is
Exactly. Well, myself being fully against the goal is walking out around the moat, and we're going to get ready for the very next game. But we're going to have a little bit of a break right now, so just take it away.
The exciting Pokemon TCG Joe Bernard, unfortunately, started out those two, climb back a little bit. They go on, his players enter the field with a plethora of possibilities. But just to be Sam's
Not everybody knows this.
Meanwhile, Japan wins the early game 2-4. About them is very, very MJK with a showcase round on TTV, which is such a non-predictable start to the scaling program. But it doesn't mean shit, even though it's accuracy from time to time, some dedication towards that early game versus that early game team like
Yeah, I get what you did.
is going to be very, very interesting in our first game. It's going to be, I feel like usually we talk so much about like what we see from experience and teams playing against each other, but this is the first one of the day, and it's often the first one where it's like we've seen the styles from each different team, but what's it going to be when they actually clash? And there's no better way to figure out than starting off the first game of the day. We're going to get into the draft. Everybody's not familiar. It is one band per team. This is very different from the previous years. All the bands, and you can see the bands are like going to be Unreal on TTV, and then this is going to be Labyrinth. That's right. First team on the left-hand team. Things trending for a big call out already. I was talking about how I think MJK's Unreal play really set them apart and had a great season. And they doubled up and it's going to lead into that first pick of Intelli on this
Pokemon trading card game players in all age divisions. That is time in the round. You may have +3 turns. After 15 minutes, raise your hand for a judge. If you need clarifications.
Very interesting, actually. Surprisingly, one that's going to go very, very well in the entire season in rank, for example. But a lot of these actually not coming super highly. So to see it as the first pick, that is definitely going to be maybe a regional thing, but also the one thing coming out. On the other side, of course, because the Koopa and the Slow Run is going to mention that's a very strong benefit from TTV. But the Sensing Pumpkin is a classic for making out until it's that solo carry strategy inside them. TTV instead of being a strategy,
It is a showdown against previous 12
I think this one's going to be so good. It's going to be really good.
It's getting started here on the 2023 World Championship.
We found our way to Japan. I ran here. I don't know if you saw that. I ran the entire way. Straight up.
Super impressive. Really impressive.
The batting drums went off. The war is going on today on Silent today, and I am ready to go. So are these teams, and we got Zacian in the mix for the first opportunity to get locked in immediately.
We're seeing Intelli on the inside of a tournament. This is the first time we're seeing Zacian inside of a tournament with the North American team playing. So this is going to be really
Sage just ways that Zacian was released, Kofi on top of it, right as it was released, that was kind of the go-to combo, and we're seeing it here live on the main stage. In front of it though, Lapupa looking to scramble.
Yeah, obviously a lot of power early into this combination, but Zacian Kofi, I think, not the two Pokemon you could play Pokemon Unite here this year, so we're going to have to see if MJK is able to bring that out here into game. Number one, obviously, these group stages are only one team moving forward from each group, so every single game counts. So we'll see what we can do here in the podcast preparing for these 8 to 50 minutes.
Strike action back and forth, taking a good time with that one, JK. Doing good in the experience. TCG keeping up though, not doing too bad.
Yeah, TCG is looking pretty good right here. We see MJK heading up to this top path here, sneaking in with their Yoshiba, looking to pick something up, but no, beautiful stuff there from Ender. Select just trying to make it back, it just barely grabs that bear.
Grabs that berry, but also the fear of the get plucked up by the bubble. Jumps right back on Luckford. Going in with the rapid trigger. She has great movement. Going to be able to dart out a little bit. And of course, approaching the wild Pokemon is Celeste there to make sure that they can at least get experience if they can't get the KO.
Beautiful play there from both these teams. Really aggressive on the side of MJK, and at the same time, TTV making sure that they can secure that wild Pokemon experience with this fight. So they can keep left parity right here to the sacred sword auction. Moving on to secure on that. We got the side shot there from Vitaly. Massive amounts of damage coming out from the side of TTV.
And it's a simul KO. There's two ways in the hands of TTV.
Beautiful stuff from TTV right here. Their builds that are amazing on telling a lot of players choosing liquidation. But as we can see, I mean, Lutano, absolute sniper from the side of TTV, picking up two massive KOs early. Got about 10 seconds now until Objectives spawn on top of the count. MJK gonna get pressed once again. Snake comes up, which takes out one.
Yeah, I'm peeling back real low on HP, but there's no commitment out of MJK to try and get that KO. We've got Slowbro here, who's kind of a Zacian art counter. Once again, Slow Beam's going to be there. But Slowbro knows how to get spacing for this team. And the fact that, well, the rest of the team's already working on franchise, that spacing's going to happen. And the form of Scald on top of him, use it up. It's Slowbro, doesn't matter. Nice little double shot on the face short on the Zacian. Can't get it in time, sealed it. Nice united by the Ambient. Bang, Zacian down again. And TTV's getting huge out here. Lutano says, welcome to the block ball. You're getting slashed up, mixed up, unite. We go to the Russian dude. Doesn't even matter. Coffee's getting stitched up. KO streaking 3 out the gate for Lutano. Coffee gets himself one on Ambient. Wendy's 4 for 4 out of the gate. Sprangles TTV is playing motivated. Regional finals energy. Team goes down. MJK's got to be one. Who is this man? Where did he come from? And then why is he stomping on our lines in our own country?
Yeah, I think it's a stop here. The North American champions TTV to start this thing out. Obviously, MJK has done out of this fight. There's so many options to come back inside this game. What a commanding lead to start those World Championships from TTV. MJK there unfortunately misses that total down the side of MJK. They really need to put some experience over. Still sitting at level 8, not yet a class west.
Surge through, pumps through, tries to find some spacing so MJK can literally get any objective off the map. Level 9 comes out, and of course takes out her shooter. They're just converting on every engagement that they've got. We're totally seals up Reggie and Lucky, but I don't think TTV cares, Sprangles. They're looking to take some bodies because they know they've got the experience lead. And talking about taking one, how about a few?
Beautiful check by the way, side shot off the side of TTV. Right now, TTV dominant on this fight. However, incredible position from MJK in that fight on top of Reggie Lucky. You can see him position himself in front of Reggie Lucky, so the snake shot that Leon could not make it in and secure it, even though MJK is still way down. 157 TTV as we now get ready for the spawn.
I think I love
Enter here from Overpound, ready to bring their team down to bed and stop the very nice.
Yeah, it's only going to get tougher for MJK to take engagements here because that's slow beam, and that's a great engagement. We're going rings unbound, we're trying to protect this goal zone. Throw the fist out, he slows down. Where did the team follow? Nice goal back the other way. This is leaving this majesty all over MJK. Brings the trigger there, they're getting experience with the fight. Rages on. As really all TTV wants to do is insulate this goal zone. Nice little stop. Gonna take out the view between the home beat and cover three. To play on time and Zacian is out by deep in the net.
You know, some excellent positioning in that fight. They're
How much
Pokemon trading card game players, welcome to round number 4. You have 50 minutes. You may now begin.
Any second here, but still 2 protection for status there. And status there, making this unmeasured for the hyper pin. That's like one thing that first they will finally do this we have a second there. Quick cutting through status there, sending a message here. I mean, there was of course there's the ability to even shift onto the blast doors to be able to back things up.
Incredible world players are going to be going against this.
It's an amazing combination. Now, I do see where I like over those fields. I say there's my shadow thing on the side of MJK once again. Well, I am surprised. Happy is surprised. But on another surprise, you're actually going to see the scissor game. Most likely a side, I have to say, but you never really know exactly how they're going to happen, especially early. There's going to be lots of fires today. Going over the Venusaur. We saw pop off so much today. I see so many hero plays. Like, you know what? I'm not going to get sniped out of this. There we go. Yeah, the one was that hero play on this Venusaur. And they're going to have the Gears support back up there on this. But I do think a lot of times these compilations, they need to come down to Zelda and they're already on the left. Got to capitalize on this game. The means that they go that way, or Zelda will keep the toss of order. It's going to be a tough decision. The question on the other side, though, is the Cypher Sizzle. And it's hitting the knockouts with Pokemon. See it get like a down or it's surprising that every single one plays Cypher as well. And now it's time to see how MJK plans to tell you as we move into game number 2 of the set.
I think it's because it perennially offers up a challenge, right? Like, it's something that TTV has to frontline deal with because it may not have had the best game one, but it certainly was causing static and problems that needed to be handled. That's where I'm looking. However, I immediately see he's up on Ambient. I'm seeing Lutano on the Venusaur, and what we can do is we can lock down the player into a ring, just a ring of sunlight, and absolutely beam them down, and I expect to see that quite a bit here in game 2.
I wasn't going to interrupt you, but we just saw Trio with 3 separate examples, which I think is a huge deal to have in this ride. What more do we see here from the side of MJK's? This is right on the side there. I think given the items that they target on the side, it's like a safe. And the plan is to continue to take down that Espeon, take down that Venusaur, so there's nothing there able to do to stop some of these big ones. Really deep right here.
And what's that done is bought a ton of time for that Espeon to come online already for TTV. And the fact that they made it is even more impressive here. That's just icing on top of the cake. And that's exactly what Zubber was hoping to get, and they delivered. So a decent early start despite the lack of action for TTV.
Never had an icing. I'm telling you, you gotta win this icing, buddy, as we get ready for it. If we can get ready for the birds here. At the 8:50 mark right here, we can see Revolution being not just a very single strike. A lot of that picked up from the side of TTV, but also a good amount for MJK, as now that Zacian is missing with that big power.
Yeah, Zacian's still trying to play a little bit, but now the Wicked Blowers, who is online, they can keep pressure back. That's something that we've really seen. The west side of the planet loving the Wicked Blowers version. East side of the planet loving the Rapid Truck. We're seeing that in both flavors already today.
We're going to have to see if it's a west side story here in game number 2. Come on, I mean, it has to be good there. We do have ourselves a sighting, by the way. That's 1 of 6, so it's not on the side. So it's going to be for MJK, so they can dive in and pick up some big hits. This is one hammer, all the things that are deep, but now comes the Zacian to pick up the K.
Overextended and calculated aggressiveness back the other way by MJK seals up a great KO on top of the Persian from setting Celeste back. And of course, Ender wasn't in the stratosphere to give him the eggs they needed to stay standing. So of course, a nice little KO opener right there.
Nice length from MJK through the central area right now. TTV, and this has been something we've seen from MJK. Aggressive. He's taking his fight to put it on TTV. And right now, so game number 2, they're looking a little stronger than they did at the start of the game.
Secure that for the team without having to overextend. That's very safe with TTV, and that's what they were looking for. The pressure that MJK is mounting them up at here. Just like King playing very well. Facing very strong force with the trees, allowing for this push to come. Rage on their front side. This is really smart. They go in. The wing beats come through. Can't quite get the kill. Lander shows up with the support. Hey, Bob, just start raiding. There's the beam. A beam on top of the tree. And Miracle Bro is out. They're forced to retreat. They back and get it. Okay, TTV's trying to mount something here. Hold on for Golzo. But now the Scyther is 3-9 back the other way. This character gets 2 for that. They're trying to find out the main 3, baby. They get 4 in the back line. And they're getting by themselves. MJK, yikes, coming along.
MJK's looking amazing here at the start of game 2. They've got the Italian right now. They also got this massive aggression here. We can see it with that Scyther. We do not get to see a ton of attitude, but it is absolutely going wrong here in game number 1. And they are continuing this aggressive range.
But what it does is it stresses all the other problems like you're you can't just necessarily answer all of them that easily.
Great switch here from Raj. That's the final there with the moves against that small critical turn from Holmes to actually able to take it, activate that super get a little bit of help back and get your and like you say, with the safety post, you're not really going to have to worry about the redirection from the move. You keep on hitting that switch now. A great option for Raj. And also, let's move for it now to get that full stance, get himself set up as a That's a brilliant turn from Araj here. Not such a score either. He's actually getting caught out with that. Lanner's coming in on the other side of the field. Does have the same goal. It's a bit of a waste of turn off the end of that point, but to get that help back. Second way up to a minute of now. It's going to be a KO. United comes out, buys them a little bit more time to shield. The Greats continue trying to get us out. And finally, Michael King tries to make it happen. The wicked blow range through. And that takes another objective of the TTV. And that's the one they needed, Greg, to keep them in this game. Zugra finally goes down, but TTV's work here is done.
TTV having the exceed player, they need one here. This game is domination.
Lander has been received and unlocking that specialization first for the World Championships here, Pokemon trainer, and it's gone from a flying side. Now he's cruising great position. He makes it up to the Terrorblast.
Yeah, I was just going to say protect him from the outside, not so pretend with that fake out. So easy from the left, so easy to fake out. Into that protect. Leads to in this vulnerable goal. Side and the Terrorblast coming out of the ladder. And so it is going to be into that Amogus. They couldn't say that early. Yeah, it's going to be able to be dealt with fairly easily.
Yeah, able to get the knockout. It doesn't get around to bring that first one here.
Celeste is going to get spun with the retreat. They get eaten by the liquidation here, and that thing's going to hit again. And now Zashi can drop on to buy time. A nice little overcap there. 293 to 123 with less than 3 minutes.
That's right. This is a huge breakthrough here for this JK. Unlike their past match, right now we see that they are ahead considerably in points. They don't pay down as far as I'm very expectant they're going to let off the gas anytime soon. And JK keeps putting the pressure on TTV.
They're also just trying to make a wall around it, have TTV playing for the sake of it.
Lander's actually getting out of here.
Obviously, TTV is looking to protect their inside some of the structures here. This head like is going to actually move around it.
So moving that the first check king goes solid out of balance. They go into that, but now they're just trying to find where JK's hiding. They found immediate 3 players there. Chipping up. United comes out. Zonkin is down. TTV found their mark and they cashed it in quickly. Hakuki trying to go back to the rest of their team, but TTV sees the replace is the objective they want. Zobra good spacing, going on top of the side third. And outside there's the dive in the middle. Double wing beacon. There's the one here. Zobra neck. Trying to unite on top. Holy smokes. TTV seals it up. Someone gets it for them. And holy smoke, what a bounce back by the squad. The NA team says there's still fight left in us here in Japan. And now they're putting it there.
Points from the
in a position now where it is going to be successful with getting back down from an ice progression on the Shenhao with that TCG. It's going to be trying to get taken down by now. We're looking at this game which is
chipped up to the solid beam, not connecting his quite in space. But Sasha's nowhere to be found as they're just trying to bully out the Thomas. They can't deal too much damage. Coaching off the Vegas Celeste, they got Shield 2. Wicked Low got the entry, splitting half karate style. On top of his gold zone. And now Poke's going in and spraying no shot, not today. Celestial's game, Luciano's game, 2 for 2 on the back. Make it 3, and that's enough.
But a beautiful series so far between these two teams. Incredible back and forth play. As you can see, TTV
not going for the attack here, taking the chance to go to the landers in the back. They will neutralize the attack. Back to okay, I'm going to go for a soul first game. I'm going to attack you. Access to that activate going into this next turn. So just need to contend with this speed here. This is difficult to do unusual from the way the card is. You can go run off now straight into pushing you this turn. And go back. I can go back to stay well. We've all seen that team. They're really clever with their spacing. One guess at a TTV. Really, out of nowhere, wasn't guess because Sasha pretty much committed right to that. And the follow was immediate. Once that first auto fell, the rest of the squad was like, that's an easier. Yeah, that's really great. Speed down there on the probably puts it in range now. You can just it on your speed and take down. Especially the
that's exactly what we want to see. You certainly don't see the score right now. Take a look at the actual value of data. You see what this camera is a signature.
It is going to be actually the big
to see how it goes down and out. It was just absolutely beautiful. I just wanted to indicate that this set so far has really on the side of it. It's been so fun to watch this play. And then kind of watching that after I watched for TTV. Let's just get into flying TTVs to take the take down. They get too big into not that I think that was great choice there. Just like
and make things up on the press. Or declares and just huge support.
Now, I heard some rumors. I don't know if it's confirmed, but I've heard
Switches, like movies that people take when they're remote because they're just so organized so well. But you can see right here, we just saw extremely strong on that Earthshift too. But now they're saying, we don't want to give you your first pick Earthshift. More it's going to back it up. They're going to take it away. One side of TV, because when it's in this position, they have to take that activity. I don't know if it's working, but they do have to do this, and it has been working out. So that's going to get me Inteleon. The biggest surprise to me is the Trevenant first pick. I thought we could go way lower for picking that, but Inteleon and of course that Blissey for the side of TCG, I think that's very It's interesting, but we always have this debate, like, that's something that you know you'll get later, or you want to keep the rest of your picks more separate and grab something that's very let's see if this spot is going to end. So this is going to be pretty challenging on the side of but with the going back for that looks like most of the side there to get that much. And you know I'm second friend. Okay, in terms of rules, we have 0 of them in the game. However, MGK has essentially played double speed.
But it's not here in the frame of that line. I guess it's going to make Snacks at the start of the World Championships right here. I gotta say, I love the draft from the side here. However, MJK is that was a choice that we as well. Heatwave's going to retaliate though, and it is able to get the knockout on the movers. Chiyu saying this is how it's done. This is how you get a 1-hit KO in this match.
Getting close, yeah, they said all the overheat coming out, so that no one was missing it. Heavy slap with the knockout, clean knockout from the iron hand into the blood of it. He also taken a
Yeah, exactly where you want to be, right? Just funnel everything into them, sort out your supports and tanks, and have no worries there. They're doing a great job securing those last hits and giving themselves a good level of
It's
They're trying to stop that. So nice little escape. Trevor comes out. Catches up. That's a prime target for them right now. Wargamers are laying in. And another objective. Mostly off the back of Hobble King, who's played so well in that run.
Yeah, that's right. Take it down. Yeah, and that's from the here from Iraq.
That's why everybody is so high, because they know he just push this thing. That's what they want. They're shrinking this lead. It's less than 200 now. Hobble King's there. If they get KO, it doesn't even really matter because they're isolating TTV from the rest of the team.
Coming back like that's a free track.
They get chipped out, they get pushed back, but they're able to put points on the board. They are now down by less than 100 as a big they're really aggressive on the score zone.
They have that spacing right top. The Cowboy never over has to retreat back through the shots that were going on. Zucker still playing for there you go. They're still on top of the goal of Zucker. And Ambient takes out the cycle quickly with a side shot here. And misses one. They can't string two for Auto. They're absolutely getting up. Who makes it look? Almost everybody having to rain back through. They're not going to make that choice. They're going to hang on for a minute and take a deep breath because that didn't quite end up the way they wanted. TTV standing tall in the middle of the tsunami.
Yeah, that was crazy. It felt like they were coming out. TTV kept their composure inside this fight. Pushed back, secured that Reggie like he did. Now the question is anyone going to deal with this Reggie? Here we see this very moving into the breakaways. The breakaways of this series, as I said, these series one team moves on the advantage, but this game here could be the deciding factor.
These are two top-tier teams squaring off the kickoff all day. That Reggie like he has gone space between his hit the map. We've got 10 seconds till game 3 match point right quick. So his home time maybe.
Now 5 minutes, so I think we'll be able to get this. We'll see that type as well. We'll be able to get the knockout. Here we go. Iraq taking game 2, locking up this field round. Big and we dominate the back of the game as well. Wait for us to kick off this World Championship here.
They both know exactly what it takes to be able to get to that number 1 spot and very dominant start here at the World Championships. They will come
Incredible show for us to kick off. We said this going into this World Championship.
Anybody else they're going for the engagement as well. Ambient coming in, they're trying to buy space. We've got a Cowboy Grants unite right in the middle. This game does go down. Otter's down. Now they have to push back. Ambient putting in a ton of damage. They engage on Zucker. 2 players down. And look at who's still up and going. Inder's trying to make some magic happen. They're catching up. The time is so low. There's the big stun. No, no, no. 4 players down for TTV. Just like you standing up for the function. Can they get the ball up there? Can the champion team get it done? They get the kill. The red wings is there. Match 1 in JK. It's time to get those nuggets in. It's time to win yourself a match.
They are running towards these goal zones. They are still behind them. TTV are looking to try to stop it. They can't stop the bottom. They can't stop the second score. As another 100 points straight in. 224-61 with only 30 seconds left and another 100 points for MJK. There really just is not enough time here for TTV as they look to try to stop a score. MJK would be incredible aggression right there. TTV caught out in that replays of pin. The Italian went down, and then that was it for TTV. 15 seconds left as they push toward these goal zones, but there simply is not enough time for TTV as it looks like MJK is going to take off the first series of the World Championships.
I'm curious if MJK used this option to do the bait and switch because they called this option immediately to TTV. The difference was the follow-up. The follow-up. TTV got that KO. MJK was there to sweep in and cover every other member of TTV. No questions asked and holy smokes. What a team fight by the What an incredible fight here from TTV. Understatement and a gutting feeling for TTV because you know that is a huge roadblock for you on your way to day 2 for this event. MJK on the other hand has to feel great. You played against a good team. If that didn't warm you up for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I mean, what an incredible start here from MJK. What an incredible start right now. Obviously, we don't know how the rest of this group stage is going to play out. TCG able to take one game off for MJK right there, but they're going to be a very flawless run as they continue this group stage to have a chance to move on after losing this match.
Yeah, you slip down the starting block. It's not the end of your race, but you got to dig in and you got to find something within you to run apart the rest of the day and try to make some happen for yourself. MJK wants to use this momentum. You talk about momentum all the time. TTB had it in the regional final. MJK just pulled that thing in a play out right now, taking out a smaller team and putting themselves on the path to day 2.
As we take a look here, you can see right here, obviously TTB is in control of this match right now. Then an amazing fight for MJK, and it was all over that ring was, it matters how you play the first 8 minutes of Pokemon, but boy, those pivotal moments at the end, you cannot TTB getting caught out in the fairway finish, that was really
and make sure that this team could stay standing in the face of the pressure that was being put on. But if I need to shout one player out here for MJK, Jing on that Trevenant.
Venusaur getting his revenge against the Shadow Dragon after the fight with down. Activating his protection of the frenzy plant. It's almost here. Next goes with a sludge bomb here on the 1 HP Swampert. He sends a message. I'm here at the World Championships to win it.
Thank you very much, Lee and Lou. I am joined here by Arash Omadi, our winner of that first round, and of course the 2013 World Champion. Arash, we were talking before this interview, it's surreal that we're standing here 10 years after World and getting to witness you on the main stage again. How have you been, man?
Taking a look at MJK here. And they played it well, obviously well. We talked about aggression, that was very controlled aggression. I'll tell you what, we saw it from MJK on the stage for you. So let's throw it back.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm on stage with Zona from
Yeah, definitely. You mentioned taking a long break, and for those that don't know, of course you won Worlds in 2013, you got second in Nationals in 15, first in 16, and then top 8 at Worlds in 2018, but we haven't seen anything pretty much in the last few years, so kind of walk us through what you were up to.
How does it feel to win in Japan?
This is absolutely amazing because, I am from Japan and there are so many people that I know who support me so much and we're absolutely in this victory. Thank you.
That's amazing. And I mean, this first game that
Yeah, I want to talk about your team specifically because we saw you use a really interesting version of set with the same strong team, super dominant in that very first game. And so, how did you come up with the team in general? What was your approach?
アメリカの地域の1位は TCG という日本に強いチームをしましたね。素晴らしい試合で、素晴らしい試合がありました。
TPG さんはもう僕がユナイト始めた頃からずっと知ってたチームなので、すごい緊張はしていたんですけど、僕たちのチームとしてちゃんと完成させてきたので、最初から勝てる、絶対勝てると思っていたので、本当に激闘ができて嬉しかったです。
Since I started to reunite as a competitive player, I mean, I was really nervous facing against TTV because they're a really formidable team. You know, our team is also created as a great team and so everything. So we just believe in ourselves, just playing one game at a time.
Yeah, I definitely want to talk about game 2 a little bit because I think we actually saw the same piece come up. The third one was very different, super explosive. You went for the double KO and the assist. What were you thinking after that turn 1? And what
We'll be right back right after this.
That was the moment he knew that he was going to win the set.
Exactly. Venusaur getting its revenge. Those resistant flying whips, able to get the knockdown. And then the sludge bomb here. A nice little touch on the end of this match. So there now as well. That's the thing, right? We can all be great, but you need to be confident. You need to walk into this venue and think that you are the winner. Because you say, oh my gosh, amazing. It's a bit of no second win. Patrick's already lost.
I know. It's such a mindset thing that I think takes a lot of practice.
One thing I want to talk to you about quickly is that decision to run a high school crash on the Chainsaw. I keep coming into this tournament. People have been debating, do you go with back spinner, do you go with the actual day two? If you miss the high school crash, but you win before it's Rocky coming in.
This is anything to show for what
think about
high spinner will determine. Right? This was an incredible back and forth game, top level players, your rising talent.
You just have to stay confident. You have to believe in yourself. Believe in the power of friendship and just the power of
It's one of those Dave looks on his face the entire match. Which, to be fair,
that makes a lot of sense. I know you mentioned earlier you're coming back from a long break. So what does it feel like to be competing at Worlds again? I'm not sure. Did you play at Worlds and everything the rest of them too?
Well, there are tens of thousands of trainers here on the mat, but also millions of Pokemon fans around the world that are watching the tournament. Let's check out some social media here. Let's see what people are saying. Look at that Zone 2000.
How does it feel, man, being back in the World Stage and to start off the first round playing Bowser, it's crazy.
For me,
that's amazing.
You're going up against the reigning world champion.
That's amazing, yeah. Well, and the next round is about to start, so before we say goodbye, you can find out what you want to say for today.
Rally back to game number 2.
Okay, locked in for the rest of the tournament. That's going to be us from here in the interviews. Thanks so much for joining us. I'll be back on
Thank you so much, Aaron. Alright, I feel like great interviews. Some really good insights there from Murat on the choice and why he made them. Outlining how little preparation all our players had to regulate the announcement and kind of preparation for the World Championships. Everyone's been on a really tight schedule, but you can see the choices there that he has really paid off. He did mention he did get a bit lucky with his last in that game one, but I think you've got to have a little bit of luck to be able to go around. Like, you can't just run it off. You've got to have things kind of crucial. I think having had that little evidence there, it's just going to help. After that carries on for Rack and the rest of his feels like it's fire, like going back to what he did when he had it the first time. So I'm really interested to see how he gets on for the rest of the
You stayed around after the rotation. We've got a winner interview for Andre, so let's go ahead and throw it down to the stage and hear from him.
I think it's really nice to see them, and also again, all check this out on another created Instagram. I'm so impressed with Sandra's head, entire chart.
Yeah, and I think the thing on when you look at the teams on paper, you just look at the six teams and you say standing with the Pokemon. But again, I think it's a common narrative that you see with successful teams in these big tournaments. It's the little change in the choices that players make to these solid standard calls that really make all the difference. And I think the safety goggles there on the Urshifu in particular with that sword stance, really interesting choice there. And I think the choices as well on the Shental for Rash, really interesting punch, not really some things we see too often, and the icicle crash as well, which Aaron outlined perfectly there on stage. It can miss, so it can be a bit temperamental at times, it can cost you in certain situations, but because it gives you a little bit more power and those really clean situations, I think it's a really good choice. I think you're confident in those choices when you're making your team and putting it together and thinking, probably going to miss more 10 times maybe, then you're prepared for that, you're willing to take that just for the trade-off of your power.
Well, Shane and I will now take a little bit of a break. We'll switch on past this one back around very soon. Do not go anywhere from the trainers. I know, it's insane to think that last year out of the World Championships we had a and the seniors divisions competition was just as difficult as the masters competition. And then this year we actually just kind of rolled it all together, and the seniors are still here doing some incredible battles. So let's go to the stage and check out our next matchup here at the World Championships in Yokohama.
The last question, then, there's a lot of guarantees here. Guaranteeing that very, very
right, as our trainers get set here, we kind of alluded to it. The trainer I want to spotlight first is Bird, our Salt Lake City Regional Champion remember last season, Bird Power actually swept the seniors division at the regional championship and then took on the Masters as well. And like you said, a lot of these trainers that have come from that upper seniors division are still consistently winning. As one of our judges, Steve likes to say, Pokemon Go is a young players game, and these trainers are definitely showing that off here. We also see an incredible plushie collection from her opponent, Arrow, aka the Wonder Kid. He's got his process.
Yokohama just had Pokemon unite. We just had two incredible matches, not only here on the main stream, but also on the B stage. Took down sports games, 3-game sets. We have had incredible matches this year. And it's only going to make better history.
Excited to get that first win on the world stage. It's got to be any player's thing, right? To go up to put in the preparation.
Everybody's favorite killer.
Made the right choice, put in the time. I'm feeling good with it.
TCG, Ambient process, they will validate my caster choice as well, right? I think that Pokemon has seen what I thought was really impressive here. I don't think as well.
It's great when it draws well, it's terrible when you're hitting it.
And the rising arrow win
so much exciting after. Surprises anything on top of that. What's already got here. You did?
That's basically
Obviously, they haven't you. How they gel together. We have seen them throughout the season this year. They did come
so much exciting action so far.
and they actually got it is championships.
That graphic, so this is the first time that we've ever seen any of these had teams on the broadcast so far today. Players,
Arrow team of the Front Flash.
Seeing so many different interactions, but their opponents will be the main broadcast.
I mean, everybody knows about that damage. There's always a guy that's like a tier 2.
Season, they switches it time to teams don't expect.
It's not surprising that it's not like the popular. So yeah, we'll see how much people actually respect one season that was not the graphic was like so that's another one that we see. There's a random process came out really curious what's actually supposed to be
With Team MYS, they have had but they come with crazy strength we see throughout the season. So happening in our season, still like that regular season. So it's tough matches that we know the crazy strength that are going to catch these teams off guard.
so many questions and answers.
Without a doubt, this weekend, I think a day for all teams.
We've got so much more awesome action on the TCG side of things. Look anywhere.
And we haven't seen anything super spicy so far. We're talking a little bit like the Japanese casters for the Japanese podcast. And we're saying what Woody was excited to see the players success in the season. And one of my answers was potato, which is a really good pick. Potato specifically a car chop. Everything loves the car chop resources out there. He's a huge car chop fan since he popped off, but I know a lot of people out there as well. So we'll see if that ends up being one of the spicy picks. But I don't know what's going to happen. We've had a really interesting meta so far in the day. We've seen Zaskin from multiple Asian teams now so far, but none of the Western teams have seen Zaskin yet. And because you feel like Zaskin is going to play well, you think it's going to be a little finals this year.
Day ahead of us. But as I said, you know, it's these crazy markets that these teams aren't going to expect. Maybe they're just not expecting it to be not too sure how much preparation they have poured into today, but I'd expect it would be quite a lunch.
That's right. And you know, some preparation you do as you go. Blues Boat second anniversary in Pokemon Unite to celebrate the second anniversary of Camry over here at 2 years. But this is the second championship, so every 2 years you can get the Lunar license for Mew and Mewtwo, and it's some license as well. Some stuff for yourself. Start finding some potentially more competitive choice here. I say this is so fun to be.
Lantern goes for the 9-tail to stay great.
I think this is going to be inspiring for next season too. Come out the gate and see the pace that it's seen before, but it's just this year because we can see everything coming in there, which may be a little bit because we still have so much for this season for the next 2 days.
Like a set throughout time is that their game to respond through that and sorry they don't actually have what you expect.
It's so weird because that first year and for so many of these tournaments
Welcome back to the lounge, or welcome to the lounge for the first time for us. Somehow is able to get both of those contenders away from her.
Is huge here in Yokohama. Unbelievably huge. Multiple worlds so far. This is the third world. I've never seen this many people. Especially this many people asking for 49. So sure, this is everyone logged in the crowd from one of the tournament.
Yeah, I think so.
How else do you think it
Now, just a quick train ride. Go to Yokohama. Super
Pokemon trading card game players in all age divisions. That is time in the round. You may have +3 turns. After 15 minutes, raise your hand for a judge. If you need clarifications,
The weather is too tomorrow. It's not big difference in the
It's going to feel like a first probably good championship somewhere in the middle. I think it's where it's feeling right now. We're seeing a lot like a smaller group of Pokemon that right off those two Pokemon animations. How do you put it back? How do you rest it? I'm not very developed. Like the last one we probably do everything right now. Everything is a big celebration. I think don't have the chance to get the best shot, even though it's
Yeah, seeing round 1 feature 2 of the world champions. I mean, as a world champion myself, I mean, even me, like watching that match and seeing that pairing come up in round 1 is just, you just can't wait to kick off the day with such a high quality match. Yesterday,
Anywhere you go, he's ready to play this game out here. Which is
it's kind of nice to see Rock using other powerful dice that you win his flying focus team. His new ice starts a little bit thinner and more agile.
So many of these teams here. So who could that be? Who's that Pokemon? Steve here with there's the whole thing in the background. Look at that. That's also shot of some well-known casters here in the community. Out there from
that is different. This is that is
you can't. I was wearing like I think it was a super. I couldn't. That's not
it's a tough
It's
one.
like he wants something silly. Shout out to the entire scene here. Like I said, showing up so many just to even spectate is like nothing I've ever seen. The result is also one. I bet in this camera conversation here from at least 6, 7 different countries, even that
I gotta say,
One thing I must say is I love how everybody is also they have their space of probably a good luck charm, but I think how about a person about the plushies that they do carry around with them, right?
Yeah, you have to have
That's great too. This World Cup, I do have my favorite shirt.
I certainly wasn't expecting to see Flutter Mania somehow going regulation over regulation. Exciting everybody have single turn teams.
Famous for everything you see. It's a good thing, it's not a bad thing.
To get neutral, we have obviously seen Subversion already do those so I wonder if we're going to end up seeing any other teams picking up that sort of
I feel I need to touch on this earlier stuff, but I think earlier that I had so everyone so that kind of evening, so just want to remind everybody that there are quite a few stations of gameplay on the main screen. There's an e-stream, there's going to be gameplay here just to
They definitely do a lot of work in this. It's not really the production at this stage. It is
this is sort of just like one player tell right next to that actual which is very cool. Like lights up with a Pikachu every 15 minutes.
I'm really excited about that. I know it's the first to kind of make fun of that 2015. It's the same combination of fighters and fun. And we talked about it. I feel like how much these teams are that much different. Even though one is really good.
So from 13 to 16, we had $5,000. I think it's pretty good for a day. From 9 to 12, you do take $10,000.
First of all, let me just say that if you get 16 for free, it's just about enough to Pokemon Center, which I think we've both experienced, but actually, you're going to tell me about how much money I spent last weekend. But I believe 17 $25,000 on TCG. This venue is devastating as we see
it down. I get excited every time we throw the team.
Better reigning world champion. Picking some top players.
Obviously picking up some rushes, maybe some match. I know a lot of people definitely looking snazzy today.
He's looking snazzy to me. It's not like it is to here. It's going to be Team NYS on the left, Team Pep on the right. APAC West versus EU. And the bands are coming out. We're going to see potentially here as we go in this. Love the bands in this minute. We're going to see the rest of the bottom kind of like pre-picked. Looks like it's going to be double defenders.
In main matches we have seen obviously it is like this double defender meta. They are rocking a mouse right now. But to get defenders straight doesn't really leave very much choice for these teams.
I wonder if we're going to be seeing it on first pick on the side of the team. Again, time to see how these kind of regions match up against each other in their styles. There can be so many things about that here. Not really wants to pick. I feel like it's such a smart choice because the big defenders are so big defenders. It's like out of the rules immediately. But you're going to see first pick. That has to be just like we're going to see the sheets and the much more than we expect.
Defenders just made us thinking we were going to get the really tough, but I mean, Ashika's and Kuba very good at first picks. Team has obviously Kuba is spectacular order to have you decide the kid that has to be able to have teammates not only back up, but also up into the top bar and bottom bar.
Sometimes there's a mean look at it. They can only be in the different areas.
Let's get into it. The round. Come on, they're actually showing me. I made a snow there, Charles. I want to see that one so bad. But this is a great pick as well. Just like picking that some star. It's not like he's a playmaker defender, and he's still good. It's going to be this weekend. Got the level defender players.
Hopefully someone in day 2 just got that
Tell them it's right to pick so late.
but it's about somewhere to find it.
The thing is, I am definitely loving it. I feel like this is a really common thing for the APAC region of things. Just that airy feeling if it doesn't hold all that moonlight. And then successful double defenders obviously have last resistance. It's going to be hard to take down such a chunky team.
And the final pick was that is a short choice.
Copies of that on every battle.
Of course, the certain kind of high pressure that's really an element as well. But if you have to spin, I think it's able to great opportunity to be able to kind of do this as the spin starts to be shot. Even the spin right now is very hard trying to sit around and use the round. Suddenly they're just a sitting target aggression. Your teammates so I really like
You do have a lot of this, whether it's going to be able to be out of the muscle arms of the buzz, or that it's definitely going to have to be a challenge for rebounds there.
Send it over different sets over Team NYS versus Team
Two snacks. Here we go. Game number 1. EU versus APAC West. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm looking at this NYS team. If you're looking at UCS Season 1.
Thank you so much, and welcome back to our game coverage of the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I'm Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Aaron Cybertron Zane, and we are here to talk about the next match.
I am so excited. I think out of all the world,
Pokemon, we literally saw them having run an tournament of like 8
it's a brand new format, and I was like, I just want to see what
Yeah, and that's something that obviously NYS is going to have to figure out a way to deal with. We had game number 1 between these two teams. NYS, your purple team.
Missing that will be
I mean, not only that, you talk about the format, but what about the fact that it's
That's pretty cool. Yeah,
pretty awesome.
that comes second to Pokemon.
No, it does. It does, but it has been an incredible celebration across the entire scene. And the fact that it's for the players that are their invites at this moment.
Just barely missed it, put tons of pressure on, and that was a couple stacks for going to the hands of MYS, so they're pretty happy with that exchange, the fact that they didn't get knocked out. That's good. Nice on action. Love to see that. And honestly, Pep's went to a lot of old favorites here. They're trying to build themselves some comfort on stage here in game one. MYS, on the other hand, they're looking to go in a different direction. Maybe a little spin in the Clefable Moonlight to just have this endless lead, never KO-able Blastoise by hand.
Here we go, Callie getting ready with that big wicked blow here. Nice moves by Pep. Looks like they get as Squirtle's still way behind. It's the later players there.
It has been. I mean, the fact that this is the first World Championship, this is the first official event.
There's
really does make me really excited.
Pokemon going to Team Pep. If they did, they gave them an intelligence. They were amazing so far. So powerful.
Look how MYS is trying to dive on top of Callie. You know it's going to be an issue of sitting on top of the just like that. It's 4-5-2 for Callie. Now that Zorok is low. If they make the call, you actually see Ice pulling up to try and get on top. Rebounds here, they're going to make it out. But good adjustments on the fly.
Yeah, really interesting. How are you able to get taken in that issue? I can see these hyperspace just in perfect positioning right here. They know how long it's going to take to charge off that wicked blow. How much of that dragon try to take it secure and then head back home. Can't stand here. That's too intense.
That's no news if you're Pep. You've seen them put up a lot of donuts by the end of the game here. They're the absolute pendulum swing of the team.
Yeah, it really did look that way as well. What's even more of that we look forward to the next matches that we have around the tournament setting. And here's some of the matches that we have on the docket. I cannot believe some of the games that we're playing against each other, sitting at a 1-0 record so far.
I think my favorite thing about Worlds was when I'm there, like, I can actually get it. It's the Iceland finals, the regional finals, the World Cup match, maybe even a World Finals, right? Like, that first match you had literally had 2 World Champions. It doesn't get any better than that. So that's what I love most about Worlds. Every match, sure to deliver, and name on the secret especially have
babysitting the Blastoise,
and many of them are starting for it. Most of the players on this match have seen him on the players that he has not up against this one. They got players. So at the end of the day, it's a long game. It's exciting to be today. So either two guys in the side here.
Pokemon trading card game players, welcome to round number 4. You have 50 minutes. You may now begin.
They're on the main stage. Big moments happening right here. But you have to wonder
I'm really glad you brought up weather because I got on.
Really unfortunate scores. They are still able to score more. They are still really interesting. And they did give, their limits access to a ton of catching experience. We've seen them down for the last week. They have every single Pokemon.
I never expected to see this ready. I think Sun was pretty established. I mean, everything was all this year, whereas I was talking about the 100-point threshold. That was all good. Here in that match, going to be right on that quick match for one. But Major Blasters was certainly working on the backside. He was hiding out. Forces Yamu to just peel back a little. And it feels like every different team I look at has been
So we can see they're pushing toward this goal zone expectative coming in right there. One goes down the side of the wires as they continue to
that is something to switching things up the world, I guess.
Now we need spacing by more. That's like
I'm really glad you brought up the Lord though, because I feel like screen how maybe that might be a meta. It's not something that we just trying to counter. I've been able to say it is actively, and kind of like
to kind of slide the questions, they know that it's the point might not have that later. Yes, it did. Always on the other side of the map team to make sure that you always have a lot of protection on those tier 2 goals.
Always make snapshots here from the side. But at the same time, they have that clip able there. These parts are just able to heal through. It's been 20 seconds now until Rayquaza. The big first clash between these two teams are Rayquaza, and as you know, so much is decided in this fight. It's oftentimes the team that makes the big mistake here. The team we are ready to get into the second pressure on.
I'm excited as well. You got to peek at what we're going to be doing on our parents graphic. If you missed it, it's going to be Ashley Cox going up against Yuya Tada. This round of
70% really prioritizing their targets down as quickly and so much just immediate running the
Not only that, but who gets Americans with these amazing brains if Ashton decides to lean into the digital not only is it responsible that he has to type, but you also have the ability to maybe withstand that damage Iron Man is holding the assault vest, which that's also been kind of up in the air in terms of how trainers are putting together the Iron Man.
Totally, I think Ashton being left in the we're going to see much better games like fighting model importance of damage and almost 50K from low camera. That's what you've seen those films. And then what you talk for you, yes, that's the question. How do you respond to either of those? And now we know because not only did it accidentally
We're going to get into the game and we're going to see Yutana right away with such an offensive presence duo. We got the Juggernaut right next to Ashton now, and Ashton's going to have the Fluttermane and the Torko to go ahead and test the Sun Ray off that Fluttermane.
one thing that's critical for us to notice is knock down to get right now is dominant victory is a bigger factor for Inzaghi against the best player. So the question is how do you respond right now? Take an attack with that champ and even have a back with, for example, a ice foot. So even though things look really good for Ashton right now, the question is can you make sure that you don't Pokemon immediately? The focus has to shift.
This turn one is going to be absolutely critical. As we're going to see Ashton with Terra right away. So if Fire Spirit's attacking up the Fluttermane is going to be extra devastating when it comes down to price championship. So anytime we call it, Eric, so we attack on the Earth, Ashton goes in, we absolutely down to get a chance to get power down to 50%.
So I think the Terra there is thinking about so my question now is how I guess it depends on what Ice Crash or does Ice Crash miss? No, that's the downside of running that
oh, that is a devastating turn of the one. Jeff Howard was able to buy some time there with the focus after potentially hit back. But now he is on this critical Pokemon and has to bring out his third.
Yeah, so I hear the players also stays, but Sori is like walking back there. After they hit it, and Jim Ball is going to be there. So why want to go in and see action?
I'm really excited to see how they put this stuff. I mean, to game two with these bands are going to end up doing it nice, so because Terra is going to take the second thing that's knocked down, so it would have been a nice target for that, but he used fixed the ball natural and that's going to be a second turn. We're going to see that Terra right away as we finish it out. Now, we're going to down to ready to fight back.
Yeah, it's like able to knock out the I don't think we're trying to get hits. Make you see what we're trying to
Whether team has had that
I think that stealing away is maybe the best pick. That's how we've seen teams deal with organized best, I think, over the course of the season. But here we go. Game number 2. They have the side teams now on the left. And MIS on the right. The Ultron's going to be that first. Just been a tailwind there for the Tornadoes. Justin and Kurt Paul doing a great job on the back. Continue that direction. So double strikes to bring it top. This weekend, that is the first pick. Could be that last pick. Could be telling on.
Getting it switched it, and it does end up being obviously first pick on the last game. Now, it is a smart choice to be done that level.
Yeah, I feel like we're really in that no matter what. I think we get to see this weekend. These three picks we see the defend and the first pick they're going to get every single game on that side for the other. And then seeing the one or two picked up, I think it's another very hard set, especially like the first set of picks for the second team.
Not going to take any chances. Don't take any chances.
So they give him a free pause and see what he's going to do, but that's exactly what I think.
We were talking about speeches before. You got that lead field.
We do have that lead field overlay, so it does free it up for MIS to keep it going on. But we can talk about this. Obviously, now that teammates, they have that spot. And what is he doing? That's all the 9 times for themselves. Yes. Nice call there. So it's just going to be able to see the pressure just a little bit. He does get committed to
It's almost for Speedster right now. It's Speedster roulette. We're going double Speedster with the Dodrio.
It's the key here. Every donor just run out of the heart to the best.
That's certainly a strategy, and it looks like that's what they're going to go for. You look at the other side, I would say a very kind of base meta team with the double defender trying to get the last side team to push things out in that regional game. We haven't seen quite as much of today, but this is a team from base. They're going to run it.
I think it's really they're smartly going to run it down that triple-headed edge, but you still have Iron Spy, a nearly Foxy. Foxy plays an incredible year, and I cannot wait to see how they can move on this stage.
Mew is definitely one of those Pokemon always so fun to see, but here we go. Team MYS on the one game. Can they pull through? Team Pep's tied up in game number 2. Take it away, Captain.
Here we go. Game number 2. And yeah, Team Pep needs this one. And in some ways, so does, TTV. So does FJK. They want this to go to a third game right here, so it's a little easier to move on through this group stage again. These games so when you take a look at these two team compositions right here, Doomsday, I mean, what do you think? Because I feel like the Pep's team looks like my solo queue teammates at work.
That's exactly kind of where I was going. But that's one thing that's well fun here. What's great about watching Team Pep is they're not afraid to throw anything at the wall in these big-time situations to see what sticks. And they've certainly trapped themselves something to work for.
Without question, we've got the Dodrio heading to the central area right here. And I'm sorry, is this Lapras really sneaking into the central area here? Let's launch take it out. Let's
Waves to miss out from GU.
Unfortunately, not connect. Oh, it's a double hit right there to knock out the Ambient. Oh, and you can too. That's an insult to injury.
Yeah, the idea there is not
because that was the hook, right? One obviously would like to take off or something. With force, that thing quite, so in retrospect, what did the other team do? You have your AJ on the line, you have your AJ on the line. 2 great starts, and the punch flash are looking for a win.
Here we go to the top half. Cal is here with the Dodrio. We have the Leon who just mentioned. They're moving in over this way. Takes it all over the side. Team Force. Rather short. Deep. He's going to call it.
FYS, here's a good start for them as Elga's engaged on this pressure is going in.
Yeah, great stuff there from FYS. Obviously, better experience on this side. But, you know, they decided to take it back in the corner. KO.
Really nice defensive pivots to at least give me a chance, even if they
gotten at least one of those KOs, go back to the left with
there's a lot of information to be able to take away from the game.
great on the leads here. Cali is still the biggest thing on the map. That's crucial for them. And now, how are they going to leverage these advantages? Because eventually, NYS's team scales better. They're going to catch up. That one time is going to be
stacked up on top of it. I think it's trouble there because they wanted to tackle the stack so early. They've so much experience for Pokemon that scale extremely well from their attack stack. They need to make sure that when that drill pack hits, it gets rid of something on the side of the team.
Absolutely, that's going to be pretty on the side of the table, we've never seen how zero lines in UCS so far, but certainly not the potatoes hands. So I expect big things out of them and take them out of the garbage.
Yeah, you're right, Michael. It's just incredible on that middle of the night. So let me tell you what, Fox on the side of NYS really giving them a run for their money last game. I thought they were really MVP, but they were the MVP on such incredible spacing and damage. Is man ready for this fight right here? NYS is in a perfect position to take this, and it looks like passes are far a bit better for them.
But it's time for game number 2, and it's going to be a little bit of an adjustment for Team Brazililia as it is the Iron Hand from Chef House lead, and Ashton's running it back.
Yeah, this is the best players. KO is huge in himself. Credit to Human here, but a lot of points would be able to go and find out players are named. You can throw a boat, and what NYS is going to do.
They are moving in right here. United shuts the Scorpions down, getting that level lead back. And there's going to be a lead back right here. And it looks like Cali is barely making it out of it.
You got to credit to Fly here. They're the only reason that version of states standing. Calling the perfect wood hammer with their trio. Not an easy thing to do, but doing big plays on the big stage.
You don't want to just let your flood beast drop. It can be really critical in getting back half of this game. But it is going to be a Terra from Leon to the Iron Hand. So Water Terra coming in so early if you're defensive Terra.
And now Water. What it's weak to is weak to Iron Hand on the opposing side, right? Yeah, I think Yuya going for that control play by Ashton is not utilized here. And there's the heavy slam. This is a fantastic play by Ashton for when to get around what would have been plays.
And he's just not having as much success as you think in other competitions.
Nice and secure there. Able to pick that up the drill pack. Looking to see if they can push something else forward. Actually down here.
And it could have gone to really slash
right there has been two members have to defend it. Unfortunately, once again, T-Top just really not able to find
yeah, they can't miss an opportunity there. As soon as you see the
really smart plays on this tournament one. You're going to see the ice crash. This one is not really doing very much damage, despite the fact that it was a critical hit. And you're just so happy to be able to take that, and it's just super effective. Iron Hands on Iron Hands finally.
It's so weird to see Iron Hands getting rid of the teammate.
When do they want to do it? Because they're actually
to see it get KO'd, okay, we do see it. I mean, that's honestly a big deal.
You've got your Buko, they jump on top and actually force out the United States. You get KO, try to go back the other way to see what they can catch. And it's just over in the middle. Not even time to catch anybody. The follow-up on the trip that they try and post three players, that's three players down instantly. NYS with a classic team fight there, able to get it done and take the base ready for themselves.
And it looks like, you know, Team Edge wanted to bring this game on this goal. So on the top half, they continue to advance and really wins at this point. But, you know, they are behind on every single player that they run into. I got to call out a huge play was NYS right there. As soon as that came in from Leafeon,
I think that would be a really stellar play. It's going to be a Terra, though, from Ashton. It's going to be the Iron Hand. I I love that choice as well because we're talking about the stomping tantrum being a bit of a threat to the Iron Man or the Torque. He's done a really impressive job. It's stomping tantrum with the Torque, so he's going to get knocked out for all of his troubles. That does open the door for actually bringing something else that may serve a little bit better into the offense that Yuya has on his side.
Another critical hit. Okay. What? No flinch.
Yes, they can move it and take some of your putting on the control spot right there. Really nice.
Again,
It's just like today's ideas are all
what is this one here?
We just learned a little something about potatoes. Leave me on. I don't know if not leave me on, but those potatoes are wrapped up, my friend.
Incredible stuff there from Potato. Like you said, right now, we've not seen this Pokemon used competitively. Real question is the ability to bring into this tournament. And you can see just
It was really nice enough to sell you. It's very icy. It's just one of its attacks, and that's not really typical for one of the Celsius so far in the championships. And it's the perfect choice of having the Rangers on the other side. Gentile does not want to take any attack, but the charm into the Gentile. Now that's a tech move you don't see every day.
Yeah, you don't see it every day.
Obviously, we have 10 seconds to Rayquaza red, but it's the bottom of the map. Nobody wants anything to do with it because there's a big objective heading into this central area right here. This is huge for Cats. They need to win. They are ahead right now.
Trade for trade, and now it's going to end up being both Ashley and Yuya down to their final two Pokemon in the
This is the double trouble at the same time. Really, the charge is such a attack. It's not just the receiver. No, you end up not going to play out too much of it. Okay, right now, I want to
So Team Cap still ahead after the second game. Power still high out there at about 75% HP. They're double position on one. Four stars right there going to get 89 right under the top. Turns it on. Brings her back. They're trying to stop everybody down. Rapid spin. Right on top of Lilas. Lilas gets a bubble. So does Ellie.
They have to.
This is a great opportunity.
You definitely have to because you want to be able to Iron Man's able to survive in this turn. So when you put the challenge down, it's going to be right into the airship, but it's not enough to get the knockout.
I like it. And then anything. You've got to get this spacing out. I don't know why they're not finishing this thing straight. They hit for a reset. The Rayquaza solo. Everybody's in solo beam. What's a solo beam?
That's it.
Satellite in half. And now Pep to seal this thing up. They've got all the shields. They've got a great opportunity.
Now they're going to be able to try to run some points in there already ahead on the scoreboard. So right now, Team MYS has to do nothing but slow down. They have to lock up the shield. They want to stop every measure of competitor. At the same time, trying to figure out some way to score right here. It's like they're making it shield broken. Huge wood hammer. Now and Monster scoring in that capacity, continuing to push in their main goal with only 15 seconds left. They feel pushing towards a goal right now. It does not look like they're going to be able to do it. And here comes another point for Pets as they take it.
Bringing it up. And that's it. Russell will get there. Chitaro pulling out. Come back in game 2 when it looks like Miguel just fixing things out for Chitaro. Rapid game would take
Just eating this thing up with a composition that is truly a perfect position.
Incredible stuff there. We wondered what was going to happen with that lead field. We didn't know if it was going to be a big difference maker. Early on in the match, it felt like he was going to get the track. And that's what you expect lead fielder to shine. But we saw huge moments as the game went on. We're going to throw this thing back over to Keller and Wonder Chef to bring it all down. Take it back over there.
Yeah, I agree with that. So I'm going to see
Victorious, whatnot. Representing his hometown here, getting the win in front of the Japanese audience. To me, this game had a completely better now.
He always shows up to play out of the
guys into the pack.
Switch. I mean, you can really see that we have
There's a lot of stuff going on.
We had some
Yes, and you can see this great. Yes, definitely trying to get the ball to this leverage, just get it to take to get it strategy game. You know, anytime it happens, now that come right off the bat. Some of the ones that you need that many, especially when it takes a while. It's like, I feel like the clients that actually
Hey, that is exactly what we want to do. Exactly this type of honor is going to be very aggressive, but honestly, from both sides. So I know that we're going to see a lot of the game. Yeah, he's actually going to see it.
The thing is, this is the I feel like they're going to end up saying but even at this table, all these players have trying to get either stuff just chasing down each of these members away from team Game number 3, Action and Yulia are tied up 1-1 in this battle.
Very scary situation that you see with the
They took advantage and they made it go. Player of the game. I honestly like to have our card that was really that was obviously being such a time for team having that experience. That is just
yeah, you can see Ashley like to get a chase out on that last little bit. Here we go.
We usually see from originally that was such a great way besides not the flat hats that became really supporting real for no offender right now.
What's that additional damage? So that's the thing when you have mobility and the damage coming out from your team just coming in close. Like, I'm going to just have that damage.
Yeah, honestly, it's all over action there. It's all everything is even now with the speed I think the main thing is
you did see the characters as well in this match. At least have the ability to very get that damage out there and check out skill in that world. But I think it's more that you might ban one and might explode. There's so many other things
there's definitely going to be pivotal turns when you can have the rest of this game in the screen. So looking to preserve that energy as the water type, make sure that you're not getting damage from the shape
I will say for this season, by the end of this
Right, so just trying to open some big gaps here, and now that Luke comes out, Yoshi can take that much better now. The gym house does go down, leaving Circles just a bit more further going these next few turns. That's settled up, but still the wheel taking knockout here is one main, that's a lot of damage there from that Circles.
Yeah, we need to see, you know, if you still just get out there with an it's always fun to see. But you know what? We're having in this and you'll offense and you'll see how to take it out. And actually focus on it. You know what? The desire of advance once again. The harder you work, the harder you take that back. Otherwise, look at this. We have a lot of mates sitting around. Whatever. Don't be able to set back on the floor.
At least it's not as still up, but I think if you stay down the lane, it's moving that time paradigm. Like I said, it's going to be able to do something out. Maybe you're going to get
yeah, I think what makes this a little bit unfair is obviously there could be anything in there. So the main thing here is I think when you make a which is
no, it definitely makes more sense to have someone potentially with that person and obviously it just throws a market around themselves trying to get that time to get that timing just right. Also the ability to just find out the Iron Man tracking there with the 26 minutes. I really like this idea about that. You can keep these incredible fun. You're going to have that obviously in that right soul play and it's like just this one that they issue for the small ones is they have to get rid
I mean, they took the goofy shoes off in game 2, they put on their loafers, they said, let's do something a little bit more normal here. And they've got like a lot of comfort picks on both sides for these teams. So it's going to come down to a skill factor, coordination factor, and execution.
I like it when Pep says their goofy shoes on because they're doing some really incredible stuff with it right here. They're pushing towards, they can't hear this bottom down. And I don't think it seems to get a lot of priority between these two teams. The series potato now.
Is amazing. It allows them to stay like mid-distance out of trouble. Doesn't have to go too deep to get things. They can approach a lot of the inside of the map. And I think that's why Potato prefers the side of the west. It approaches a lot of puts it on your side of the map. It does it without putting yourself up front.
Looks like they're waiting in this tall grass, waiting to decide where they're going to go. And this will be the rise from here and it down to the run down for you. See if they can pick up again. All that looks like just taking that side. That's why in the bottom that looks like just with their simple hands. Everyone's not engaging in a big fight.
Yeah, not at all. You know, finally taking over the field. That's a little closer to the view. And they had a great situation. They were trying to engage. Didn't catch the ball. Something they killed. No KO unders quite yet. They're moving through. They're going to score He's always trying to get one hit KO, but now they're going to collapse on him. Still everybody standing right now. I can't believe no KOs have gone out. This might be the first rebound finish up. And just a little pot shot through the jaw. It's the KO over the face.
Yeah, incredible stuff from Peps. They picked up a blissy KO as well. Potato able to make the move here at the top half of this point. It's going to bring back in. Leafeon hitting on home. And no points here will be as exciting as they take the ball down. Oh, here comes the collision. Taking the big one, actually. Taking the big one, but I think that's the final change for down. Not getting KO, not getting the scratch, for the spot blue, looking at the outside area. I'll move back to my side. And here we go, 7:40 on the clock right now. This is just a moment where everyone's looking for any piece of experience that they can find on the board right here. We can see this being to get
He doesn't get with the idea that he needed to be able to KO using that to one hit.
Looks like they're hiding and waiting for this back here. And now they're moving up to the top back here. Looking to pick up some big KO.
They do, and they get it quickly. As I'm looking across the board, it looks like Peps has got the Las Vegas strategy. It seems to want to go on 3 players at level 7.
It's coming down to the wire.
Just hit the mat. You can actually make that enough.
You're going to get a big read on the U-turn. It's just very
KO by Rebound. Now starting to slowly to this
but Trigger is over.
trying to go down.
There we go. Actually, almost a level 10 here for Leafeon. They do just 10 right over, so they have this Unite moves. They move down towards Red Dice. Nice pick. Originally moving into the zone. Players are looking to get one up, but it's secure on the side.
You can always get 3 games in with that skeleton 10 power. That was what
Damage, Blizzard Avalanche, smothered all of Peps, and after that, it was official for that zone to go in and clean up. And now for Peps, all they have to do is try to maintain this goal to the best of their ability. The fact that it's sitting on 15, I think, is a blessing in disguise for them.
another big one.
Yes, they are able to put it right there. That puts MYS up 132 to 67. Snorlax in no man's land getting taken down on the side now of MYS. Great fight for MYS. Leafeon, they were able to take this and look at it. Also going down. Potato, they won it, they dumped their solar lightning and Yikes, Yamu able to flip the script quickly with a perish sign, a nice little attack on their outside. Yeah, MYS looking fantastic right here, getting out of a very sticky situation as Cali has found themselves the target now. MYS, 4 members of their team up here at the top half as they are pushing onto this full zone. I don't know if the solar blades are going to be enough. Here come the Bliss assistants as they put through this way. But you know, at the end of the day, they find them. What else with that Blizzard Avalanche combination? The key to the castle for MYS is this alone and Ninetales. Foxy looking good again on the Fox, and they're getting it done. And now it's just absolute MYS pressure being put on Peps. And I hate to say it, they're not responding well. No, they're not responding well. They need to do something about this alone. The Ninetales will look at that on the side of MYS. The Lapras and Extravagance in the face of their house. Moving towards them once again. Just 3 enemies coming out. Almost taking down Human and still running away from this fight. Once again, Snorlax arm is just, I mean, it's just such a weird session. I don't know. Really wanted to say live here at Leafeon against Potato. Trying to make it happen. Forced out the Unite move. They hit the button and they got deleted instantly. Not too sure what they thought was going to happen there. Nice little chip up at slow road. The fact that they're able to get that takes like 2 more
the chip out there really reminds me of the deck we played back in 2019 when we played Finland that had cross catcher, very similar to cross switcher, so that's kind of why he went for it, because he's very experienced with that kind of idea.
2 players are down, and all of a sudden MYS doesn't even care about a ringside battle with the Pokemon. We are pushing this thing.
MYS once again just pushing in the face of Peps right here. And it feels like we just cannot break this team as they are taking on the side of Peps. Koopa goes down before they are able to make it happen. MYS dominating this match so far.
Yeah, we're just fairly close. 2 minutes in, and skewed heavily in the favor of MYS. They know the results now. They insulate themselves a little bit. Don't hemorrhage any of the comebacks. Let's just talk back to the hands of Peps. They're going to be vicious.
Yeah, they need to do something right here on the side of Team Peps. They need to pick up a couple of kills. Obviously, the targets are the Alola, Ninetales, and the Zora. It's going to be really hard to KO an over-level Lapras on the side there of Team MYS.
Yeah, one of the biggest characters, not only on the map, but on MYS as well. So I'm sure that's what that parasol is hitting all the right notes. And of course, they have to collapse on top of it. They're only able to get half of Labrys's HP down. They, they're also similar to they are able to just pull the ball out of there.
I mean, right away, like, what a...
90 scoring points for their team. 100 right now. Pepsi is down.
Get the knockout.
They have to figure out
And I have it also like medical what ifs could have happened.
Yeah, so we're talking about, the strategy that Hugo uses when there are some that doesn't work as well when your team's this far behind. Now we need heals and we need you to hit a reset. These little fan forces
I never thought I'd do
that reset themselves. They decided to come back early because right now they need to protect themselves and figure out a plan in 2 minutes.
Yeah, this is really tough for Team Pep. That heated run here. That's every team on the side of MYS while at the same time not something is going to happen for them big time this final fight. MYS is taking this series.
And absolutely, they're dealing with your Reggie like you will. This basement Reggie's going to go to MYS for free. And all I'm looking at Pat is saying, do you have your bag of tricks? Because now's the time to pull it out here in the game 3 of the second match.
They need a massive catch. They have to catch one of these two Pokemon. They have to catch one of the Ninetales. They have to catch possibly catch this Night. It's just such a tough position for Peps to be in. Down by over 100. They may be able to make some sneaky scores out of that as MYS does not need to take breakaways off the map right now. But obviously you can see Peps pushed all the way back into their central area as they're looking to see who they can find on this side of MYS. The Trevenant not done with there, but safely healed up, covered with big, delicious eggs, and they are right back to the scope.
The thing that Peps has in their pocket is they do have some of their secure tools on their side. Between the view, between the Urshifu, they can really find their way in and make it happen. But they got to start doing something. There's only 120 left in this room.
And you can see a nice big boost attack onto that Trevenant. Once again, they have the heal on the side of Felicity. If they're trying to get rid of all those eggs, you see how much damage they can put before this fight actually starts. Calvin possibly looking for a score here at the top of the moving into the sky. Just getting some vision. They now see the Lapras here, and they know they're behind. They're going to need to make a play. There's only a minute left in this game, and Peps needs to do something. Here comes the Hoopa Unite move.
They're going for the back of the couch. They're going to get this one over. Lapras to pull against each other. They do score. But what's the top? Trevenant Unite comes out. One player down for Peps. The push is going on. Can they catch him? And they do. Carry Shrika 2, and they're going to keep going. Zora gets 3. They're going to move forward. Can they get another one? This Rayquaza is solo. They're going to go with the skill. 4 players down for Peps. Are they going to get the whole legs to close this thing out? They're looking for it. Rayquaza goes out down to the 4. And you know, Sprite. Tag, Jack, Queen King. Guess what, son? That's an ace, baby. MYS doing it in a big way here in game 3.
MYS able to secure the ace, but they were not able to secure Rayquaza. That did go over to the side of Peps. With no time left, every single member of Peps down. MYS has taken this thing. They win game number 3, and they are looking good in there. MYS ahead.
What a show. What a show. And at that point, like you said, take everybody else back. It doesn't matter who has Rayquaza. They can make it
just not enough that they could do in their hand. Obviously, Peps put up the best fight they could, but it felt like they just kept hitting this wall. MYS, there really was nothing they could do to get through those defenses. They couldn't pick up enough KOs. They went for a Hail Mary, secure their on Rayquaza. Even that, they got everyone with it.
To just ensure that the rest of the day is Calvin's halfway through their scoring cycle with that victory before coming through the board. They just snap right. Provides a different swing, a different approach out of MYS. They can put them on the back foot. They have a great leverage. Hindsight is 2020 struggles into this one. MYS has the foresight. They got themselves a big grand game.
There we go. MYS fans in the crowd right there. Very, very happy to see the game as they get 2-1 over Team Peps. Yeah, this take a look at the rest right here. You can see MYS really had the entirety of that match. It felt like MYS's game was a little slight.
And this is the first time we've seen that today, right? Teams take it from bell to bell. Take the lead, keep the lead, secure the lead in the game. MYS getting it done. It took a couple of games get that strong energy level in. But in game 3, they certainly looked solid. Let's take a look at the numbers on this one here. Pretty good. Across the board. As the Lions leading the charge right behind Fox and that 8 minutes of a charge.
Yeah, right. Got the key and their key moves. It's interesting. How solid is that goal? Decided by he was going to challenge. So obviously, now his team's got that team taps two. And then here we have MLS take of this thing here in number 3. Very to go out.
Well, we had previously seen this with the body we did.
Yeah, and actually the MLS show back and forth. You saw but this was that big engagement that Team MYS was able to take, and it was all the back of the line.
If they did not take this, Cali was able to get this secure. You see it here in this fight. They were able to jump in there. They get this final everyone is down. As soon as FYS saw that they have to try to rip this thing down, they turn on them. They go like a massive slow-mo here from the elbow until they tear back the champion. Obviously, they were feeling good. Maybe they didn't need to go to the game number 3 of the match because they especially if we saw TTV enter the game.
Absolutely. Now it's going to come down to which team can actually get the gauntlet of this group stage. Secure this in the easy going to 2-3. Don't leave it up to tiebreakers. Don't leave it up to other results. Just win these games. FYS and hang it up right.
Yeah, right now we can see right behind me. Wonder shot on stage 4. Win to take it away.
Congratulations, what a matter on set. That was the very stressful. I know that you just doesn't have that how long do you feel it is to have that extra level of world experience?
You got great play is I think it's the rest of like the expect to do well. I guess it helps me calm myself, especially in style of games. Like you really have to be calm and try to adjust to the current situation. So that really helps me a lot.
Makes a lot of sense. That was definitely something at the same moment. I gotta ask as well. There's been a lot of talk around every region that APAC is the ones who are the ones that can pull off the biggest levels. How do you feel about those regions in general? Not just West and East, but maybe
I guess I'll speak for all regions. I honestly think that we have a very mistakes on and we just have to don't be afraid, like stick it out and just play our own way and I think it will work.
Pokemon trading card game players in all age divisions. That is time in the round. You may have +3 turns. After 15 minutes, raise your hand for a judge if you need clarifications.
After me, nice party very, but thank you to people. Yeah.
think that's a great identification point. They work so well together. Plays really well. My last question for the star. How does it feel when you're ready to try and get the point?
Yeah, Eastern Champions League, 8-0 year, where I participate in Norway, I moved into day 100 comments, sideways moved to day 2, full time.
I love that confidence, and I know your friends are out there as well. The people who are spending so much time together, you best in blood in competition. Of course, we're trainers that lead in the privacy and taking out back to Thank you so much, Lou. Congratulations to you. Strongest American player. Things are really heating up here at the World Championships, and it's honestly a surprise to see where some of our top players are falling at the moment.
I am like looking at the rounds and how the situation is going after this last round. It's just so intense. Like there's so many good players that are at 1 and 1 and 2.
Take this next ice cream should be able to just get that wing attack down. Doesn't run that round. Looks to just finish off this matchup. It's going to be able to knock out the champion. Looks like the shot off below the 9 seconds. Not in the back. So when it's out, a knockout in a 2-0. Usopp moving on to the World Championship.
Really leveraging that from his game.
It was a hero run.
It was, right? So at the end of the day, it's like, I completely forgot about that shield because I've had in the end. It's really showing how far it goes, especially in the national time match. Very excited to see. And again, a lot of these trainers have not been able to so interesting. To see them for the first time and all of the rated playing top not 7 rounds ago. And I'm like, okay, that feels really doable. You gotta stay around and
But it's still intense at that point, too.
every game is it was like, oh my goodness, this everything looks rare, even just that last round. These are all matches, no answer. And then of course, you saw just precise gameplay of that game. So there's really no place for
I mean, talk about your experience, though, Aaron. You not only end up qualifying to compete in this World Championships, but you've been at these tournaments. So what is pressure really like?
come back in here to get that replay. That's in the stress. One thing is Bandit is just like his secret, right? Like so much against breaking out the first round. Can I just win it? And then see a knockout come in. But he's lost it. Like, oh my goodness, I got this. Once it gets to that second round, that's that top like I was wrong. That's it. But I think that also, you know, this game builds players, right? And those are going to have mainly I just say about amazing and trainers we don't usually get to see much until they just set the stage. I guess bodies with their gameplay and they get all the way to day 2 or even program. Right? It's all about that. And you know, Mike is still making pretty far into the semifinals. For some players, so Mike is not out of it yet. Even this big like, oh my god, Mike is semifinals. Even if he's championship is especially when I came in expecting to get a real these like my mentorship is that's my tough
I really love that insight. Thank you so much for sharing.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, of course. Well, that's going to do it for this round number 2 here at the Pokemon World Championships. Go ahead and toss it over to Black because we've got an exciting game show for you.
That's right. Exciting game show indeed. The games that everyone showed up to watch today, I'm sure. We are going to try to identify some Pokemon by looking at their Pokedex entries. Before we do, though, I think we should go down the line, introduce yourself again to the people at home, and tell them what your specialty is when it comes to knowing things about Pokemon. Right? Let's start with Okay, world champ.
Pokemon Unite World Championships here in Yokohama, Japan. Our first stage is
I feel like usually when I see your name, I see Gastrodon like very feel one. Yeah.
I'm late.
Put my hand down.
So that's the reason why Pokedex speciality. I was a student, so I'm gonna have that song. Kanto deck. Outside of
All right. Will you be rooting for Gastrodon, the world champ, or Professor Oak's team? Let's find out now. All right, let's get our first prompt. Let's find out. Who do we identify? It's one of the kinds of Pokemon with the electric
My name's Ross Gilbert. I'm joined for the first time in way too long by the lovely David Hockford. How you doing,
Now,
David?
this is going to be interesting depending on who comes out on top out of this.
As a world champion, the only Pokemon I can think of here is another world champion Pokemon. This time out of the season, I think it's got to reach
This is going to be such a good game. I mean, it feels like your captain was far better than mine, David, but we're in Japan. I had to do a little bit of an intro. I've been learning. I had to show off a little bit. So we both walked around the venue today. We both kind of got our eyes on the tables. We both, seen the first two games. What's taking your eyes so far?
Very soon, but I think it's just very exciting. We're not going to get there.
Okay, just in case, I will go first, just so you don't get caught by the like gotcha. All right, who is it?
All the top players are too great.
Is it Takashima? Is it Pikachu? Is it someone else?
Yes, so overall, it's
Good job. Pikachu is on the graphic, so I feel like
if they're going to
we
be
recovered all
today.
around. Yeah, good job. Especially obviously since you said it with the world team and your answer.
In terms of their region,
Look at our next prompt. Let's find out.
in their region, it's one over next. And a great way to earn themselves their spot here at the World Championships. We actually have a visit to take a closer look at this team. Let's get to know them with this team.
Let's start with Leon.
Yeah.
I think it's Dragonite.
Dragonite. Okay, okay. I was thinking
It's going to be interesting. I've also been chatting with my friends who we both know. I'm chatting with my friends and they say one of the main reasons they want that.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's Dragonite.
But we are trying to adapt
I was thinking it could be Sour.
but it's all that day around the format day, 8 games, 6 wins,
It is like the definition of
really going back.
What do you think?
5-0-3
One like to define,
Twice a lot.
All right, let's find out. Is Dragonite the Golden Boy? Yes, you guys are good. You guys are really killing it. Unanimously right answers. So, all right, let's keep moving on. Will we keep our perfect record? Will we become the world champion of who's that Pokedex? It stops eating when we choose. It doesn't feel full unless it feels nearly 900 pounds. Yeah?
So it would be like a very big thing.
It's our first time.
Anyone, any dissenters? You kind of look like a Snorlax color scheme going today too. You have the blue, the white, the light.
Okay, so now we'll pick a random.
Yeah. No, but you know,
You have some things.
Any dissenters? All right, Snorlax.
Championship, which is and some other names that I think people are.
All right, we're on a roll. Easy peasy. What appears to be an iron helmet is actually hardened hair. This Pokemon lives for the thrill of battle. I saw this one on the stage.
They get to play the luminaries themselves.
Kingambit.
The helmet, he's got some hair.
Obviously, gets you to hair those. So we might have to wait and see whether they do just look as it doesn't look like a helmet.
You're going to need to when you're going up against the team, the caliber of non-stop gaming or this one.
I'm going to pull a couple of the backs. There are some people there, some people around. My opinion is all the
So far, you guys' unanimous guesses have been really good. So let's find out. The Pokemon Gambit. He's over there selling near the world champ. I feel like this is on ice. Also, like the hat kind of opens eyes.
Yes, they did have that culture there. Specifically rates is the quite represented.
Absolutely. And from your side as well, so obviously if you start to the tournament run, I think that is a trait you could
On sunny day, it's high degree of
and then you know,
I mean, blending into the clouds feels
they've obviously done nothing with game they're right down to this is such an important match. I mean, it's a tough one to go up against, but you made it to the championship. You know you're strong. It's also not a fair here. I don't know.
The very first episode, he was easy to miss.
Let's find out. Who is it that's going into the clouds? Because we're flying in the Yes. Our cloudy bird. Alright, well that is the last one. I feel like we did very well. There was only one that none of us got right. How do you feel about that?
I just didn't want to steal the same answer. I thought I'd do something a little different.
Yeah.
But yeah, as soon as you said Altaria, it sounds like the right answer. But it started out strong. Yeah, what, 2 right? And then just went downhill from there. Kind of like my VGC career.
I feel like we got like a solid B+. I feel like that. I will give it. Now, we had some fun here, but what's really fun is happening out there. Tell me about your world experience so far. Let's start with you. What's been fun so far?
Is in charge and in control of that. They truly look like it's so tough to come against the Luminosity when you're coming from so far because their speed is sometimes too much to take.
I think they also have that same presence. Love that momentum to begin with. This is them popping up. They have to go across values. But I think it's great. That's the first game, yeah, if I get the momentum, that's that momentum.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, this is a tough one, right? We need 3 teams to hit this run that we can against. However, I see like in these years, make very big penalty the way the stages are put them in that position, but having a lot of on those this is the green stage when you actually know how to take over the coordination between them and the ring to be there. Because you're real step from the attack position. I honestly think this team is capable of more and more, but this is the time where they actually just work all together.
Surreal is the word for it. It's wild. Time feels like either you're in a theme park or you like walk into an anime or something. It's just larger than life and yet like real life size and so cool. And that big drum with the moving image of worlds on the front. Also, did you guys catch the drums at the beginning? I was dancing back here. I've actually been mostly out on the floor meeting people. There are people all over the world all over the province by the way that community comes together around something they all have in common. It's been like
Pokemon trading card game players, welcome to round number 5. You have 50 minutes. You may now begin.
It's very indicative of how much sense their team is going to make when you're flashes on this stage. It's not intense to make success, but to get a reload is representation. So we have our regular tournament as well. It's going to be interesting to see if they can fix the best
against a team like SAUL, who's going to be just sort of like an amazing things to you know, on the start of the year.
Which one plus 5 has to be valuable. But it depends who's the other team is out there as well. Whether it's just one round or they've got the people set up with
talked a lot about in their team profile video that we just saw moments ago.
So, you know,
Mention things to the table, but also with the games that can play to the power case as well. I think it's a great recipe. You know, be prepared for the best and also bring in a little bit of spice. I think SAUL is also going to be trying to do that and more. But game board draft is almost underway. We haven't seen a game going to be on that orange side. They're going to have to make some trade with 7
Yes, to be tomorrow, but we need to find out who's the involved band. We can obviously see these members that are taking over. We have Rahul on the side of SAUL, and it looks like it's going to be leading on the side of the Criminal Studies.
I love the age thing, like you were saying too. It's so fun to see these young kids being encouraged by people who know what it was like to play as young kids and helping each other kind of grow up in this community way. It's so fun to watch. And they are here, of course, to watch them.
We have seen band time and time again. We've already seen it be banned multiple times. So to be able to let him out of that jail, that is one night you do know what's to come.
I don't know. I'd love to hear a whole Randomly Soprano flowers, but isn't it great to have those back? It's so funny out there.
Well, that's the thing with Korea. I have no idea what this could be. But I guess if I just predict, they are the new member to the team. So it doesn't look like they have to perform that last pick. Once again, we're seeing this is a pattern. Double defender and support. The thing is, which of these teams is going to work out best? And it's all down to these team fights, these positionings, these strategies they form that these teams can have to work out.
Of course, we're ready to take it away because we are watching the reigning champions here on the main stage. Two snacks. This is going to be a good one.
It's going to be a good one. I'm excited to see this India squad here at SAUL. Of course, they know what they're up against. They know who won the World Champions last year, and they also know the team's history of the World Championships and what they've done this year and what they're up against. Humble is a great thing to eat, and they're humble indeed, ready to show the world that they are not quite done yet. This is going to be a big one.
Ooh, I would love a piece of pie as we head here to game number 1. SAUL Esports, your purple team. Luminously, your orange team. We've got one Italian on the side of Luminously heading down into Cal, not playing in the central areas where some teams do. And I have to wonder if they're going to be playing the Slingshot or if they're playing Liquidation. From what I've seen, a lot of the teams, Eastern teams are playing Liquidation, but Western teams are playing Slingshot. And I've got to say, I frankly prefer Liquidation for this Pokemon. I think Slingshot's incredible in some situations, but I hope some of these teams are picking Liquidation because it's just such an amazing weapon for intelligence.
Yeah, I have a tendency to agree here. What I really appreciate about these teams actually set their support players along with their central area players to make sure we had no crazy invades. Of course, as soon as I say that, Umbreon goes down.
This is very scary on the side of SAUL. You have overcorrected the Combe caller. This is
think if there's something you see that does really well, and I have no answer to this at all, they change things up a little bit. But I think it's a big risk to kind of overreact in this one.
Interestingly enough,
But, I mean, it's a surprise. We still have 5 more rounds to play today. The range is huge. Surprise at the top, and you start thinking,
Snow goes down.
all those teams that have looked a lot like last team weren't doing so well. Well, yeah, you make a few
It's great to buy space in top of this team, specifically for Intelligence. It's a big electrical boost to them. They're low on HP and they're going for that KO. We saw in the SAUL interview that they like to play aggressive and flip the switch. They certainly flipped it there. Rex getting the KO for the squad.
Yeah, nice job there from Rex. And I gotta say, a lot of this team composition from SAU feels like a huge counter to what Luminosity's bringing. The question is Luminosity's play style going to win out, or is the counter picking on the side of SAU what we're doing right here? As this whole thing, Zora is just looking for, every Pokemon they can to pick up a big KO on the side. Luminosity, what they do all game.
It's quite literally on the hunt. Anytime SAUL will find themselves alone, they are at risk of getting KO by those roads moving overboard, because that's all they're doing here. They're just looking to refill the cards.
There's actually a lot of really good players.
It looks like this whole thing could be a huge thing for SAU. If they can agree to shut down some of this aggressive play here,
managed to pull this off the regional level. Since we got those, you guaranteed you get the 2 loss records in
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to look for space for Snow. Now, Overwatch is going in. I mean, all might say HP is
they stay calm, they
pound.
remember
Snowy with the flow
practice,
at least made Overwatch test their decisions here. Dart through that off-field Terra Tundra experience here. Zora feels back as Emo hops back on.
they could have stuck
Looked like it went on for SAUL feels great.
Yeah, I mean, just incredible stuff. Once again, this is textbook Luminosity right here. They just put the pressure on, they dive, they're aggressive, they go for tons and tons of KOs, and they get accurate.
There's no advantage if you went 5-0 or 5-2. All it does is get you that ticket in tomorrow. So, yeah, I think it's a good time not to freak out.
Trying to pick up some KOs.
Good enough to go deep tomorrow, good enough to win 5 in a row today, right? All these trainers are great players, that's why they got here to begin with. They qualified over this.
Really wanted that KO so immediately on top. They're still
the worst thing that happens
finally they get spiked by the uppercut.
I think that if ever there was a good time maybe to mess it up a little bit, I don't think anyone's going to be too disappointed about this time.
Snowy gets the KO. SAUL making it happen in front of LG.
Yeah, great stuff from SAUL right here. They're pushing onto this bottom goal with their full team. We can see while this is happening, we have 4 people on the side. In the section area of SAUL.
Quickly, Cage going. The gravity was perfect. Cage overloaded immediately and stomped them down with the punch shoes and Captain Metals. They're looking to bring his goals to Hydro Typhoon repositions, but through LaFable Sprangles, SAUL makes it out there off the scoreboard.
Take a look at this. We actually ran off the circuit player right here, which I would not expect. I would expect a player like this to be running rapid spin sure. I mean, just such an aggressive player. You can see all the work that they're actually putting in here. While they weren't able to get a great fight on the bottom path, they were able to evolve that Blastoise. That's a big thing for a lot of teams.
Very much so, very much so. They did get the objective as well, which can't go understated. It's a good experience for them naturally. And they're the first ones on top of this ridge. Oh my, and I think opportunity pressure hard with that Lapras. Nice little shot. Comes out, keeps that top off. Pretty engaged there with the back rock. They come out to how Jerry is digging the camp. It's done the gets who takes the objective. But SAUL in the base. SAUL showing today they need to right now. I mean, imagine if they can take down the shields here and just the points raining in. They were way ahead. They managed to shut down this side of Luminosity. Like I said, it felt like every single hit from SAUL was a counter to Luminosity. And we're seeing here in game 1. Well, that's the thing. You have a team like LG that's going to mistake so much on stream so much. I mean, there is a lot of history to look
maybe you're trying to
figure out
your
what their
rivals more so
favorite
in this case.
There's almost no take on this, and they're able to couple that together and put together a strategy like this, which is looking good.
I think it could be a little bit nerve-wracking
So many tools to shut down Luminosity right here. Registeel getting shipped up. They are letting it back with the snipe shot. Misses from the side of Luminosity. So many also does SAUL. And we're just going to see either one of these teams really wants to push this fight under the top half. Lapras to go down All Might on the side here. SAU Nice big Unite move. This red shield's getting incredibly low. It's secured there by the wall.
The Hydro Typhoon came through. There's a fly out of the Clefable. They crash lane and they're converting into KOs. Nice little surge to get them spacing. Where is the follow? I always say that. Where's the follow to Unite move? On a Snowy, the Mew seals it up. Back shot saying, I'm bad, drop. Give me another KO. We move out here.
Incredible stuff right here. We got possibly 44 points going in for SAUL. They're looking to get this score, but we have the Italian with the snapshot points going. They seem to break only 6 right there. Overlord moving on in, trying to pick up a KO, and they do with the Mew.
Yeah, but now Overlord's on the backside. There's a gravity waiting for them. They force out the Unite move. Snowy's getting collapsed on the gravity. Comes down and they throw in the damage. They do. They get a big time KO on Overlord. He loses the chopper block. They jump on top of Slash. Ring finds the space. And look what it is. They get the KO again. And SAUL right now showing in the world right now.
They're showing up to play, and they're making the world champs look bad here on the main stage. At number 161 and 157. They still do need to watch out though, because that level 13 support is looking to pick up the KOs. They keep finding opportunities to shut it down between the gravity and the feedback and the displacement from the Lapras. Just incredible stuff from SAUL. They're playing incredibly cohesive together, and they understand the force that Overlord is. If you saw the Snowy disengage back to the Clefable, securing that player gravity down, and then 2 grabs collapsed on top of it, to get that KO. His team understands what they're up against, and they're trying to make as many moves as possible to keep that thing going. You can see here, they're looking at someone that can get this one on the side.
Players were really good. Team building, making everything around the score.
The Pokemon is now almost even at this point. Regularly looks like it's moving forward towards the top half. As Rayquaza is hitting them out right now. All Might putting in 50 in the top half. And it looks like LG wants to fight badly.
They need to take it for Lapras. Gets back to the big surf follow-up break. See if we can get a Hydro Typhoon with chip up there. It is Bang to catch the Umbreon to go down. Italian snipe shotting them out. Big surf again. The slow Slash is spacing incredibly well. And SAUL needs to find their way. Slow beam on top of Snowy. Snowy is pulsed up, pushed down. That actually saved them after the slow beam. They couldn't get collapsed. The Overlord's in the middle. All Might's chasing them down. FHB on Overlord as they're looking for re-engage. They jump into the raid pits. They're peeling back. And I think we're going to have to take a deep breath, Sprinkles, because these teams are going to re-engage.
Sounds good. Here we go. They're looking for another fight right here. Obviously, LG is behind. But Aussies, they've been trying to pick something up here right into the gravity and a little bit of trouble here. It's the Unite move. Umbreon Unite move right back as the Solar Beam not able to take down this Spark, and they do peel away from that fight. Here come the snipe shots, the Italian Unite.
Nice first shot follow-up. They're moving through. The Solar Beam comes through. Doesn't hit anybody. It goes wide. Slash with good spacing, but they're finally we're looking for a KO who's actually going to go down. Everybody's solo 1 HP. We're under a minute left in this one, Sprinkles. LG needs to make a move. Really need to take this thing. Good reset from Snowy. They're going to stay standing. Overlord's playing on the backside. Curious is peeling the score, but Snowy's waiting for him. They're going to see if they collapse on this goal zone. Slash is leashing all the attention, and they're jumping on top. Snowy needs to go to work up there. Slash is taking All Might's attention down here. Clefable's sitting there. They go for the reset. The moonlight is up. Nobody has scored quite yet. They almost going to get KO. The Umbreon is there to pick up. Curious's going to have to keep pushing, keep pushing. Gets the kill on Overlord. Straight Overlord is down. He's making it happen. Their defense is standing strong. 20 seconds left. The Slash is still fighting towards the goal zone. Rin is pivoting to see if they can get there with them. Umbreon's peeling down and sitting on top of course All Might. They're going to put the power shot. They're going to put the pressure on. And the Lapras come through. They did it. They freaking did it. Sprinkles. SAUL India, baby. Taking one of the world champs. Unbelievable. What it takes. Let's go. Can't believe it. Looking to prove something new with their transformation. I'll tell you what, this is a race. Very difficult stuff right here from SAUL. They're talking about calling every single game. Every single game. On the side, just shut them down. We're going to send this thing back to Zoinks and Kelly right here. Break down an insane game.
Get to the end of
playing their opposition so fantastic. Start to finish.
in a way, right? Because the way Pokemon works, when it came to Dynamax versus any other format was very different, right? So like, right now, like right now, it's like a little bit of a fake.
feel like he's one of the most important Pokemon last season. Probably not even the best Pokemon in its own legendary grouping, right? Regitrico, we have also not seen yet. Probably this year's Rillaboom, this year's Urshifu, really strong, but don't play quite like last year. So I think you get into Texas a little bit. Like with the players that they were able to like Sanders, like the Shelly, a little bit now. Just such a marathon to go back and take 2 in a row in the other direction. The thing is, Elizabeth City Gaming put in a very precarious spot here in a group of only 3 teams. Dropping a game in that match is the problem. Let's take another look at that match and see how SAUL really been
Now we can obviously see the issue getting taken down here. The defenses that they were putting on being able to take down and shut down that intelligence earlier on.
So good. I mean, asking it in the draft and even more so quite understand on the sword. It's not a legend, but if you don't have it, your first make your rounding system like that, it's up to make work. And unfortunately, Season was able to outtake and outdo in so many situations. See the Urshifu actually dodging back down the path. It's about the third of their HP remaining. That happened so many times. LG was really struggling to close knockouts unless they reached
That's the thing, you could just see SAUL sticking together. They lost that big club, just the tankiness that they had. And then obviously having them working at that time, just sniping them, it was incredible.
Definitely having some huge impact. And it's like range match every single time. There was an objective in game and felt like we were going to have a huge team by flowing the other way. All my unstoppers just constantly great last insecure moments after they slow up, finding your wrong specialist, having an attack damage. And you're going to see an immediate flood of a team fight the other direction. Pretty much out here the range, but it puts it away. It's going to be no, I mean, it's SAUL playing together really well in terms of team coordination.
You show you the standings at the end of round 2.
As we mentioned, just sticking together, making it one. Like these team fights are
players. Oh yeah, they're doing it. These are the players to watch. But this time I think it really does matter.
So that high damage output
means you can go 2 and 2
and if we were talking about flood, I feel like it's not a flood. With this new service that loves the surf, it's not right to knock them out of position and to bring them up. You just have SAUL is coming on top, going back, making sure to read the
need the 5th win.
We had them going back, making sure that she was able to defend that top tier 2 spot, and obviously, defending that one as well. Just reading that figure. The opposite team is going to pull out. Just a good
making that second round of launch in independent and I mean, this is so they're back against they're making this situation covering that slow run taking on 3 seconds for them. I think that tells the defenders too much for them to do. Now you're going to give themselves a chance to push pick the strongest defenders in the game and give SAUL something.
The thing is, which is are they going to choose? Are they going to choose Umbreon on top? They don't care, it's a Lux. That was my choice. Very delightful.
That was my choice. So glad to see it. They are the same mind. However, Tyler is stewing over here. He knows which to see what attacker they actually decide to bring to that model panel. And there we go. So they weren't really sure on one of the defense side covering. Very interesting. Energy from my original similar number they're on out. No matter what, so much different. It's like a different guy.
But the thing is, obviously, to be that leaves an open spot to be picked up. Lapras,
don't do that anymore.
LG, they look at that right now.
They're looking incredible. I mean, that's a fourth and north play that really changes so much. The thing is, SAUL was great. I think it's actually that you really top two points. You can take this show. The players who are on that you get Japan so quickly. Especially early on, you want to get down the top. That is a very, very strong start. Moving on and rallying to the over 9 to lose your own. This whole thing they got with that. So she gets so they play
build and you're going on, maybe take your switch out of the dock and walk across the living room, and then by the time tournaments roll around, you salt it a little bit. You get time to kind of adjust to what other players are doing here. Instead,
now the thing is, time is switched around. Obviously, we had SAU playing really tanky position. I feel like they're not as tanky this time round, and Luminosity have that constant offset. Obviously, having the double defender, the Yoshiru on their side, obviously they're going to have to come against that Trevenant Profane with the AoE healing. You don't actually get that obviously with Comfey, only being able to attach to a singular ally there. But, I mean, the self-sustaining is there depending on which moveset this will go.
Final team fight, I think it's going to be this matchup throughout the day. It's going to be very, very interesting. But of course, we have our two casters. We're taking it to game number 2. Spring the Deuce next to bring us in.
We're heading into game number 2 right now. And can you believe it? But SAUL is on one over the world champions right here. Luminosity. I felt like every single pick in that first game was a comprehensive. Now that I look at game number 2, though, I'm loving the competition from Luminosity.
Yeah, it's really solid. I mean, it's pretty much what was just thrown at them. They're throwing it back the other way. However, you have to know that when you make these choices, we view Teleon back-to-back, that you're opening yourself up to competition that you're clearly familiar with.
Yeah, you're going to run into a Lapras, and you're going to run into an Umbreon. Trevenant is a great defender here, but it definitely feels like it's a couple runs down from what we're seeing on the side of the box here. And look at this. Rex coming in with an early invade, able to take that away with multiple members here.
When I start counting the big 6 Pokemon, I got all my fingers, dip my shoes off, so my toes, I need to grow into a limbs. There's like 20 Pokemon, maybe a little bit more in the big 6 Pokemon. Like the big 16 maybe.
As you said, they want those the first investments, so they want to spike around with things.
Start complaining, oh, it's the same Pokemon, you start listing them because the message was it's crucial to be able to use those Pokemon well, but also in a creative way, right?
Catch the lead out with Pokemon like that. Because we have like ready in this spot, and they are going to be jumping on in and look for some KOs right here. Nice big game launch, but Leafeon in some trouble. Not able to get the KOs before he able to start scoring.
Yeah, 40 to 21, get some points in. I like the heads up play. SAUL maybe there's how do we get out of here? Let's just not give them KOs on top of this goal zone because they're going to get either both or just the scores. Intelligently backing up and giving themselves an opportunity to fight another.
Intelligently backing up, I would say.
That was intelligently. Let's not do that anymore. Here we go. Buzzing out to the press screen. Got a little 3-on-1 as of course Overlord's carrying. That's a signal to me to the chaos that goes over LG that they're all free over their traffic. Every time you look at Comfey, it is not giving that away.
And if it does, it happens to find a really nice home on a couple of very tanky Pokemon on the side of the Luminosity right here as we head down. Somewhere in this satchel area, now heading down to the bottom half. We're just seeing how much experience these two teams to try to take away from each other. A lot of the Ninetales coming out here in game number 2. We've just seen this one dominate.
Absolutely. I mean, Fable left out here getting pinned against the wall. Body just comes out for the Buzzword to come up and try to sort them out. There goes Slash quickly. Umbreon gets bucked, no question. Here's my question to you, Strangler. Is LG doing enough with the invaders that they have right now to cause the pressure they need? They're down on the scoreboard, and it kind of seems like SAUL is just hanging out.
And here we go, though. LG moving on here, looking for a KO on this Inteleon. They it's a little shed engine doll, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Very intelligent play, but unfortunately, no one was able to save it.
Identified here by a bunch of Pokemon that was get that line today. No one said it was reflecting on the most of the time. Braylon definitely should check out the guy. They can be a Pokemon like that. You can actually look for the other side of the field and how many Pokemon that can help fuel the game.
It's actually a
there's like grass type Pokemon that will be naturally immune. There is a single Pokemon that will be grass or natural immune. But notably, no safety goggles on the field. They're going to consider that compared to very significant space here. Quite a lot of them. They are on top of this British Steel. Looks like they're going to be able to scare not much out in that 10 seconds. Check right there. Out of the top half. Keep an eye on the field. It's fantastic.
Well, that means Overlord isn't here, so I think UL has an opportunity to push. They're going to get as many points as they can. Slash getting pretty well. We've got an engagement here as the Slash probably goes down. There's still 4 players in the base of Curios who's trying to use the A to lamp the points up with the big fairy ride gets a KO, and all of a sudden the pressure switch really says that UL replays them.
Beautiful stuff there from Luminosity as they come out, pick up a ton of KOs. You know what? That is how that unite was supposed to be used. Bring in multiple members. You bring it down Overlord with a combined 3 members of Luminosity just crashing the party of SAU.
Now Red with the confidence to play into the jungle, the other side of the map of SAUL going to get themselves a buffer, cruise away with it, is now SAUL is forced to scramble.
A bunch of stylish Pokemon on one side of the field, and perhaps even more stylish Pokemon on the other side. There, both the Frailing and the Roaring Moon, 2 Pokemon that I did not expect to see even once this weekend, appearing together, trying to show us that perhaps the metagame is not so simple as we believe. Let's get the first one. Dominating on, doesn't get the KO. It's actually
especially if Miles crashed into the bottom half. Quick low race, 17 points in, slash bottom half, see if they can trap the thing in-game.
Nice big avalanche blizzard, but you can see SAUL still very much in this game against the world champs. If you're just joining us right now, they've already taken 1 game off of here in this group stage earlier. 2 Stacks was saying the telling, which is not correct.
The 2 Pokemon looks like don't want to face down a Flutter Mane, the most common Pokemon by far in the format. There's got to be a solution to this. It's up to 2-0. I'm kind of curious what the game plan is here.
Ready to possibly take this regime like you're in liquidation points. It's marked right there, but they've got that combo. They keep them healthy. The lead beyond United coming on in, and they are able to pick up the KO and save.
With 2 back in, where they finally sort out the Russian food, they're able to get them back. Lapras is in, though. It's got that shield from its right because it's putting the pressure on Parasite. It's hitting everybody, putting Amber's around. Pretty well. Goes down, KO, string of 2 for Red.
Look at this here. There's the raid, and it just keeps going right here. The Parasol up for Trevenant, looking for something in Slash. This regime is like, look at Lapras. I mean, still fighting here. They are doing everything they can. Big superpower sending it back towards their home zone as this is getting very, very close to the side of Luminosity. Right now, are they able to make something? No. Luminosity's securing it right here, but he gets the message ball actually scoring here in this one.
One thing you like about the Trainer side, I think it can hold up 45 yards there for some format, and then Frailing is almost holding the focus back. The new spread you just not at one speed. Now what's scary, as you mentioned, he took the opportunity to grab grass here, they can try to get around the more here. With the technical score, she used to target. She would be a steal away from passing so good. Great fight there. Luminosity is there, continuing to put the pressure on. On this one, and they are very experienced.
13 of the incredibly solid this game where in game 1 they were incredibly active getting to face the opposing team. So it clearly favors them to level up in this instance. SAUL is trying to instantly let them take
Thanks so much for sticking with
You looked like you had a very strong handle of things in that game number 1. Talk to me a little bit more about the Hisuian Arcanine choice that you just mentioned. Why that one versus the Kanto one?
because what's vibrant and person. Also because I think Arcanum is always a weird mind because it's worse than regular Arcanum it's the first time for this specified, that's also those moves go out to
Oh, it definitely is. We've seen great rock slides all across the competition this season. But what about Chanpao? Yours is very unique, and you had to scrap. So what was behind that?
The choice was basically one time I tried it on the I wanted to try it exact because it's on the first time. By the time I was trying it, it felt really good. Because before you first a lot of water swim, given that with the fancy Pokemon the best Blast from Chanpao, also Blast So I think that's good. It didn't come much in Ambient this match. I honestly used it as just since it was not knockoff because I didn't want to click as it was actually. It felt unnecessary because I think it was
We've definitely seen some ice crash misses throughout the tournament already, so glad you didn't fall for that one. But what about the Urshifu? Just kind of last question here. You were playing against the dark type Urshifu with your own water type Urshifu. Were you nervous about having to play against that?
I'm not here because don't contact Urshifu can snowball next time my opponent has the ice cream second game Urshifu plus that is a very bad because one drawback of that Urshifu is somewhat speed and if I shouldn't be so yeah I was a bit nervous I was pulling my Urshifu only because I wanted to have something to make something with the block my Urshifu not having this made things pretty easy luckily it didn't come into play because when his Urshifu came into the field there was so much
Oh, it definitely was. Simone wanted to give you an opportunity to talk to not only the people here supporting you, but also the people watching you at home. Is there anything you want to say to them?
Yeah, thank you for the support throughout my organization because I play for the people
Well, congratulations once again. Hope you're able to get that final win in the next round, and best of luck with the rest of the tournament. We have more exciting BGCs actually ahead of us.
Here we go. Championships, and we're back. Out through our first day. Welcome in. TCG side level. Haven't already followed I know. I wouldn't want to see those at second. My name is Ethan Heggie. Alongside Style. So far, so good. So far, surprises, some things we expected, but most importantly, lots of teams and Pokemon. Yeah, not long to go now. For a lot of players, it'll be a relief when they hit that final red ball or that bar.
not making it through here. And they're going to be the ones to initiate the play. So pumping seeds to be going down. Big united here to only catch 2
Everybody else is still in it. You're still fighting.
So it doesn't get
Next round, actually, that last final round is
Exactly. Well, myself being only going to be walking out around the moat, and we're going to get ready for the very next game. But we're going to have a little bit of a break right now, so
the exciting Pokemon taking place.
Where are they going to push? Not even 8 seconds left. You gotta get something.
Joe Bernard, unfortunately, started out 0-2, climbed back a little bit. They go on and on. Those players who enter the field with a plethora of
But just to be safe here, let's see who is in the lead and who will take the set. I honestly feel like they won 3 games to me in that set. From a team that was, I think, maybe not expected to do much.
Snorlax is having
I must say, Fable's Wonder Wish came true tonight as they got that dominant build that Crew just had.
I have to say though, since Pokemon Sleep, I have lots of
points of most of that match.
The fact that they were still able to win this fight using that.
one thing that anyone else needs to get in those campaign tips on those that's the best card you can show to anybody. I mean, at least as somebody who's involved in every aspect, what's the most expensive card you have? What's the rarest card? He's got just huge shots from
Even more exciting. Hanging up some
Listen, this is the card we talked about. It's here.
Turn the lights off. With the that was slash and dash, it was definitely a tough match.
Myself as well. And it's a single person I felt like the rest of us. I feel like it's not
there's lots of fun photo opportunities all over
one of our technicians. But actually, speaking of that, looks like we did some right side swap. That's been here for too long. It's great. Lions can actually tell you who's that
You can see the age codes of those Pokemon just evaporating away. How did you get so good at that week?
I just had the Altaria. Because that would be
Practice it every day. And for the folks at home, you wanted to speak your language and answer some of these questions, so tell them how. I'm sure it's going to be one.
Kamusta kayo dyan? Sana sinusuportahan nyo kami dito sa Pilipinas. Ay sa inyo once pala. Sana patuloy nyo kami suportahan mo namin manumatay.
One more question for you. You need OSU Metro to get beat by Entity 7 next to keep your hopes alive of making day 2. Send some positive vibes over to Entity 7, please.
Outside of the game aspect, it's okay. You can be big tournaments, right? It also feels nice to be much.
There you go. We're going to take a little off. We're this thing to a break. Lance, dual snacks, we're out. Take it easy.
Especially the World Championships. You go play
Exactamente, o sea, creo que aunque ahora se haga eso, al final lo importante de un programa de radio, entre muchas comillas, es como un podcast que es como que tienes que atraer a la voz y decir cosas interesantes para pues mantener la atención.
Sí,
Que te estás
y no hablar demasiado rápido, pronunciar bien la palabra, que no...
Eso los andaluces, ojo, porque los andaluces soléis hablar muy rápido.
Sí.
No todos, pero en general
Y yo
es un
sí.
acento muy acelerado.
Y me pasa a mí mucho en los programas, que además en directo no puedo cambiar nada, si me equivoco, hay veces que me trabo muchísimo hablando porque hablo muy rápido, como mi cerebro va leyendo el guión.
A todo trapo.
Sí, o si de repente estoy más nerviosa por lo que sea y sin darme cuenta.
Exactamente, o sea, creo que aunque ahora se haga eso, al final lo importante de un programa de radio, entre muchas comillas, es como un podcast que es como que tienes que atraer a la voz y decir cosas interesantes para pues mantener la atención.
Sí,
Que te estás
y no hablar demasiado rápido, pronunciar bien la palabra, que no...
Eso los andaluces, ojo, porque los andaluces soléis hablar muy rápido.
Sí.
No todos, pero en general
Y yo
es
sí.
un acento muy acelerado.
Y me pasa a mí mucho en los programas, que además en directo no puedo cambiar nada, si me equivoco, hay veces que me trabo muchísimo hablando porque hablo muy rápido, como mi cerebro va leyendo el guión.
A todo trapo.
Sí, o si de repente estoy más nerviosa por lo que sea y sin darme cuenta.
They get 2 more shots, they just have to win.
Dragonite is really solid. These teams are solid for this is because we know there's a Lantern in the back. You can't be the fire and flying type against that Pokemon, so we're going to see the Dragon Ball be fired up here. I think Shadow Charizard might be able to escape it, but we're not going to find out here.
I mean, yeah, it's a good race to the time. I'm just playing. When you're in, I like leaving it in my hand. Trying to get the win. I don't know. Personally, I would be playing.
Absolutely right. Thunderbolt will connect FPL Stereo here. Does deal some neutral. All that Dragon Breath has led to a lot of damage. We're going to see probably a Lightning Blast any second here, just before the Thunderbolt is ready, I would predict. And the Sky Attack, actually, I don't think this is going to happen here. Every year.
Yeah, and I think part of what's impacting your decision is, are you okay with the 7
more Dragon Breath. We'll see how into the Shadow Dragon. It does get the KO with the Dragon Breath. The final Pokemon comes out. It is the Charizard. There is the Dragon Claw stored.
Welcome back to the lounge. I'm joined once again by Scott and Ray. I'm going to start with the elephant in the room. I'm really sorry. Ray, how do you feel about that performance on
You know, it was a clean 2-0 at the hands of Aaron Cybertron thing. And I wish I could have put up more of a fight. But that's happened here on the last half. And shot out that.
Yeah, I mean, I came up with some excuses for you, just to try and help you out, because I had a feeling you'd take this and all too. I appreciate that. Number one, the stage is much bigger than the show.
That's true. That's true.
Much bigger. But secondly, the fact that you were playing really well, Aaron was still also true. So maybe you can't go to the same distance. You really had to approach it.
Right, so the match we have coming up is going to be
Yeah, it was kind of tough. I was going up against Aaron using a ranked team, but you can't do that game, right?
Let's head over to the stage for our players.
I'll get him next year.
You know, even the finals next year, bro. We'll see how that one goes. But in the history, I haven't made guys let's zoom out into the real world.
trying to do some math. This is about as far as I go. Too much time.
I think we did, but both in terms of the things that are in terms of me, and we're seeing a lot of the Pokemon see a lot of for the most part, where I don't think anything like totally crazy, which is like new archetypes has been shown. I do feel like, as we also expected, all those the teams are going to go back. I'm surprised, right? It's not just like, oh, I'm going to use 6 Pokemon at the top of the draft, and most expected movesets, and most expected out. Everyone has their own twist on the game. Everyone's going to have their own feeling. I think we all know the top 6 Pokemon is the way of being most effective, right? So, like, where's the high ball? Their picture is different, but I think that it's been expected in a fun way. I think this is been really fun.
There was also a good chance to get to see Celia actually going to it wasn't successful in this round. It did show
I did not expect this one to be quite so scary all across the board. I mean, I've been impressed by 57, I've been impressed by 55 on the screen. So all together, it's just like, I think there's going to be one that's tied. This might be the one that I would bring out.
I got so interesting. I was intimidated, and I know you were trying to intimidate me directly, but I was intimidated. Do you think that they like broadcast that screens at every single match?
We've seen a lot of
Absolutely, what I chose to do is to get their
I think it's as strong as it's been with the crowd, right? I think it's really kind of took a game off, sort of shield, where they never really got to certainly Pokemon, near and dear to our hearts. Ray won a couple of World Championships. I participated in the World Championships earlier. Some would say that's
not the main stage crowd,
but not as good, perhaps, the wing. But I think it's a nice team. It is so cool to watch. We saw as powerful American Awards. To me, that's going to keep it a lot in the matches we saw that we could go well. Also, I think the trick on the strategy is going to take a little bit. right? Where I think what makes it tricky at Fuse Trickle is that we're seeing teams that have like 5 or so Pokemon, one of which knows Space Out, one of which knows Range Powder, and then the Trick Room side, right? I just don't think that's going to work anymore. Frankly, may never work anymore. Instead, you've got the team, you've got the fast Pokemon, slow Pokemon, you're going to use Trick Room, it's appropriate. And I think the trouble with that is we've seen a lot of teams that can sandwich that really well. We've got largely a team for fast Pokemon and some slow Pokemon that make it difficult. I think kind of like that hybrid Trick Room thing is really strong with great positioning base, and players are kind of have to figure that out as you get base along, because you're not just going to freebie where you win the game because you can have Trick Room and suddenly be faster than everything that's this time.
And you mentioned Adam too, that if you're in a format, those kind of hybrids have
Pokemon trading card game players in all age divisions. That is time in the round. You may have +3 turns. After 15 minutes, raise your hand for a judge if you need clarifications.
It's definitely like a world. It's always something people focus on when it comes to worlds. I've seen it since a long time. You've taken from the World Championships with it, so you know all about it. I've lost to Scott playing later in the game, so you also know a lot about it. But that's probably what team I'd argue is the newest, more exciting thing, because it feels like you have to throw a lot of stuff out the window. I think you're right, you can't just do it fast. But suddenly it can be 5 slow Pokemon, one of which could be yeah, that's making sure you know what we're talking about. I know it's familiar with Hariyama, but I think being able to play both modes is actually huge. I wonder if there's things that other players to understand that.
I mean, ironically, we're making fun of Ranger, who, by the way, is by far the youngest of the 3 of us. But it's, I think it's actually his 2012 Worlds team, kind of like is the exemplar for the architect, right? Where he has the Trick Room, can go under team, but also the Guard Chop, it can outspeed teams too, kind of brawling with high stat totals. So I think that's kind of what these teams are doing. Like, Iron Hank is the second most common Pokemon in the tournament, right? It's not like you're just going to underspeed everyone by using Iron Hank, right? But having enough of that sort of thing where you can go slow when it's appropriate, just generally it's that idea where you don't need speed control every single turn because there's no Pokemon going to be knocked out in that turn. It usually doesn't matter. Whatever the Pokemon is doing, opportunistic playstyle, but having high stats, you can always have to take it. I think what makes me particularly excited about Parash's team is not having those options and still keeps you control anyway. Using huge Ursaluna, which is the world's most flexible Pokemon, is sturdy enough. I think it'd be cool to see what players are with. I think for me, if I played this tournament, I'd like to say I would have won that, but I didn't really see anyone come up with like a skeleton to continue to play it seemed like they were all like a piece or two away, and like, maybe something we've seen already is going to be the team that wins Worlds. To me, I still think I want a little bit more, right? It seems like it's missing something.
Yeah, and about your stage specifically, with that flexibility, for some it feels like one of those Pokemon that can do so much for a team, but it's also one of those really comes to the concentration. He's really weird. And they were saying things they want to do it, but it can also be right together.
Do something about that makes sense because obviously we're also as we get to like in all of the main stage, I think it's really interesting. Then it's that you end up seeing the teams getting like trigger as opposed to what the other one chose
We kind of do have to sell it myself, actually. I just like it.
No, just the one that you played out. I think it was really cool. Like reverse layers. I just thought I was kind of laughing watching this game on stage where, in the old days, 100% of the time, your Landorus, their inform is trained to survive the ice beam, right? Like, why would it be now? Only Cresselia used to be almost certain here, I use more frequently I use ice beam with the hard put together stuff. So it's interesting when we see it again. I use a little bit in the outside, close to my heart, but double battle and double one of the big differences between this format and this format is the this is something I was curious about. Like, do you decide to go first or second? Kind of the fast that he gives the bad stuff. Sorry, Tornado is like, here we go. It's a different Pokemon than used to be really. Look at it drastically better now. It's
yeah, it's also kind of wild to me at the very beginning of Scarlet and Violet, I saw the like 10 years too late, and now here we are, and Cresselia seems like a really good pick here at the launch. So it's really cool to see that actually gets hurt. At the time, I know a lot of us were thinking, why is it getting hurt now? This should happen a decade ago.
Okay, Orangula was going to still sit there as number one pick.
Put some respect on North American Junior International Champion Orangula's name.
Yeah, I asked. That's why I'm putting it above Cresselia as Beauty and Flipping Seller. Of course, you have to draft it every game, but you managed to get the result that you want. Zooming out, right, we've got a number of players at 4-0. We touched on the earlier stuff. One region can easily stack the deck, and it seems like North America's that region this time around. Obviously, a lot of players on day one. Is that what you were expecting, or the complete opposite?
I think it was, but not in the way that it's happening. I think it's important standings right now where North America's doing really well, but it's not the news probably that most of us were expecting, right? But it's not really the deep it's the first page of the championship. A day two invite. It's largely players who are the top now. I think that really just shows anybody that's stage and fans where, what happened before before these players are like this now. Who did their homework on this format? Who figured out that it's the world? Who makes the stage? Figure smart character about this discussion. No one really wanted to reach
the prize market now.
You even been without the biggest names carrying in some matchups.
Yeah, I totally agreed on that. Coming into it, I actually really messed up today. I know bias as a American, but I did look at that team and saw crazy application match. The players who didn't quite get to the championship points.
It may not be a big deal. Maybe you're just trying to one of the things I've been doing.
You're right, it actually is surprising that the game is so fun. We had this game on that. Not really what we would expect, basically. But still, we seem surprised by that.
I want everyone to be aware of how
so it's going to be exciting to see, obviously, the players that we see following. Might be at
everyone's going to get to know here as we head into game
from some of those bigger names. So the day is not over. They still got a number of rounds left. And those last couple of matches qualified for day 2. Because nobody asked how you did it. It doesn't matter if you go undefeated or if you qualify. All you have to do is qualify.
Yeah, you make the required number of wins. That's it. You're in day 2 and it's a brand new tournament. You're able to be in the mix, be in the conversation for how you take down wild. You've got some frustrations to play. You play day 1 in a format like this, get a little bit of time to practice. Is that a burn or a new to these players? Which way would you rather?
Well, Adam, we're asking somebody who's too old that we didn't even have day 1 and day 2. One day twist and then we played top match. And so,
that is very true.
Yeah, but to me, if I were still competing for the it improves your odds so much. Even though I agree, it does help get those reps in from day 1 to kind of strategy for day 2. But at the same time, when this Pokemon VGC happens, there's so many really strong players here in day 1. I just would rather avoid that and qualify straight for day 2. If I was able to. Of course, in North America, that championship rate is absolutely insane, so it's easier said than done. But if I were to yeah, it's going to be exciting to follow because there's a lot of really powerful players here in day 1 making this really exciting.
That's exactly what I was going to say too. I did do the 2-day thing. I kind of had the 2-day experience. I really missed out on the most of the way through. That being said, Sunday still is a body of players. Anybody who showed up in the game time work. Nowadays, day 1, the players I always feel bad. Because the day 1 plays players are really good. The day 1 players versus the day 2 players. It's the sure thing that the day 2 players would really be have to win they didn't get here by quite
yeah, we've seen multiple world champions on stream already. There are a lot of world champions here in day 1, so it's just going to be an incredible remaining couple of rounds here to follow. Just who is actually
This is the Pokemon Drone service. Absolutely incredible. It's part of the atmosphere. I'm proud of how so many players
yeah, I like that. That was incredible. Absolutely amazing.
We've all been having fun at the World Championship for a decade now, but this year's just a little bit different. It's like the spectacle that we're going around, tripping over. That's literally what we're not here attention to. Statues. Fun graffiti, various Pokemon. That's just fun. Different worlds for 3 days. Just never see this, right? The world in Japan, I think
the atmosphere here is just incredible. The amount of things they have set up, the events they have is absolutely phenomenal. It's really, I can't even hear the first place. Being here for 15 years already. This is the first year where they've actually been in Japan, and so actually getting to take a part in the world
fantastic time. Of course, we do want to focus on the drone. The event is fantastic, we'll be talking about it later. There's even more around. I think it's going to be very fantastic. They didn't stress out, so I don't want to see a little bit more of that. And to do that, we've got to finish up the game as well. Really just great. Moving back to our next round.
Because you have Sableye.
Really good. I mean, really close to I would be totally scared to biggest overlook in the world, however,
they are going to take it down quickly. Blissey tried to get it out of the very top. Ends up stopping it. Now they are trying to make this push. They want to create that space. We have the Lexus Express being popped on out, but it isn't getting to use that surge.
I wish I could play it with the winning the world is moving. Absolutely.
it's so great because it really works sitting in an undefeated record right now. It's described by out of 23 Pokemon World Championships.
I'm so excited. We were looking through the pairings. Of course, you're getting to the point where players are very close to locking in a spot for tomorrow. It's really exciting. And this match is going to beat the four players. So they just need to win one of their next three to move on. The winner of this bowl is advance to day two. And that's so exciting. We don't have to play anymore. You can be subscribed. Yeah, really just relax by Aaron. Dixon still sitting on the bottom. You have to compete for seven most years. We've seen a lot of players that are such a last 6 years so it means the level of competition is so high, right? So mainly it's something like so
Pokemon! Trading card game players, welcome to round number 6. You have 50 minutes. You may now begin.
I'm excited to watch both of them. Talk about the dominant runs in the past. It looks like regionals are hardly
something like that. I know across
what was in the bag this incredible that is trying
yeah, he is truly just on another level. I remember I think last year he had eager to see what he's brought here, and we actually have this one in particular that really catches my eye.
I can't wait to talk about that, especially about the air
incredible awareness by Arrow for the Bison. It's going to be ready for it's going to get back all the way down as Arrow should have body slam to get the knockout.
Yeah, he's actually bringing some hate as well. Okay, two might be a little I think one thing that's always changing is there's this kind of joke that every world champion is either got in the top 8 or top 4 or the Japanese. Like the Japanese have just so strong. Exactly, yeah. 2013, for example, this game was a 3-7 had more than so really great. So the best Japanese
You talk about all eyes are also on
there were some great team fights all together.
does pop some of that as well.
I'm so excited for this matchup because they both actually have fairly similar postures. I think one of the main things for the World Championship, the way that things will slow down and it's a lot of play. So I think that's the thing is, Callan, no matter what having an effect on the I think it's a brand new significant attack. I feel like every time I click I'm just like, wow, how am I doing so much damage with this move? Like, this is absolutely wild. I think it's other sport of boost, for example, set up the weather. I think one of the main questions I had is will tornadoes because they're still like at a certain point maybe a week or two I think what's also interesting is that we're going to be back there actually up with you gotta play it out I think that's interesting but yeah, the main thing looking at is of course that ramble gas because what better matchup when you ramble gas than when you're up against something new is doing that you can well and if you're someone else so I'm really hoping Emilio hangs down but I think this is quite similar in some ways just like when
like that might be a Pokemon that should be good, but it still has some disadvantages that kind of suck this around and then you know, suicide, which you have and you also use power punch now to really sometimes we don't have the opportunity to so I think it's really that like that's one of the first ones it looks like is perfect is
I'm really, it just makes me so excited. Like, just knock out the ones we look through a lot of the top players, whether you're routing or and I think Whistler's is really using it very but this round, yes, I need yeah, both players obviously have to be feeling great. You're 4-0, you're 1 win away from going. The worst feeling would be to go for 4-3. So obviously it's amazing to just get that win immediately, get that spot in, and not lose that. If you lose here, you know, then it starts it's a great spot for players, but I think this match very similar form to me get stabilized injury. Our on the other hand has around
I agree with that, and I think one of these Pokemon that we're seeing is not even really going to go into those players to really top the career. All eyes are kind of on it again, but when it is targets going around, we're going to have to be careful. And I wonder how Charles is going to navigate that, because look at like Slaughter Main. I know the G ends up being on top of the half of the but it looks like damage.
I think my main question in this match is on both trainers. Do you feel forceful on that side? I think most of you are pretty fast. I think often you want to bring tornadoes to the next line. One of my main questions I would love to see Rambo Gas set up big turbo as part of the small ones, but
this is a really solid set for both teams. I love the draft for the scheme here. They're going to send this thing over to Masters initially. Zoinks, Kelsour,
yeah, I think I'm really big on these here. And it's not really good for talking about and Anthony 7. So if some big draws here, by right there, again, would be very
talking about how kind of like itching the trigger finger a little bit and you see it and maybe you have to go over forward, but that's like a scary face option.
So we don't even have to open up.
The worst part is you don't have to go over it.
It really feels like Anthony 7 went for that poker strategy and by swinging back and grab maybe you just this seems to be lining up now. Anthony 7 hit the point.
Yeah, I think scary face caught our eyes immediately when we looked at one of the two teams, and then we looked at the other and they're like, they both have scary face. Obviously, that's not good by the good teams. A lot of players tend to get excited because it does actually dance and you can just change up but of course it's going to be right. So one thing we're going to look at is give their physical to help them maybe a little bit faster, make their and obviously that can be really nice if you get that with active weapons. I was beating them and no hitman actually trying to grab people with that and if the match I thought easy to escape conversation with 1 HP. So I think that's there for Anthony 7 to get a little bit more ace, get out and up danger. Find out the strategy. Ready to go. Such a great see their first line in both. We're going to here.
Oh no, that's it. Brendan was. Yeah, Brendan Cameraman, he's going to join his brother Owen in date of the World Championship. Congratulations. Getting to that 6th win. Masterclass. Safe line.
I wanted to see what myself so much. The thing is, I think never lost the signature picking on different what I could say is so I can see a role here. Okay, you know what? This matchup, however, in fact, they take so much from Zayn, who gets chased down like Reggie, able to escape until a solo play comes to the net where it tells me that the main thing is I really too many stunts will sequence or hands the ice beam all the way down that spot. Not able to escape it. Already Voice Macro seems to have a
yeah, so I mean, it's a Super Bowl, right? And have one open
in a matchup like this where one thing however that I like is a lot of guys what I mean, I like but it's also interesting because the careful and defensive even allowing so many smaller scores happen on that kill zone. And now they're going to yeah, I think both players now are ready to run in the battle. And to me, the first thing I'm looking at is so many targets as they're trying to look backwards. They knock out there and the Phantom is stuck down again. I think one thing that waits up that Reggie wanted to figure out they have it even bigger experience. Voice have a shot way out.
There's definitely a way, and now they encourage the bodies to puzzle not that as that traditional like space would wait up first or as well. I do go for it. I thought he was also there was a teammate.
You could, yeah, but it's really risky, yeah, exactly, because like if you bring it in the back, you're basically saying right now. I think there's a world where you can just think about it, but the question is really only six. I think it's a really good question because I think and I know you have Randall last time. It's going to be worldwide. One thing to note is that he has a lot of that, so it's part of the is that so I think yeah, it's a really good question, and so that's one of my questions as well. So you potentially maybe even more than the last one that you were trying to guess. So that would answer the question, but yeah, I'm really curious. I think it's a lot of pressure to tell
I agree. So let's find out the answer to our question. As we get into the best of three battles, I think the Lilium Force and Katana. We're going to end up seeing the automated tornado coming out to the Tara side, and it's going to be a tornado smash with the
Well, we did get one question answered, and that's were the tornadoes going to get led, and the answer is yes. So let's, while we get reconnected into the game, let's dissect it. Carl leads with his one. He's having his choice spec set, and obviously he's got a lot of I like the idea of these one. One thing I was curious about was like, hey, Randall gets out in the way, so in those scenarios, it's all right. You expect great play. I think that it's really like talking about one thing you get with the Star but then just Gary
There's actually a lot of players all with these two hours.
So I think one thing being out
take the red bump and it's like shut down by that soft blade zone. That was really work. And I think this changes the dynamic Mario and Puppy is very happy about sitting in the very
Talk about Pokemon family.
Totally, yeah. I think like, just even seeing the leads on the meeting, like, oh my god.
Feels like every tournament somebody
One of the things I noticed that just not have to keep up on the right? But I think like, you have to be so careful because try to get like you're so and
there's a lot of
I'm really excited to see this plan ready because overheat on this slot and the other main has this slot very terrorist because the very terrorist class is not going to knock out, right? So there's going to be so much going on just so and the question is who gets the better advantage stage? I think one of the things about taking out is very dancing the second day of competition. What do you do with competitive so far? It could be really if you go well, I think one of the other things I think is really showcasing some great talent as well. This matchup has been always seems to be well, what can you switch out into like this very terrible blast? The only answer really is but we didn't go through it outside.
Been in the either way, I feel like it's a really nice thing to have. Yeah, so now we just mentioned that we get into the stage of your brother is already there. So how does it feel to just choose everyone to estimate who might win the tournament? It feels really good.
Yeah, I think just seeing the lead be like why stars one of the main reasons but I'm still wondering about his really just how performing. I think this is going to be great because I think if Emilio, for example, had faster performing, but if not, then the more many stars that he needs to be and that's a really big deal because in a matchup where you're both using Kaelin, whoever just has what is the fastest solo and the fastest speed lead set generally has that run.
This is a tricky one.
I'm playing through all the scenarios. It's like, oh man, if Bramble gets led, you know, it's like game one hasn't even happened. I'm already thinking about like, okay, what if we see another lead like following game one? What's going on?
I feel like the woman that has like all the equations going through her head, like staring off into space trying to figure everything out. It's definitely going to be maybe some. I think there's going to be surprises, right? There's so many scenarios you can work through, but I feel like there's like an oddball strategy that will players still figure it out.
One of the things that you know is like the series base. So I'm not sure how relevant that will be, but the main thing I'm thinking about right now is that like so if you were a Emilio, like then if Kimaru or Campbell would create a very early corner and then blue blast that KO, that's really awesome. However, let's say like Emilio decides to come in and then I really think showcased a lot of talent in these finals. What was the metagame you It's kind of weird spot. I think it's safe that impact. You know what? That engagement is your voice. You matter all the space they could have ever wanted. Look at this. Anthony Simmons all the way back in their bottom tier too.
Yes, and they are just lumping together. They are possibly going to just be a wrecking ball, but it's also a dangerous position. You do not want to be caught out by one solar blade in a picture.
Right, exactly. And dissect the chance to shine.
Okay, but what if? Maybe Emilio is expecting to go for protect like a really and then goes for the skill and the tornado. Then you're faster, then you get the toss off regardless.
I think what's interesting is like it's just so risky to do anything else. Like Sunny Day, you actually see how together. That's actually interesting, right? Like it's really
it's just a matter of getting things done. If you have 280 notes, 380 on the lockdown to 234, or you're Sumi Macro, they're going to have to turn around and get into the extra numbers.
So the back is the knockout after the game. We couldn't have really made a tougher position for them. I think one of the big questions and all the next team for Latin America North now has a fighting chance here.
Yeah, where would that be?
Just a big other there. So that's Sumi Macro can find a way to score. Right now, all they're trying to do is break that replace a shield. But I'm just thinking about like 15 seconds left because he didn't take Anthony Seven and just tied this game 1-1. And I think I generally feel
and you would expect anything less from the World Championship.
You're not always going to get the
they still are in this.
I think when their backs against the wall and Shorty's away in the stage, pushed through into the final moments and made that game their own. Honestly, yeah, it's like the net wrestle at the end. Wins the ball away to because now this matchup is tied 1-1. To break that one off.
So I really believe it. We just looked at the match again and we visited the idea of why the whole match is going to keep it in mind. Because the fighters they bust their nose to get around and with fighters triple down, back and then it's immune to all of the type moves as well as field whatever that gets activated and also damage.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting is the Ramble Gas goes before. So basically, I was kind of theory. So like, okay, let's see what Stormfront is, right? Well, against Tornado's Slaughter Breakers, the focus has been I've been there. Tornado's like the outside. So you have to go to the safe and go there as this one. Could also be so
plunge though, but absorb all of this damage and keep on going forward. No defense will either set some knockdowns.
I think what's interesting is, are you probably worried about that Ramble Gas, right? So I would think they were actually really strong damage. That's one of the answers. And Ramble Gas does have to operate, but kind of so I would be very surprised. I believe both players now are locked into the game, so we are finally going to get underway with this very first game.
Okay. I'm crossing my fingers. That's all I can say.
We talked a lot about what can happen on turn one, so
there is only one way to find out. That's to see the turn one play out here as we get the run back to lead. It's going to be the Tornadoes and the Fluttermates versus Emilio's Tornadoes and Chiyu. And we've got ability, so let's go ahead and give it up for Chiyu's Beats Brilliant to activate and actually get into this game. One of his best victories in this round number 5.
Alright, this is still really scary. I just think agree that this is the best spot for Philly. Yeah, like, so we see Emilio already do that.
No, I want to we'll see who is right.
Here it is. I think this is probably going to be that very
I would assume so. Just to be able to help Fluttermates deal with
it's so close to top about 2 wins.
But also make sure they can do our seeds and have fire attack as well. So we're going to see a lot of big damage coming out of this Fluttermate. But that's the protect I was talking about. Big easy to protect from Chiyu, and then you also get a chance to tail when he's going to set up. Maybe. What is about the response from this Tornadoes? It's going to be a tail also.
Yeah, I'm really curious which is last guy.
I mean, there's no way around it. You're going to be exhausted. There is something to be said for just not putting any more lowering the second. I don't care.
And it does! Okay.
What a huge survival! I can't tell whether or not maybe Emilio would have wanted his range to go down, depending on if there's something in the back that's going to free switch, but you also have the ability now to
Scary face overheat is a very potential possible play. Opposing side, so yeah, just locking that in immediately. What is Kenricho's response here? What can he switch into? Overheat. We got the Chiyu in the back. Okay, so let's see. Is it Chiyu coming out? Would be the Iron Hands as well. That's going to be Iron Hands.
Yep, Iron Hands is going to hit the field here, and hopefully the Assault Vest is going to be enough, because you still have special defense from Chiyu that is going to mitigate some of that special defense from the Assault Vest. The Pigment Storm first is going to be able to hit the Tornadoes and Chiyu to knock out Emilio's Tornadoes, but it's trying to see what this Chiyu can do, and it's going to be the overheat. It connects into the Iron Hands, and it's able to do the 2/3. Not bad.
Definitely not bad, but I think are definitely doing a really good job of blocking and letting. And there is the Ramble Gas in the back, but flashing the right now. Really good job of not letting responding to recognizing how difficult it was happening. As they leave it, now let me know Emilio's
on Twitter.
No, it actually I feel like it's damage for being a give it 10-7.
It's always you about good day. You know what you're going to get. It's getting very, very consistent.
You still have to worry about the Fluttermate is back.
I know a lot of people but it's probably got to be the lowest it's ever been. The other people equally even the Tatiana, I've seen it.
The thing here is Ramble Gas so you're expecting he is swapping out, and if it's Fleet with Sword coming out from the other end, Ramble Gas is going to get an attack from it. So Ramble Gas has hit the field. Wind Rider is going to give it an attack boost immediately. There's the ceiling phase immediately onto the Fluttermate. This Iron Hands has even best in your case still going to be damaging going on. First, it KOs the Iron Hands. Oh, we're trading damage for damage right now. Okay.
Big knockout there onto the Iron Hands. Now all of a sudden, this Ramble Gas is in a great position with the Tailwind.
It is, and one thing to notice, that Tornadoes can
cannot hit it. So, if you bring out the water main, well, yeah, water main target the Bramble Gap and then Bramble Gap will just go for that Terra Blast in that slot. So, it's still allowing when you're fast right now. I think it's not.
Yeah, it's going to be very scary for sure. It's going to be the fourth and final. Potentially, the power side to bring out that one. Could be the flood main, but you don't have time. This is a big meter that's going to come.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I think one thing I'm lame about is if it is starting, which it is, now how do you get more of a run back? Right, so Darkness has a lot of is this real? It is supposed to sound real. We've seen a few of them. And so you are
absurd catch by those two players situation is like medicine for together like one of energy you give it up like the 40 players right now is run damage
But the is going to rush position, right? Because it just gets very quickly strong with the water.
You'll end this match.
So you have to consider that option, whether or not you're going to preserve flood main or this post main doesn't really feel you have enough information to continue what you know with that.
Definitely, and I like what Emilio's doing. Let's send it into the very hard. So with that very down how I think one of my main questions is, does we can slow?
No, it actually helped because the counter I would not have that was the last moment. That was the one key behind really panned out.
Okay, and Bramble gets the tackle from that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tumbleweed, I guess that's what I'm going to say here. Flutter main now gets to overpower weapons to their so the tech is going to be very, very important here. Flutter main now gets to also go for the dazzling lead. As you talk about doesn't take any extra damage. I feel like Emilio is still in a fantastic position right now.
It looks like the deck is like really creative.
Yeah, it's great potential for the season, so I think people try to go for the attack there, which was definitely going to knock off Bramble. But that's going to be one of the most like so right now, this other main is
there's a way. I think there's a way you can talk about let's
amazing that Bramble but Charizard is just so now you're a question of who you target. You don't want the Bramble because one of those decks where you mess up one power with the other is just happening right here. And same with I think right now Neil
definitely he's going to start to fly behind really fast.
and I think
wins this series and he's on this losing bracket.
Just that team here.
Nice front damage attack. It just gets brought down. It's Bobby sat here as her Emilio's Flutter main is going to hang on.
Where's her target?
Just one way to knock out which shot we're going to end up seeing the first down. We have the absolute coming out of here.
Yeah, is it going to connect? No, that is one of the most stressful parts about using Bramble Gas power. Not supposed to act as like you can hit this right now. And it goes connect. That's a one-hit knock out of the Flutter main. And it's a 2v1 now for this.
The world gets bigger and better every time.
Oh my goodness, it doesn't get over to the
resisted blast where Shadow Charizard does not care about having to score to burn everything to his back. It's not about choosing more of that. You see
yeah, my main question here is that makes the max speed of a situation so the main thing here is don't use survival right? And if you make this faster than
Floating above the yeah, let's not forget you don't
still has this unite, by the way.
The other question is, wait, stop going there, grab that. Okay, who's gonna get that out of the way here?
What's huge about that is that you don't
exactly. Oh, but you just missed it.
Now, yeah, we start supposed to be going for darkness. We're not going to win right now. Exactly. Oh my goodness. Okay,
goes to the ears.
oh, did it go for someone twice? Okay. What you're using? No
Finish off the queue.
Oh my goodness. What a first game here. Brambles pulling out. Got to attack with the flutter and going to that error of the early and needed to let you vulnerable to that damage. Once in the of course, you never know when you actually
Your orange international championship. In game 1, Mazapitas identifies his glorious surface from the speed time users shadow and details.
This is where your rolling goes right there. Yeah, you can hold on to those really fast. It's happening on that side. You are not going to make this lead whatever means possible. As it's currently 1v3 and enemy sector area. I think
because it's his trials best as well as the power price punch against Coverage or should be taken in. Tartan but Zeus doesn't expect his bigger players. So he can play with his swing motion. Shadow Dragon Hair is his safe switch because it underpins most Pokemon and appreciates them well. Finally, Purchase Pokemon.
Finally ends up going down. If we have our Jessica back, knocking on the doorstep of Tier 2, and now we assume they are being the wrecking ball that we saw in that last game, that ended in 7 showcase.
Yeah, 7 only has 2 goals left, and one of those can't be broken.
We can intentionally by Teams' Meta Chain, protecting his area status.
But you also might be able to get it
We are now officially past the halfway point of this game, and Anthony 7's win conditions are shrinking by a minute. They really need to find a big KO on the
Versus Team Ventuz's Shadow Dragon. For Game 2, Team Ventuz matches his Shadow Charizard and uses Shadow Swamper to gain 2 plus per game. Mazapitas selects the same team, while Team Ventuz chooses the Shadow Dragon, Meta Chain, and
exciting fight happening right
Ventuz leads Shadow Dragon, and here's a hit
once again as we go into the game 2, and
Meta
there's Roland go, and it's in the yeah, I could ask, were you ever not paraching? No way. Let us let her make it one just go. There's a way we were talking about it. Runners looking is in our hands like that.
Yeah, a lot of things like Fairtrade was able to make with those. So it's still for the team, but now we have even though the ball goes down to demonstrate that there's still the ability to play them from the yard. And so it still comes down to also
there's the Terra that wants to go with him. And was again the spring play with here. I think we'll see everyone join this one.
just moving it back and forth, I'm just saying it's really scary. It's amazing to see. I really think they're quite well there, but in this case, the ends up getting full knockout onto the meter. Lucky for Guitar alone that we can get a free switch and stuff to the back that would really love to do this. And I don't know.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's in the world. I think like prior ones before, I'm wondering if it's gonna hurt them. That's exactly what I bring it out from combat. Absolutely don't out. So now hands go over to the combat. It's a breath. That's okay. All right. Emilio knows exactly what's happening right now. So yeah, I think this is where things become really interesting, right?
And feels so awesome in a very dangerous position, 20 seconds until the finish right now.
That was so big. That would be such a good reading that happened. The Bramble got switching feels so nice right now. You got the tailwind back to action.
Oh, wait, it's gonna miss! It's gonna miss! It's already
That's a huge miss right there. Ardenland's gonna take that like you can. But now you have to look at how the Richie was gonna respond to the way it goes. Right into the Bramble gas right there. Right down on the focus
Here's Wild as well. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Coordinated. Hold them up to the most right now.
Yeah, there's no chance right now. But now you want the chase on the side. Once again, it's down to get another Flutterman get a chance to switch in. And Flutterman's also looking pretty happy with the other Pokemon that are on the other side.
Yeah, that was
Still at that full HP level, they need a minute left on the clock. And to 7, they need to make a move. They're going to need to get some back up T1. Into the result T1 has it. You have an issue of waiting in that Tornado poured in. And that is it. So they're nervous for N7 to try and break the shield. It is just three Underburgers all around. I'm assuming that's
already been done before we got into this game, but now this is a sure thing. Entity 7 2-1 has now confirmed
I think another interesting component of this effect is there's still that Terrasteel Golden going back to the So you have to think about that when walking into this move because he's the final super Katana. He has nothing else.
Absolutely, I think it's happening around this is what he's
Terra enemy just thinks a lot lines in that Entity 7 had. And we gotta wait just a few more seconds to see exactly what's gonna happen. The very first move is Terra enemy starting to into the Flutter Base. Wow, that's a lot. If they are trying to dazzle to go first. Feel the bring their team down to make focus out. But what's the response here from this Flutter Base on the Katana side? It's gonna be a dazzle as well. But they are definitely in the face of 24/7
Take a look at our highlight package because I want to see you always see back now a second to this is
Just because I've got the whole right to
Make kill to get bars, exactly, and just the dominating present that rise to be back up, but the knockout does count. I mean, it's so exciting.
So close combat to the bullet though, just be able to clean it up. That is going to be the match. Those two players, Hado, Okamoto.
Yeah, that was really tight. I mean, I thought they could
that was such an incredible moment, seeing that character just take on one entry, and it took so long to take down.
I think like the main reason I see that is that for the knockout, it felt like it was impossible to knock out. And PRO knows like how to
Backers home base as every time Anthony Slay entered into the spot and really got immediately shut down that it came down amazing backer allowed to play
It's hard to put in those positions.
they were such a reputation for moving that.
They use it to have that reputation. You can call out like 4 different scenarios of how at this crowd they obviously cheer and do everything it is as like to see. But the player of this game for this match was not easy, and I think that was definitely well served on that side.
Earning themselves a couple of players in the game in this match, and the money water power wheel was so amazing to watch. I'm waiting to see what this team brings out in day 2. They earned their spot. It's going to be amazing. Even though jumping to a very short break, and after we come back, everyone should actually
for the knockdown, and that's exactly what. And so when you walk in a hand like going to come out with that pivotal,
You accept that there are sometimes just sad circumstances that can happen with that. Like something the game. I mean, you are. But relating some of these moments with the guns of this match, I mean, let's take a look at how much damage.
This is one that even when I know how it's going to happen, I'm going to say it. It's someone online right in the
yeah, absolutely. And Urshifu in charge of the knockout stretches of games.
That was kind of what I wonder how this was saying. But this was one of the ones, even when I know I struggled with I think a lot of people forget this.
I really think Amelia had a very good right there. Yeah.
This is such a cool Pokemon. I agree with you that.
And if either of them actually love that attention, but that's the dynamic cards and the like so like there's very little for error in like
And both of these players are so good. Like they're so good, and even though that misfortune did happen to Billy, it seemed years to turn into
he knew Golden Gold, he's like, that's the adjustment, and it was just ready to see, right? Like, but immediately, there's a lot of damage.
World Championship that was so
yeah, I think Emilio recognized it.
In fact, last year in London, there were lots of players playing solo from
I'd be shocked if we
opposed to the
yeah. Sometimes after he I remember one of the biggest things overall is team building and people trying to phase. Like, they get right off in the battle range. And have to respect every
great deck for Ladder online. Waving like very, very quick.
Sign, now with Ramble Gas, like, yeah, it's like, what's the expected value, right? It's like, you're getting some good luck because so that's just amazing. Like this, I thought the whole game was cool. I could see, like I said, you have one, but at that day,
I would say
Iron Hands.
Yeah, exactly.
just pronouncing German way was correct all the time right now.
Yeah, and congratulations once again to Hado. That win.
And I've just found out right now.
I take this card for
and Emilio, of course, is now 4-1. Still has silver chance. Now both are a big deal. international champion from last year, and the champ nationally has been really doing a little below expectations on last year. And Josh is going to play much more though. And
Mother is pretty close to doing that. So I'm blaming my forward to the back.
And that makes it even more exciting as well. Like,
Now this is what I think
I would say Stock's Commander and 6 on this team. Like, Scary Beast right there on the team.
Yeah, I said Dedicated
Like, Saturday, that was on the team. Coming out of that team. But that's a whole other team. And just to see all of the different choices here. Even starters. Okay, I guess that one might be a little bit more over the top. But still, Pokemon that we expect.
It is funny because, like I said, guys, I talk about taunt, and be honest. I was like, bro, like, taunt's going to be a really big deal. And then I'm just going to tail it. I get it. This is not how many players can go for that. For example, in that second game, yeah, maybe you get the front up, and then the first comes out and has fake out pressure, right? And it's just now you just tail it there. So I thought it was one against the wall, and I thought it was good value. It's something now, like this player, something is in. I don't look this one up. I do think it's been maybe already back up. If you would like. But overall, yeah, like these teams switch advantage again to an Umbreon. Like, no, this time choosing to switch advantage, and that's very different. This Earthquake, these teams can switch. The Iron Hammer is really critical, actually. Quite mid-game, but you're not going to hear this.
Oh, you got it.
Yes, yes. I mean, this is why this archetype, especially from Emilio, was
we should have stopped it when I said we
against
stopped it.
regulation.
Because until then, I was 100%.
And this is kind of one of the...
My other question, I was thinking about this game,
this one I know.
I saw instead of like a back that blow on Ramble Gasslot or Sucker Punch, we ended up seeing this one.
I'm very confident about
it. So I was wondering if Ambient just last year whether or not it's I'm gonna guess that she would have hung on with just
I think that's a good assessment of that situation for sure. But whenever time gets pushed out, I'm not happy with it. But one thing is for sure, we have an interview with winner of the first round of 5 match. It is Casper
maybe you have to go for a bait and then a Shadow Ball, but that is a lot. We've seen that
Pokemon trading card game players in all age divisions. That is time in the round. You may have +3 turns. After 15 minutes, raise your hand for a judge. If you need clarifications.
I mean, you have good luck on I have good luck and I've never actually.
You are, you speak 3 languages. You are very The one thing I'd like to ask you
Single strike worship was easiest for them, and that's why I decided to choose it.
Thank you so much for getting how they get to know leadership a little bit better.
勝者インタビューありがとうございました。一番最後に応援してくれている方たちへのメッセージなどございますか？
楽しみましょう。
Let's all enjoy ourselves.
Thank you so much, Kentaro. Good luck in the next round. Congratulations on your win. And we'll go back to what has to
Thank you so much, Lee. It's always great to hear from players. And just the fact that you got a chance to make it to already, like it's weights off your shoulders now. Go relax.
Got a few hours, you know, a couple extra hours of waiting. I think one of there's even a taxi in the middle of the venue. Probably can't really hit the guy on it, but it's they want us to count that there's a taxi right there. So either way though, just making it into a great. I think so many players like make it from day one to day two. Wow, he just really just gets the grass to impress back up.
Yeah, I think we all need a little bit of a break from that one too, because that was a super intense battle. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we've got Swiss round number 2.
I think it's going to survive through the next half. So it's going to be here for a while. Well, top they can compete against them forward in the brackets. Congress setting up for this matchup against Owen. Well, Secret is down 0-1 right now in their group. So they look like their overall demeanor, they hold more after two. More experience with Japanese summer. I think Japan's really been putting on the heat. But yeah, not to we do have that coming up. It is going to be on stage right now. And it's actually actually, to my knowledge, by the way, there's a multi-story Owen in their Belgian being so prominent at this start. Really having a couple of huge monthly finals matches. And very excited to see it's going to be 7 However, it's heading now being like an actual right now. Wow, wow, huge credit for the showcase that they want to be here in the especially now that he's sitting back later. First is everything else. Over one time, everything else is going in a very different manner. That's one thing I have to be they can choose to play the the same story specific players as well. As well. It is now turning 2 with our second anniversary event on March. That's going to be the second anniversary Rune. It's down European no reason you wouldn't IB. So all of those players, depending on looking at start your path because it's time to double check the week night. This is the European way, make sure to use that.
there's the word expired, and celebrate the second anniversary with all these free gifts. So you got one time right now, a lot of really cool stuff in the game, but the thing that is very everyone team. In fact, we have the championship underway, and it's very is going to be covering the next game number 2.
No one seems to play at this time.
Yeah, congratulations to everyone who made it.
I mean, okay, to be fair, anything is but I swear to you right here, this I think is maybe the group that has the widest ranges of not only just like a bunch of really high skill level teams, but the widest ranges of different regions or regional play styles that are matching up against each other. That really you have to go I'm very excited about what this will do. And if the third championship on the left, ship on the left, Owen on the right.
Yeah, it's a little bit regional play styles, a little bit how they interact. Especially like Owen, actually in the region also definitely known for having some interesting draft strategy. When you see Chip in the divisional finals, actually giving the last team and having a counter of situations. But that doesn't change the tournament with the Lakers fan relationship with Owen doing their research and having the draft.
Yeah, nothing surprising for all these, but I mean, nothing about the legacy bad. That's the really smart move. Just to have a very showing this round.
Where the draft is a lot of secret ship playing on this team last year, extra overall, playing a lot of pussy last year, but now they get to kind of showcase their talent with that move up. Seems like the final selection from Secret Ship are going to be Obion on the Lucario and Yakubari on the Shreven.
Very interesting. Especially, I mean, the Lucario is specifically interesting one here. It's actually a lot of really interesting picks as well for the final pick.
We've already got a number of players.
There's a lot of different role plays, but something
We've got a few more rounds, a few more players trying to do exactly the same. I can say so far. And I can assure you that the rest of the day will not disappoint. Speaking of not disappointing, he wasn't satisfied by joining us in the lounge. He wasn't satisfied by getting his opportunity on a series to play against Aaron. Ray was saying, Ray, it's been 5 years to be out together, and it's absolutely busy to have you back. That is going to go down as one of the best
There's actually a lot of segment in both of these teams that you're very familiar with. So I'm excited to see how they do with all the changes. I'm getting more than
we are going to start looking down every single round. It's going to be punching that ticket from game
We're going to put the skill in the cake, which is something that's right on draft, but still favored by the East coming back into this one.
Slash making their way here to the championship stage. You know, I'm just not a sword in the air right now, but I'm happy to be proven wrong right here. This is a big game. Secret Ship's in a must-win situation right now. But if any team can do it, #1 team in the AFL Secret Ship, your purple team. Let's start this thing out with your orange team.
One thing about Secret Ship that we can say is when back against the wall, that's when they really come play swinging and able to deliver. Big punches, rally back, push deep into each round. We saw that you're seeing at the tail end of the UCS Season 2. And Secret Ship right now is
Right now, splitting this season where it looks like he's
Yeah, but this is
a very interesting strategy coming out from them as they have listened in this top matchup here. So and here comes a very early with Ninetales.
Ninetales is early because it's got you don't have to recommit too much. Let's get going. Let them have an impact in the path. That Aegis Slash is going to need help right now just to hold it. And it's got Lucario. UCS Season 1 top path man.
Honestly,
I mean, a lot of our Pokemon have been but it is back. It did receive some buzz recently. So the question is, did Lucario actually hit final shape? We've not seen a lot of teams pick it up here.
This is the first time we've seen you and I got the first to make it stick out.
Here we go. We're going to see if they're able to secure this back. We're getting extremely low right here, having to back up and being chased down right now. But no, actually able to make it out of that situation really, really close. This is something that Hoopa's going to do. We do see somewhat often. It's just this grass built in the center area. We have single ships that are even right now, but also so later in the match, if they have similar goals, if they both rank top and bottom, you know that you're behind. However, they're giving themselves a great positional advantage at this first breakdown. So there's lots of things to run your nice big wide coming out to the boost it into the same side as they might pick up a huge KO.
Picking up a KO against a half-HQ, but that's not a
So it's actually here we go. Blissey getting very, very low, taken down by this Q after hits United. And so this fight continues. We have our special attackers moving in from the side. Oh, no, getting taken down here. Nice big snipe shot. And they're continuing this fight. The Italian misses right there. Well, there's another potato here. Once again, getting vision for Italian right now. We may have a snipe shot.
I wasn't really past that. I thought like the was trying to find if you're going to throw the sky tag, just throw it here.
That was actually a big color but now we know
Players playing in day 2. Please have your deck list submitted by 7:30. Even you are using the same deck. The player meeting will start at 8:45. We'll see you again tomorrow morning.